Well, good morning, Magic players. Welcome back to the cEDH 10K Open at the Land Go cEDH 10K Land Go Expo. We have a cEDH Invitational happening basically 10 feet away from us at
Yeah,
this point.
right over there.
But right now we are talking about round 6 of Swiss of the cEDH 10K Open. I'm very excited today. We've got a lot of good games yesterday,
Absolutely,
honestly.
they were so much fun to watch. If you haven't gotten the chance or to go back and watch the VOD, or if you're just now joining and you didn't get the chance to catch any games yesterday, there were some fantastic wins. There were a lot of ones that caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
This is something that we've seen in a lot of the meta of there's this very like grindy, copy and gem at this, mirror made that.
Yep.
And I sat down watching these pods, expecting them to get absolutely like stacks this tall, smothering pot styles that have like a million D6 on them counting
Yeah,
treasures.
exactly.
But there were quite a few games that really like we saw someone thread the needle and sneak a win in there.
It's really funny you mentioned that. Like, there was a lot of games that were like, I mean, literally, there was multiple games yesterday where you and I were like, "Oh, we're going to Slop Town. Yeah, we're about to get sloppy here." And then someone would just be like, "Barely protected win attempt," and everyone else was like, "You got an answer?" and people were sneaking in, right? So sometimes the make them have it mentality is definitely there. We also saw, to be fair, a few win attempts yesterday where people were like, "Unprotected, turn 3 Thoracle," and they were like, "Yeah, dog, counterspell." Like,
Not in my pod.
yeah, exactly. So it's always a matter of the read. It's a matter of windows, all that kind of stuff. But we're excited to talk today. We have a pretty interesting number one for you all. Starting off, we picked one of our well-performing players for the event, playing a very different version of a common list here, right? So we have Hizwiz, they're in C4 in this pod,
Yeah.
and we figured we'd highlight it because they are playing Aang at the Crossroads, but a version that I really haven't seen a whole ton of.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. We back in Colorado have a local Aang player named Sterling, and they have gotten me so many times the turn one, turn two Aang.
Yeah.
And they're just flipping, but flipping again. But so much of it is based on they're on like 99 clones.
Right.
And so that's what they're aiming for. The deck is built around just turboing out Aang as quickly as possible. But it looks like this Aang player looks like they're not just trying to lure around the commander, but also the color identity of Bant to help them kind of like get through games.
It feels very much like a Bant mid-range Aang, right? Like they're on things like Displacer Kitten, Commandeer, stuff like that, right? Like pieces that are actually much more engaging in the mid-range space, right? It feels much more like a Bant mid-range deck with Aang elements to it, as opposed to a lot of Aang decks nowadays that are like, oh, it's 50 clone Aang. And like, this is not that. At all. And so it's kind of interesting to see a sort of return. I didn't realize we sort of re-rolled the pod and wanted to feature Aang today, but we do actually have two players who we saw yesterday as well. Sort of, I guess, do you want to go in reverse turn order? Because that's how we go.
So in seat 3, we're seeing Sky again. If you've been to a CDH tournament, odds are you have either played against them or you may have been in a tournament that they were a judge for. So they have experience with both sides of the table, as it were.
Absolutely.
Well known, I think, for being a very strong politicker, but even more so being an incredibly strong control player. But as we saw yesterday, if people see God bleed, they will cease to believe in him. And we saw Sky in a game where very, very late in the day, there was an example of there's only so many decisions that you can make perfectly or correctly, and the difficulty of trying to keep a tight grip on a pod. And so it'll be interesting to see if they're able to keep all the other decks at play. Because Aang can sometimes be really difficult to interact, but also we've got two decks in the first and second seat that also are really going to dip into their card pool knowledge.
And for context, I don't think we mentioned, if you didn't see the stream yesterday, Sky is playing a very controlling version of Blue Farm. So you won't find Adnals in there, you won't find Necropotence in there. You will find pieces like Permission Denied and Snuff Out and things like that. It's actually kind of funny. After the stream yesterday, I mentioned to some folks earlier that I walked up to Sky during LobbyCon afterwards, and they looked at me and went, "Yeah, I was hungry."
That's so real.
Yeah, I was like,
that's so real.
I tell people all the time, like, sometimes you really underestimate those parts of the game. The parts of the game where it's just like, I didn't get enough food or I didn't get enough sleep last night. That is why I am over or underperforming.
I remember I was in a tournament once. It was 4 rounds cut. And so we're in the 4th round. It's a win and in. And then someone casts a Smothering Tide when there was already Risk out, and people start politicking. We start talking for like 5-10 minutes. And I just had this like one thought at the front of my brain. I was like, forget a counterspell. What I need is like a Pop-Tart or like a Cliff Bar or something. I do not have enough
Dude,
calories in me for
it
this.
is so real. I completely agree.
Yeah.
So moving into second seat, we have Jared Cast. Once again, our very spicy Hapatra player. Ironically, Jared and Pizwiz both being tagged with the 504 tag. So that's a team out of New Orleans. We saw a lot of them sort of show up for the Boil. Makes sense. It's their hometown. But here they are at the Land Go cEDH 10K Open. And then in seat one, we've got a Magda Brazen Owl on the list, which I think is pretty fun. We haven't really seen Magda all tournament so far. Not that we're really chasing the Magda players down, but I think it's good to see a deck like Magda. It's a deck that I don't know if you've noticed this, but I feel like in recent history I keep getting tempo killed by Magda.
Yeah.
It's a lot less about the Grafdigger's Cage into the Torpor Orb and stuff like that, but I've been listening to turn 3 creature combo from Magda a lot more lately, and I was like, this is a deck that I feel like how you guys keep doing this? How do they have roaming throw in every game? Please give me a break.
I tutor for something else.
Yeah. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've literally been in a pod where Magda, and this happened to me at a different Lego event, the Cookout, I believe, where Magda goes, turn 1 dwarf, turn 2 dwarf, turn 3 roaming throne, and the rest of the pod, we all kind of we're hands up at this point, and all of us show fierce guardianship, offer you can't refuse, another non-creature counterspell, and we're all like, we dead? Yeah, I guess. Salute.
Can someone cast a spell so that I can have a blue card and still not cast this Force of Neg targeting a Blood Boiler Dwarf? It's so fascinating to see how the lists will oftentimes. I think Magda is one of the most representative decks for me of how they'll very aggressively either go deep into stacks, deep into turn, or somewhere along the line. So, for instance, in this list, we both see Battered Golem loops as well, an indication that they want some of those lower to the ground combos. But there's also Blood Moon effects and things like that.
Totally.
And so, if I were in this pod and I'm mulliganing, I have no idea what to expect out of seat one.
Yeah. There's Damping Sphere in Magda. There's Disruptor Flute. There's those pieces. Although, as I mentioned, a little bit more proactivity. There's stuff also like Final Fortune in this list. There's the Molten Duplication and I believe Dual Caster combos in this list, right? So
really,
this Magda list,
that's
definitely
awesome.
has a level of diversity to it that is, sort of outside of the common expectation. Also, it may just be that they're actually on Molten Duplication without Dual Caster Mage.
That's a very common thing.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Gets you a second roaming throne.
Yeah, that's not overkill at all.
One thing I know I would be thinking while I'm looking, if I'm the Magda player, is how do I not insta-lose to this Haptera player?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is Hapatra is a really bad matchup. Now, as much as you love seeing Arcanized beautiful faces, why don't we go down to the camera so y'all can continue hearing our lovely dulcet tones, but see a little bit more of these players as everyone's favorite time, the pile shuffle.
The pile shuffle.
So I do think you're 100% on the money. Hapatra is an awful matchup for Magda.
Oh, yeah.
It is truly abysmal because Magda is a deck full of X1s, and Hapatra goes, I'm going to hit this other player and kill your Magda. I'm going to hit this other player and kill your dwarf. If I'm Hapatra, I'm feeling pretty good about the fact that Magda is just a snake farm, and I'm feeling a little bit more concerned about decks like Skies,
Yeah, it's the decks that are in Golgari, they only have so many ways that they can interact with the game. And so on one hand, the fact that you are guaranteed not to see a turn 1 or turn 2 Necropotence out of Sky makes it going to be a little bit easier for them to focus on their own combo. However, as we've talked about, Sky runs so much interaction that unless they're able to land a dose in, it's going to be almost impossible for them to brute force a win.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Sky's ability to always have a snuff out in hand has gotten her the nickname the Snuffler.
The Snuffler.
So we'll see if the Snuffler is once again snuffing today. We did, ironically, after bringing that up in stream yesterday, immediately see Sky launch a snuff out at Jacob Hawkins. So, it's the nickname sticks for a reason. That being said, if you have a chance to play a black deck in cEDH and you're not caring about Necro, Nas, all that kind of stuff, Snuff Out is legitimately one of my favorite tools in this metagame.
Yeah.
It has overperformed for me like crazy. Being able to take out pieces like Seedborn Muse and Kinnan, and it misses on Bowmasters, but that's one card of many creatures that are definitely worth killing in this format. You know,
especially like it hits most of the creatures that you're worried about losing to for like really low to the ground combos. It can take like a devoted druid, right?
I mean, it could hit Hexing Squelcher, right? Yeah, like that's a huge one.
It's one of the few things that can, and plus it's also really good late game because any spell that can like hit a flash enabler in my book is something that you can use to get out of people's hands.
That's so real. Yeah, just like being able to take out a Flood Caller or another piece like that, it's absolutely super relevant for this metagame.
Especially in games, something that we're seeing more and more is like in cEDH of yesteryear, I feel like what I wanted the most was to like, I want to make it to my turn. I want things to happen on my turn. I want to be like the player in like the driver's seat. But now that like priority has become so much more important with all these flash enablers, I feel like we're seeing the pattern of like a Kinnan will untap to play a Valley Flood Caller and then immediately pass the turn. Or something else of that ilk. And so being able to kind of like force people to deal with things at a time that they don't want to. It's a really good way to keep players on the back foot. And it's going to be something that I'm keeping an eye out for in this pod is the way that these players are going to try and throw a wrench in the works of their opponents.
Yeah. And the flash effects, I think, ironically, I'm hearing from a lot of like the top players in the format just this idea that like, people talk about banning Ristic, people talk about banning a bunch of cards, but like there's a very commonly expressed sentiment that like a card like Born would actually be a better ban among a lot of competitive players because it just so fundamentally warps the way these games are played, right?
Absolutely.
And also Born in particular, right? All the other flash effects in the format have downsides. Born has an upside. It's like, hey, just in case this beautifully powerful thing didn't work, it also cantrips. Like just in case. And in case you were maybe short one card or you didn't have enough things to pitch for gamble, like it also just like draws a card.
Yeah. I think it would definitely like follow with the precedent of like while I don't know if there's any like flash effects like Valley Flood Caller that have been banned, there was specifically a card named Flash that also was a 2-mana blue instant that we saw back in I believe
back in my time.
Back in my day. Like because Flash Hope was before my time, but I think that was about like 3 or 4 years ago. Was really just kind of like cruising and bruising. I forget when it got banned.
I think it got banned in 2020. So it's been some time without it.
6 years ago.
Yeah. The 2021. Yeah, it's been gone for a minute, but. Gone but never forgotten.
Gone, but we remember.
But like in a trauma way.
All the Absent decks are like, no, it's still viable.
Exactly.
But I do think that is what you're saying. That's where my mind goes because it's this idea of like cheating things out at a time when you're not supposed to have them is a very interesting and cool effect. But also it pushes
just so
games
fundamentally broken too, right? Like we look at decks like Kinnan that are like, hey, what if have mana times 2? Like it turns out cheating of mana, cheating of cost, cheating of things into the battlefield, kind of one of the more broken things we can do in the format. Ironically, like it feels like Farm is like one of the few decks that doesn't actually do that and is considered one of the best.
But I think that's why Magda, I feel like, has continued to have a spot in our format, is that usually, like, you would expect a mono red deck to really, really struggle because, like, you're not going to be able to cast a lot of your really, really impactful spells. Like, Gamble, unless you also have, like, an E-Zone in play, and you really don't want to be on a lot of, like, colorless lands because it's going to make it harder to get your commander out. But so many of Magda's lines are through, like, activated abilities or triggered abilities that it gives them opportunities to do stuff in really, really non-traditional ways, but they're really, really powerful.
Yeah, despite being artifact combos, it's a creature combo deck, right? Because like you can play only creatures and win with this deck, right? Now it may tutor artifacts out of the zone or out of the library, right? But at the end of the day, it is a deck that can be assembled by just sequencing creatures one after the other, right? Like you never need to cast a non-creature spell to win with Magda. Absolutely. And I think that itself is such a strength. And then, as you mentioned, the transition to, okay, I don't even need to cast anything anymore. It's just activated abilities, right? Like I say this all the time with Sisay Weatherlight Captain. Sisay plus land drops is lethal at some point, like it is a deck that has a certain disturbing level of inevitability. And I think Magda comes with a similar outcome, right? Like if you just get to tap or attack with Magda at a few turns, like there is going to be a point where they just put the loaded gun on the table and say good luck. What I really love about sort of the composition of this pod too, because we had a bit of a pregame conversation of All right, we want to see pods where players need to win games to get
Yep.
into this top cut, right? So what we see here is the sort of projected and understood threshold is that
Hmm.
maybe some 16-point players will get in, but realistically, we're assuming 17 points is the bubble here, right?
Yeah.
So I was a little bit nervous when I saw that we were featuring two players that have 11 points in Swiss here, right?
Hmm.
But if I'm in Jared's seat or I'm in James's seat, they're specifically 2, 0, and 3, meaning they have
Hmm.
13 points. So for either of them, they need to get that last win. They
Hmm.
need to be able to win this game.
Absolutely.
Now, they have a game where they hypothetically could take a draw here, but it doesn't do any of them any
Oh
good
yeah.
in the 13-point spots. The
Hmm.
11-point players are a little bit more incentivized to potentially think about that draw, but I really think all of these players are super motivated to get the win this round.
Hmm.
It's also so good for their breakers if they walk away
Oh
with the
yeah.
win in this round, right?
Yeah.
And so getting the win here all but cements multiple of these players. Now, obviously, the players that go up to 16 points are a little bit more in a tenuous spot, whereas
Hmm.
any of the players who are hypothetically win on 13 points, they're in a spot that is really going to catapult them into a very solid position.
Hmm. As well as like beyond just making like top cut,
Mm-hmm.
in top pods, seating is so important. I'm
Totally.
sure, I
Totally.
know I've felt it. I'm sure you've experienced it,
Yeah.
or people watching the stream have, where it feels like if you're in fourth seat,
Yeah.
sometimes it's as if the game has almost already been decided by the time it gets to you,
Yep.
especially when you're dealing with very high skilled players.
Yeah.
And if you look at these players' records, and we can assume off their scores alone that they've
Yeah.
got what it takes to play like
Absolutely.
cEDH at the highest level.
Yeah.
And so it becomes to come down to these context clues like mulligans,
Yeah.
seeding, that can really affect the way that a deck is able to function. For instance,
Yeah.
if you're on a Bant deck in seat fourth and you have to mulligan down to fourth, that's a rough spot to be.
Yeah. What I also, speaking of turn order, the fact that we have Aang in fourth seat on a
Hmm.
multi-forward here too, right? You can see those numbers on screen that I've written with my beautiful penmanship. We do have 2 sevens out of the players who, once again, have better records, rolled the high seats in this
Hmm.
pod, right? Tough spot for Sky in seat 3 and Aang in seat
Hmm.
4 here with Pizwiz. Jared playing a devoted druid out on turn 1, very much noting to the pod, hey, this is a cute synergy in my deck and
Hmm.
not a Hazel decks. This is just a devoted druid.
We're exploding the Magda.
Dwarves. Are we losing when it's next turn? I need an artifact
It's
dwarf.
not gonna be a lose. It's gonna be a put a like a portal or a DPS or something like that into play. And if they don't have to, then they're just gonna tutor artifact dwarf, go to turn one again. But realistically, it's tutor, hate piece, tutor, hate piece, tutor, hate piece until we're in the dirt.
I also don't have player audio.
Tutor win, but if we have nothing, then just tutor win.
Right now, on the coming turn.
Correct. Possibly. It depends if there's like artifact or we lose on the spot. If there's a different snapper or not, if there's the 4 mana one, Clock Omens, we also lose.
Right. I need artifact dwarf and block. You have like 6 artifact dwarfs and that, and then I think there's 8. But you probably don't play like the fourth one. I like one.
Oh, okay, we're good. Hello, everybody. We are back. Apologies for that slight delay there. Unfortunately, the software that we're using and the computer that it was being used on completely crashed. So we are back. Luckily, not too many game actions have transpired since we last showed you what was happening in this game. We had Eric run out to the match just to essentially watch what was happening live during the course of the game, who is just returning as we speak. Yeah, we'll have to jump back in and show you what's up with that. But yeah, as I said, it's really only been about a turn here. We had Magda come down, play a few dwarves. We have the essentially very similar board state coming out of Hapatra in this situation here. Sky is unfortunately resting on just a Tundra and an Esper Sentinel, and I believe we're about to go into the second turn here of BizWiz, but definitely seems like a really explosive start out of Magda. I mean, it kind of whipping out 3 dwarves out of nowhere is pretty insane. I know you were out there watching what happened, Eric. Can you talk to us about how the Magda sort of just dumped their whole hand out of nowhere? As you can see through probabilities in, which is here, the players are actively trying to assess this table.
Yeah. What's going to be the most difficult for this spot is that Sky had to hold really help to keep the Magda in check. Looking at their hand, their commander for the most part is the only interaction that they have for Magda right now. Yeah, they have like devastation and some of that stuff going on. But if I were right now is this should win the side. Yeah, like that and attack for combat are pretty much the only things that women are doing on their turn. We're gonna have to put a little more face than they like to. Yeah, absolutely. And like the fact that it's not something that's easy to blow up. It's not something you can interact with. It's not something that they can easily take off the board. Right? So, like, I think even at the putting information there, that happened. But it's sort of classic guys that are okay. And so this is also something I love David, who has repeated this lesson the hard way many times, is that while you're not going to systematic counterfeiting spells, running stone all the factor is because a lot of the things we do is like things like that. And so I don't really get the aspect of just really going to clear the way and the ability to have the ability to be able to take out the crisis, things like that, yes, enough as well. You are doing things free multiples of free. To politics pretty aggressively, which Magda nothing like tutoring for help like the orders actually that like just happening actually is the ability there because we really have three boards.
Artisan leaving sucks.
Issue is like, I understand those players because they are effectively out of this game if those devoted druid goes away, right? If either of their devoted druids go away. That being said, I don't know. Like, it's still a situation there where, like, the deck with some of the highest card quality in the format, also having infinite mana, and also having all of your opponents locked under God Pharaohs, it's a really tough situation to validate, in my opinion. Like letting them have such an advantage while they also still have a Ristic on board, a bunch of interaction. Like, it's, yes, Sky has also saved them from Magda, but also at what cost? You know, the monkey's paw curls, right?
I feel like I would have expected to see a sort of deal of like you're allowed to have infinite mana, but like you can't
push for another turn.
or like
whatever.
you can't draw off like Ristic, or something like that. Like you need something to balance out the fact that like infinite mana is like a huge thing to like allow a player to have. So I would need to find some other way to like restrict it. But I think that's also I can. It's not difficult for me to put my like self in the shoes of these players, and especially if you're like have Terra and like Golgari. There's only so many things that you can do, and especially knowing that Sky is on a bit of a more control-y list. I get the idea of like, well, it does give me like probably one more turn. Maybe even two. Like, and if you're a really good pilot, that like all it takes is like one right card for you to be back in the game.
Totally.
So it is always difficult for me because I never know quite who to bet on in a pod like this, especially when it comes down to the draw dynamic. I think that's also part of why I don't think Sky showed them the Firestorm, because I think the temptation of them saying, "Oh, we'll just kill our devoted druids, and then you'll have to Firestorm," but then that kind of puts them in a situation where that only makes sense if they're drawing.
Well, they also could not have cast the Firestorm if the infinite mana didn't happen. That's the other issue. Because they only have 2 blue-white lands in that situation there, right?
They would have had to, because they still had the City of Traders before they played the blue-white land.
Yes.
Does Godfrest actually increase by 2 or 3?
2.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So then they would have had to wait to Firestorm until next turn.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Also, a little bit of extra clarification on why that flare happened. James is very specifically saying, I wanted to specifically commit a crime while my Magda Horde Master was in the field. So even though it does feel like a waste of a flare, it's kind of one of those situations where, like, yes, it is not super optimal, but it did get them some mana advantage going into this turn cycle, right? Which is allowing them to play Magda back out of the command zone. So it ends up being actually a little bit more relevant than we were originally diagnosing it to be.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go to end step. Any response to me going to end step?
Yep, we see James just having the 2 dorks and passing the turn, right? The 2 little dwarves there. I'm curious to see if anyone has any ability to keep Sky in check at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I guess their ability to play another dwarf, potentially if they had it in hand, that does mean that casting the flare, if they're able to get back to their turn, would give them 5. Because they'll have committed the crime with the flare, and then they'll be able to swing both of these. I don't think like anyone would let the Magda Horde Master in anywhere, or so they're gonna have to station. Oh no, that's just OG Magda. Never mind.
Yeah. This is a 3-mana devoted druid here. Classic Tales all this time. Yeah. Jared makes sense. Is in a tough spot in this situation here. I would be quite surprised if these players got much more past this Sky turn. That being said, Sky did have to pitch a lot of cards to Firestorm there, but Breach decks tend to find a way to to put cards back in. Yeah.
Breach finds a way.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very interested to see how the progression of this game goes. Players making jokes about this guy getting a copy of Walking Ballista, which is very obviously not in this control farm list. I mean, Sky has a huge advantage going into this current position here, so I'm interested to see how she can capitalize on it.
Yeah, they're incredible. I would feel very confident saying they're incredibly favored.
Yeah,
now they're going up to 200 quintillion, which is 10 times the amount that they made on Magda's turn. I wonder if there's something to that.
Getting clarification, this is a upkeep Vampiric Tutor going into Sky's turn. not looking good for Sky's opponents, I would argue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, once again, anytime you're giving any player infinite mana, it's probably not a good time. Yeah, so what do you think Sky's options are here for this situation? Because, like, obviously, unless she has a land drop, she can't get Breach, right? Which is very real. And the Breach pile isn't the most attractive in the world as of right now, right? So I'm kind of wondering if this is just like, oh, do we play another advantage engine just to break out of these situations here? Or are we just, we trying to actually put the nail in the coffin, you know?
I'm trying to think, as far as I'm aware, there's nothing that they would be able to get to filter the mana.
Oh, actually, you know what? Putting intuition on top sort of
Oh, that solves a lot of
it
problems.
solves a lot of problems. The only problem with intuition specifically is, once again, if they don't have that red source, then the players just give them actual breach, and then they still can't win the game, right? So
Which actually makes it really interesting that they tap. Oh no, because they had to tap it
they had
for the
Valor's turn.
Vantir.
Yeah,
Okay.
specifically having the two blue-white sources as the only two lands for these situations has actually come up multiple times over the course of this game.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
started that sentence and then immediately was like, oh.
We see the Vamp tutor card for turn. Technically speaking, they've gone through steps and phases, and they can't actually copy artifact there. But I'm assuming the players will recognize that there's just infinite mana, and there's no need to really be super pedantic about it at this current moment. So now we see Sky making a copy of the God Pharaoh statue.
Used to be so fun.
Handshake coming from the Magda player.
Yeah.
A tale as old as time. Namely, game respects game.
Yeah, game recognized game for sure. I mean, interestingly enough, though, Magda's still in a position where, like, they can pay 3 mana for a 1 mana dwarf and then have an activation. You know, going into this next turn cycle. Obviously, Sky could have interaction and yada yada yada, Ristic study, something. Kind of wild to see just this God Pharaoh statue here. I don't necessarily know that that was the most impactful use of a vampiric tutor in this spot, right? There's also equally a reality where you just go grab something like a removal spell like swords or whatever, right? And just put Magda in the command zone, make it cost 6 when you know that's not the resources that are currently available, right?
Yeah. Pathetic turn, Yugi boy.
Looking at this list, it looks like Sky isn't on intuition.
Oh, wow.
Which would,
Yeah.
What am I gonna do with this card?
Yeah, that's kind of wild, actually. Would have just assumed that, like, control farm would just be on intuition. Interesting. Then gifts or no?
I don't think I saw my gifts.
Well, all right. Yeah, Pizwiz and Jared have +4 to all their spells, so that's definitely a limiting factor there for those players. I have a feeling they're, despite mentioning earlier that their best out was unfortunately a draw, is not something that the players are excited about. It kind of seems like a necessary evil at this point for these players.
Which is 100% not the position you want to be in. But I think if you're like Haptera and Aang, there's already so many things you don't want to be happening.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's still a reality here where James just slams the Universal Automaton, wins the game here.
Yeah.
I don't think it's happening, but it's cute. It's a fun little possibility. We see a 1-drop about to be put on the stack. I mean, Sky has used a lot of resources, so like there is a reality that that James can just sneak it here, but we'll see. We'll see.
So hypothetical. Jared draws Beseju for turn.
Yeah.
Are they able to successfully force a draw by saying I'll Beseju the imposter knight?
That's a really good question here. I don't even know if it's like force a draw. I think it just is a concession to James. Yeah.
Here's a clock.
Wow. Here's a clock. And paying for Ristic study. Fascinating. The issue here is that it doesn't do anything right now. Unfortunately, there is no artifact dwarf specifically, right? So until James is able to be honest, like I just kind of looking into this control farm list, and maybe this is a lesson in not playing scared, right? Clearly able to take a decent amount of advantage here, and also, what I will say is that like going down to 0 treasures floating It's rough. It's rough.
Mm-hmm.
You see Clock of Omens
Do you want this or City Trigger?
Untapping the
untopping the
Mox
Mox Diamond here. So Jared and Sky, sorry, Jared and James working together for whatever's about to be cast, the Badger Mole Cub. Okay, I'm a little confused.
I just did that. My own spell is against.
Badger Mulligan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Earthbend trigger.
It seems like they're kind of under the impression that Sky is like a problem right now, so they're sort of just working together sort of universally, I guess, is the vibe. But
Misty Rainforest.
yeah, I don't know necessarily that I'm like, hey, Habatro, like just here's the next leg up for this game, right? Interesting development there for that for sure.
Yeah.
Now, what I will say is like these other players not playing spells does still choke Sky and resources, right? Because they need to, actually draw some of these cards.
A little bit of irony that I'm finding particularly humorous in this moment is that like never has a fetch mattered so much when a player already has infinite mana.
So real. Yeah, you're not kidding. Honestly, even if it's just in this situation, make infinite mana play Crom, make infinite mana play Timna.
Yeah.
Like that's a clock.
Yeah.
It's a real clock with this game right now.
Yeah.
Not just damage wise, but also putting cards in hand, right? Like it is. I don't think anyone's double spelling anytime soon, but like a 4/4 flying beater that consistently gives you Timna draws is very real. And now that they have the ability to very specifically play, white black with the Felwar Stone to play Timna, blue red with the Hella Fountain Volcanic Island to get Crom out. This is a real pivot point. Now Sky just has to decide whether they're willing to tap out completely to set that situation up, right?
We get Love Fortune. Why would I play that?
Some 2 blue pips.
Yep, just like we predicted.
Yeah,
Crom is ready to rumble in the jungle.
Well, the good news is there won't be a lot of second spells.
Players saying good news is there's not going to be a lot of second spells.
Yeah.
Just Crom and pass here, which makes a lot of sense. I obviously, given the situation that happened last turn with Clock of Omens resolving, I think very clearly a situation where we do not want to overcommit by tapping out fully here to get that Timna draw, where you can still play Crom, hold up Crom, have blockers against the Magda onslaught, hypothetically speaking, right? It makes sense to have that happen here. I mean, as we mentioned, James is one live draw away from winning this game.
Absolutely. So traditionally, I would think of Blue Farm having much higher card quality than Magda.
Yeah.
But based off the way that the board state has developed, it does seem as if James is much closer in terms of what they're able to draw off the top for turn.
And tell them it showed the bear earlier.
That was crazy.
That was crazy. But also, now that the Crom is out.
Metal Torque, pay for stuff.
Liquid Metal Torque, pay for study. This is the game right
Is
here.
that
if this spell's resolved.
Is that an artifact dwarf?
Liquid Metal Torque is effectively a Mind Stone effect that allows you to turn a creature into an artifact. However, we do see infinite mana, Force of Negation, using the 2 blue pip.
Where did the second blue pip come from?
Felwar Stone and the Tundra. Felwar Stone is able to tap for blue because of the tropical island.
Oh, gotcha. For some reason, I thought it had already tapped.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, literally, James is still threatening wins here pretty aggressively. So, like, good for him. Like, this is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Also paying for Ristic Study every time he's going for these win attempts, which is extremely real, right? Definitely putting a real threat on this table, and I think doing a really great job of like not letting Sky just run away with this game.
Absolutely.
Even though once again she has infinite mana.
Yeah. Now reflecting back on like the Flare of Dupe, treasure from the Magdal Horde Master, as well as all the times that they've paid for Ristic, I'm beginning to really, really have a deeper appreciation for how Magda is really keeping a cool head.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're playing to their outs pretty aggressively here. Obviously multiple firestorms to the face is not exactly like the place you want to be with this game, but that being said, I think that this is a pretty good spot if you're Magda. Like, you're keeping yourself alive. There's so many active draws in this deck that just turn this into, haha, here's the win, right? So Yeah, definitely some really interesting stuff here. We do see Jared kind of just trying to play this game after locked under 2 God Pharaoh statues, so I'm interested to see, kind of what the developments from these other players is going to look like. Hapatra, yep, 7 mana Hapatra, no big deal. 7 mana referring to 6 mana for the spell, 1 to pay for Rhystic Study. Just being super based about it, TBH. If I'm Magda, I'm also quaking my boots a little bit because obviously Hapatra is going to keep my board state under control if that's the case, and paying a 6 mana Magda under a Godfrey statue, not a pretty situation there. So Magda's clock has increased significantly, which is crazy because Jared's board only got this way because he untapped the Mox Diamond last turn.
Yeah.
So I wonder if they have some sort of deal in place, or if this is just like they're free to chill. Okay, we've got a Stormkiller Artist. Sky no longer choked on pips. Yeah, definitely going to be something.
You see the Timna
I'm
coming
kind
out.
of yeah. Okay, there is the Timna. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm kind of surprised to not see Timna in the situation here. So we very much are seeing that case.
Something I was thinking, still trying to like contemplate on that decision on tap the Mox Diamond, knowing that like Bulgari has specifically a lot of creature removal.
Yeah.
I wonder if they were trying to like be extra safe just by ensuring that the Haptera tapped out.
Right.
There could be something more to that there, but as we were talking about earlier, Haptera is really good at dealing with Magda, and especially in a game that is running a risk of coming down to beats. Oh, there's an Enlightened Tutor.
Yeah, off this Timna trigger here. This is looking worse and worse for these opponents. Although Sky could have gotten a breach before with functionally an extremely similar graveyard, so I would be surprised if they went for a breach line here. That being said, there is a Ska, right? There's a Stormkiller Artist here, so I wonder if this is affecting some of that decision making. That being said, I don't think there's a win here, at least from what I remember in the graveyard, and that's also could be extremely indicative.
The only other tutor I believe we've seen is Vampiric Tutor, so unless they would need to have a Born in hand to be able, because you would Enlightened Tutor, cast Born, draw the breach, cast breach.
Well, they do have the Timna trigger on the stack, so that part's already taken care of. So the whatever is getting Enlightened Tutored here will be drawn naturally. It's more so if this was a breach, how do you resolve a breach that wins the game?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. They would need to be able to
play one of their cantrip spells.
Because they need to be able to Vampiric Tutor in response to the Timna trigger.
Well, the Timna trigger's on the stack currently with his Enlightened Tutor. That's so there's no way to get the Timna trigger again. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sky thinking about this decision for so long is kind of showing us that it's not just clean, cut and dry, grab reach, win game, right? But every resource that she gains puts them closer and closer to losing this game, right? So it's not exactly like her Enlightened Tutoring here feels super good. It's just like it's nice to know that it's not immediately the game is over. Period. Right.
What would you get in this situation?
Honestly, knowing now that her deck list has such specific pieces, that's honestly a great question. Because I would have assumed, being in this control farm list that they wanted things like, intuition and things like that, right?
Okay, it looks like they're asking about what's in graveyards, indicating the thing about main bet. Is that a Mind Break?
Wishclaw Talisman.
Oh, Wishclaw.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Maybe not go for the win this turn, but set up the win for next turn makes a lot of sense.
I like that a lot.
I think, trying to push anything with the current board state would be pretty ambitious with Wishclaw, but I think the idea of Wishclaw crack next turn sort of cements a victory, I think makes a lot of sense here. But they do have to use their only non-green source to play the Wishclaw if that's what they want to do going into the second main phase here.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in the fact that it seems like Sky is indicating that they're trying to cast this Wishclaw on second main, whereas or it might have just been the express notion, can I draw this Wishclaw Talisman? Yeah, because casting the Wishclaw here sort of just taps you out with Heuristic Study going into this turn cycle, as opposed to just like the treasure is going to stick around anyways, so it's not like you're losing mana by not casting the Wishclaw here. But we do see, Otawara as land for turn. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So Otawara here, making land drop for turn.
Was Otawara their last card in hand?
Yes.
Activate Wish
Uh,
Claw.
activate and pass Wishclaw here. Definitely want to give to Aang, I'm assuming.
What a game.
But
Probably one of my
what is
best.
the Wishclaw grabbing here that actually wins the game?
Actually,
With just a blue mana available. I feel like the Wishclaw situation ends up in a very similar one, but yeah, I don't know if there's anything I'm particularly missing. This guy's not on Cycrypt, yeah?
it's the do shirt, dude.
Yeah, not on Cyclone Crypt. Well, why not? That's the real question. Making a comment, making it sound like they're potentially grabbing Chain of Vapor, because they mentioned something about sacking a land. Interesting, interesting.
I'm gonna get so much cool shit with this.
Yeah, because that would not be the worst line in the world. It's like, you know, pay blue, bounce my Fell Warstone, reset my colored choice, get a treasure off of Stormkill Artist, sack the land, copy, bounce the Wishclaw back to hand.
They can end by getting the Wishclaw back, and then they can also copy artifact it, so they'll get double. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
This is exactly where you're going. Yep. The tough part of this situation here is that we're essentially seeing a spot in which this Chain of Vapor coming back to your opponents is not trivial, right? Like there is actual downsides as to what this could hypothetically target in the situation here. Now, notably, every time that Sky is able to copy this Chain of Vapor, they are able to get an additional treasure with this Stormkill Artist. So it is a non-trivial amount of mana being generated at this point. You even see them in this situation bouncing their own Tymna to hand to just get another copy of this Stormkill treasure. Now, obviously, when it comes to bouncing the Wishclaw Talisman back to your hand, it's going to have some very uncomfortable moments here with this Chain of Vapor, and so that's why we are getting a few self pounces out of the way first. Yep. We have a sacrifice land, target Crom, get another Stormkill Artist trigger. Makes a lot of sense. Sky is trying to do their best to set themselves up for a pretty clean breach line after the case. But yeah, because now they're going to end up in a situation where they'll be able to essentially go through this entire loop again, but also have a breach in play, do this the Wishclaw out of the graveyard, etc., and find a situation in which they can get the Chain of Vapor back out of the graveyard, continue with the combo as mentioned. So, yep, and because it's in the main phase with this infinite mana here, you don't really get punished by having your Apostromech bounced at any point here, and yeah, it gets pretty interesting. So, I think Sky is midway through piecing together a win. It's just kind of ugly and not clean in the situation. Now debating whether they are trying to bounce their own Rhystic Study just to get another Stormkill bounce in this situation here. So I think it definitely flirts the line with things that can go really, really bad. But they're choosing to go, yeah, let's not get too fast and loose here. Let's bounce the Wishclaw Talisman back to hand and make Aang be the person who chooses to Chain of Vapor here. I think it is correct to either hit the Stormkill Artist or one of these other pieces because it does come at somewhat of a real cost. I think is one of the situations where it can get very easy to go, oh, I don't really know that it's worth it to Chain of Vapor at this point, but I don't necessarily agree that that is the case.
My hand is all as well. My hands are relevant. I mean, do you have anything?
Have the mana to make it happen. Jared also echoing the notion that I had mentioned but a moment ago, where bouncing Stormkill Artist does seem like the safe play here if they're trying to get out of the situation, right? So bouncing Stormkill Artist is, as we noticed in through multiple iterations of this loop, right? Like we have been fighting against the amount of available colored pips. We haven't really been fighting against anything else in this current situation. So hitting that Stormkill Artist will be the thing that is most likely to get these players a chance to live through this turn cycle. Otherwise, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Scott. I think the one makes sense for that. Yeah, I'll get rid of my sugar.
Yes, we are seeing officially the tropical island is being sacrificed to bounce the Stormkill Artist. So I'm also getting clarification from the judge right now on how long does the open have for a time extension. Just so we can get clarification on, because there's only about 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the round itself. So we want to get clarification on how long these players have in addition.
I think if they get to bounce the ska, they'll get bounce their copy artifact, and then have it come in as a pocket omen, and then they can wish ball their way through.
Kind of.
But that's two activations with infinite mana. Or
I am just gonna ask for a game action on this one.
I don't think you get bounce.
So the player is now discussing the fact that, hypothetically speaking, Sky could copy the Chain of Vapor an additional time if they do target the Ska to rebounce the copy artifact back, and then play it back down as a copy artifact to copy Clock of Omens to essentially get 3 Wish Claw activations. I don't know necessarily that that line was perceived. I think that would actually be a pretty solid line. I think a lot of the players sort of being ambitious about like what is capable in that situation there, and also the 3 wish law activations does involve turning off a bunch of these treasures, right? So it is a non-zero chance that that play would not necessarily work out as clean as maybe James was making it sound it would be. We get another Wish Claw activation here out of Sky, now this time with 4 treasures available, and once again, infinite green mana. So we are, making our way to the situation. Very heads-up play here by Sky. Now, traditionally speaking, a lot of players would get overly ambitious here and just go put an Underworld Breach into play, but Sky being super heads-up and going and grabbing Underworld Breach after with this Demonic Tutor. Now, by going with the Demonic Tutor first, you are setting up your graveyard perfectly, right? This is a situation here where this is absolutely working, and the Demonic Tutor is kind of the choke piece. But what they're saying here is the players are going recognize Demonic Tutor for Underworld Breach, put the Underworld Breach on the stack, and now the players are saying, hey, can we set up a situation here where we eat the Demonic Tutor out of the graveyard? And I do think that can fizzle Sky in this moment here. So we see the Clock of Omens untap the Mox Diamond so that now the Deathrite can eat that Demonic Tutor.
I'll exile the demonic.
I think this might be enough to fizzle Sky.
Whoa.
Yeah. Players losing 2 here. Now, once again, notably, there is a little bit of a time extension because these players are in the feature match. However, we have not gotten clarification from the judge yet on how long they have available. But as far as actual time in the round sans extension, there's only 1 minute 58 seconds left, which is why you can definitely tell the pace of play that Sky is going for is definitely much more expedited, right? They've been a pretty patient player for the majority of this game, but now they're in a situation in which they are playing at a very brisk pace because, yeah, if they're going to win the game this turn, it has to be right now.
Absolutely.
Now, what I will say in this situation here is, depending on this time extension, every other player has now changed the narrative on what they are doing to am I trying to win this game or am I just trying to survive through Sky's turn here? Because depending on how much time is available, I don't know if James is getting an untap, which is a shame because it seems like James is one of the only other players who actually has the chance to win the game here. We are seeing once again a situation where Chain of Vapor bounce the Felwire Stone, Chain of Vapor bounce the Wish Claw back to hand. They do have the option here to sack the Trop Island and bounce the Breach back to hand. It doesn't necessarily fix any of the problems, but it definitely doesn't hurt either because it's kind of free at that point. We are about to get clarification on that time extension in but a moment here.
It looks like
they have that long.
You could
14 minutes?
bounce the...
No, okay.
No, there's
Total remaining time in round. Okay, got it.
awesome.
So,
shout out to our judge
14
staff.
minutes remaining in round for these players in this feature match. So, yeah, they definitely have a decent amount of time extension. You know, we mentioned this yesterday, but want to clarify, like, when these players come to be on the feature match, they need to be fitted with microphones. They need to be set up with the appropriate board states. They need to be able to recognize turn order. They need to, be given the riot act on things to and not to do on the stream. And so, yeah, sometimes it takes, as you can see, a situation like this, up to 14 minutes of extension time. Plus, they have made a few judge calls in the course of the game, as we have seen. It makes sense where they get this extra time. So, hypothetically speaking, if Sky somehow fizzles in this situation here, James most likely does get a turn. Yeah, they're currently having a conversation about where this Chain of Vapor copy that is currently being controlled by PizWiz goes. I think they're having clarification that, yeah, the sack target breach makes a lot of sense here. it doesn't really matter too much because at the end of the day, they're both things that need 1 pip to be cast because of the infinite green mana.
Yep.
So, it's sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other type of thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I think the Chain of Vapors mattering has not been super important here. But notably, Sky doesn't have a lot of tutors remaining that just put cards right into the graveyard, but they're just going and grabbing the brain freeze here and making things nice and clean. Not necessarily trying to get too cute with going over the multiple tutors, not trying to get anything there. I'm going to go grab brain freeze. Oh, by the way, the storm count in this turn is like, kind of ridiculous with Stormkill Artist. Lion's Eye Diamond does not need to be found. Yeah, this looks pretty cut and dry. The game is looking like it's going to be over in Sky's favor. Played a pretty clean game here in this match, and not surprised they're walking away with the win. Unfortunately, one of these, the enemy of my friend situation came up where, hey, you need to let me make infinite mana so we can survive the turn cycle. Unfortunately, that came back to bite these players in the sense that, they let her sit with infinite mana for like 5 turns.
Yeah.
That probably kills you at some point. Now, to be fair, in James's defense, he tried to win multiple of those turns.
Yeah.
So, he can only do so much. Unfortunately, Piz and Jared couldn't really do a whole lot to guarantee that they get to untap there.
Yeah. Or go for the wrong line.
Yeah. And honestly, that was one of the reasons I was so critical of Sky, like, wasting time with the Kinnan player yesterday, because I know how deliberate of a player they are. They're very methodical with their plays and things like that. And so, like, taking so much time to, like, double-check the Kinnan player's math and all of their card draw and things like that, I was like, listen, you are good enough to know what's happening here, right? Which is, as we're seeing, like, hey, these players can get silenced. Sky is showing them the Fairy Mastermind here. Hey, I'm going to mill out the rest of the table. Activate Fairy Mastermind. You all will draw from empty decks. Let's see what happens here. The player's also getting clarification that, Brain Freeze is making something like 20 treasures every time it's cast. So pretty easy to go mana positive at that point when your 2-mana spell makes like 20 mana. I just don't see it. I don't know. Players asking them to play it out. Once again, this is another one of those situations where it's like, your players have every right to ask you to play it out here, but like, what do they think Sky's going to mess up at this point?
Yeah, I think I would go back to this of like, you have like main phase, combat, grieving phase, like all these players were for the most part on double win and ends. And so for these players, this is a very high likelihood that they're watching their shot at the top cut kind of go out the door.
Piz specifically, I believe, is losing their potential to win the game. I will say Jared and James actually can afford this loss here. So if they yes, because they're 2-0-3. So if they win next round, they still go with 18 points. So they're actually in a perfectly reasonable situation here. Now Sky, funny enough, is not even locked at this point. Sky will have to either walk away with the next round with a draw or a win. I think in the situation here, there is most likely a situation in which Sky should be in a good situation. Now, we mentioned we don't know if 16 points or 17 points is the bubble. I'm still thinking 17 points is going to be the bubble here. So Sky walking away with 16 points in this round, but it has to at least walk away with the draw next round. If she does officially put the nail in the coffin here, which, I think we all know she's gonna.
Yeah.
My Thoracle actually bombed. Is there still no Thoracle?
Potentially, Sky may have not seen the line of Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, well, the Thassa's Oracle we are discovering actively is one of the bottom 2 cards of the library. So Sky will have to go with the Brain Freeze line that she mentioned earlier with the Fairy Mastermind win. It's just one of those inconvenience times.
So we have 4 copies of Brain Freeze on this deck.
There are 4 copies of Brain Freeze on the stack that Sky is recognizing. She also recognizing that she did miss her Stormkill Artist triggers on the, a million Brain Freezes that just happened.
I'd like to acknowledge that I missed my triggers.
Sky is now gambling, which makes sense to go put the Thassa's Oracle into the hand. It is at this point where it does not matter. I think really players need to recognize the writing is on the wall. They're also silenced under all of this. But,
absolutely.
I guess making her play it out at this point for this exact situation of what happens if it is in the last 2 cards. Players joke in the graveyard order matters.
Anyone want to cut my deck?
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny.
Sky asking if anyone wants to cut their deck of one.
Notable, this guy is encouraging an opponent to make a rule violation because you can't cut a countable number.
Oh, true, true.
Tricky Sky.
Kai this guy here discarding the Crom, and we see Athasa's Oracle entering the battlefield.
Good sports. Good sports.
I love this. Yes, I was just about to say this. Good sportsmanship from the opponents, clapping it out. Yeah, what a swingy game. It was really fascinating to watch. A wild line where, hey, I've had infinite mana for like 5 turns. This is a situation in which, you don't see that often. I mean, but this is why I tell people all the time, especially when, as someone who works with people who are brewing and innovating in that format.
Yeah, you do a lot of that.
There's a lot of folks who are like, hey, my deck has an A+B infinite mana, and here's a couple outlets in the deck. And I'm like, is it your commander? Then don't put the infinite in there, right? Like, there's so many situations in which, like, you need to have that outlet accessible for yourself. Now, it's also a little bit different if your commander is one of those pieces that is also, like, part of the A+B to make the infinite mana. Kinnon's a great example of this, right?
It is a great example.
But Kinnon's also the outlet, so that
it is an outlet as well. Yeah.
But I think that was a really clean game from a lot of these players. I think there was a lot of situations there where they recognized the ebb and flow of the game to a pretty significant degree. I think the honest only permutation of reality there was James recognizing, hey, I am the bad guy. Can I convince you all to sack these devoted druids, to not let Sky have infinite mana here? I really think that was his only out, to recognize, like, it's part of cEDH to go, like, listen, I empathize with your position. I have a dominant board state. What can I do to convince you not to give somebody infinite mana? Because, like, there's gotta be a better way than giving Sky infinite mana.
Potentially
in that pod
there's
there,
a deal where they're like, because I think Haptera was still out, so you can say, oh, I'll swing.
Wasn't out at that point.
Was it out?
Yeah. It didn't come out until Sky had a second God Pharaohs out at that point. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, but I think, like, some situation where you go, like, hey, I understand that I'm super scary here. I don't want Sky to have infinite mana. I'll even, like, go to my turn, make a bunch of treasures, crack those treasures, make sure that I don't walk away with them at the end of the turn, if it's that scary, right? But, like, find a way out in which it doesn't involve somebody going, like, no, it's okay, I'm just going to break parity in this God Pharaoh statue, make infinite mana every turn. Like, it's going to be cool. It's going to be cool, I promise.
No, you're right. There definitely seemed like there was a little bit more room for negotiation of, like, am I able to, like, pyrokinesis my own creatures or something of that.
Exactly.
That just at the very least, it gets the conversation started of, like, I know you guys are about to lose to me. But that is going to change so fast once this imposter mech resolves.
Exactly. It's like, hey, listen, like, I can recognize that Sky and I are both the bad guy now. How can I be less of the bad guy? Like, I would love the narrative to change at this very moment, right? But still, I think, like, James did a really solid job of still, he had his windows, he still was pushing that moment. But as I said, I think that game was despite lasting a lot longer. That game was lost as soon as infinite mana was established on Sky's board, right? So how do you convince two players to strip mine themselves and allow you to hang out with the God Pharaoh statue and Magma on board? And the answer is go, like, hey, pretty please, let's make a deal. Like, let's hey, how I Mandel with the suitcase here, like, deal or no deal, let's figure it out, right?
Please. I know that you're in 4th seat and you mulligan down to 4 and they can't afford a draw, but
like, hey, let's talk to the big dog. Like, what are we working with here?
What if 3 turns from now, I Clock of Omens your Mox Diamond? Don't know if you thought about that one.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the game. The players were all very civil.
Yes,
as
very
well
respectful of one another. Yeah, absolutely.
Even though Magda didn't win, I think it was a great showing of what makes Magda so strong. And I think James was really able to lean on that. And then as well as, like, Sky, this is a great showing for a much more control-y list. Because I'm sure, I mean, there were moments I felt like, if they were on, like, more turbo pieces, they wouldn't have to, like, wait this long. But Sky is a skilled enough player that based off of, like, sequencing and the way they interacted, they were never really in danger. There were some moments where it came close, but It seemed like she had the skills to get the kills.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Now all I'm saying is she's already on Sabine's Reclamation. You could just add intuition and would have saved a lot of time in that match. But that's just me. That's my 2 cents. Like feel free to throw it out. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. But no, honestly, well executed match from all of these players. I think it was a really fun match to watch. I really want to thank you in the audience for sticking with us for those technical issues in the beginning of the game, because it still ended up turning into a absolute humdinger of a game, even with the fact that the game in the beginning got a little bit disrupted. Also, just very fun to listen into the player dialogue for that match. So a lot of good magic still yet to come.
Oh yeah,
that was round 6, y'all. We've got one more round of Swiss, and then we're into Top Cut.
I'm so excited for Top Cut.
I am stoked. I think that we've seen sort of an ebb and flow of what decks are jockeying for position here, but we've been crafting a story here in the booth who is doing well, and we've got dozens of players who we've been watching over the weekend who are just this close.
Absolutely.
Right? A lot of them are that one last win away. There's so many people that needed to double win and in this morning to get to that next spot. So I know that I'm really excited for round 7. I think it is going to be a nail biter to say the least.
Oh yeah.
Unless someone walks in and smokes the whole pod, and that'll be funny in its own way.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you in a little bit. We're gonna take a little break and then pop back in for round 7.
See you in a bit.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
Welcome back, players. We are about to start. Oh man, you moved so quick. I thought I had you. Definitely not drawing mustaches on each other. Welcome back to round 7 of the Land Go cEDH 10K Open. I'm doing my best not to move so Eric can get me back at this point. But we are about to see our last round of Swiss. And like we promised you at the start of last round, we are in a situation here where we are featuring players not who are already locked for Top Cut, but the players who are do or die. This is their last opportunity to be able to make Top Cut.
sorry. That was really difficult for me. But I mean, like, this is the point of the stream where everything is going to be difficult to get either on screen, on the stack, on the board. It's like this is do or die time.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
you know, when it comes to like Top Cut and Top 4, a lot of these are people who have been able to play this far into the tournament. They more than likely have experience with the way that the games tend to modify when you have more time or more time around. But the type of volatility that shows up when like people have to win, we have seen situations where players aren't able to handle the pressure and they push way too early, or they can see in their mind a world where their win gets stopped and then they're just out of the tournament, and so they never push. They miss windows.
They make a mistake, you know. What I'm really excited about in this pod is, for a little bit of peek behind the curtain, we essentially had an opportunity here where we had 2 pods in front of us. We wanted to see 2 decks that we thought were kind of cool. Now, pod A, we said, all right, if these 2 play together, fantastic. It'll be a perfect serendipitous event. That didn't happen. And we had 2 pods for you. We had one pod, which was the very spicy deck that was right on the bubble. And 3 turbo decks that were just absolutely not going to let this game get past turn 2. Or we had a pod here, like the one we're about to feature, that has some dynamic gameplay, some different strategies. So we said, hey, let's jump down to this pod in particular, and we'll talk about some of these players and some interesting developments that are going to come out of some of the deck lists here. But we said, yeah, a little bit more diversity in the pod than what was the other one? It was a 5-color turbo Ral and Rogzai in the same pod. We said, hey, listen, we love the idea of giving y'all a feature match that lasts longer than 15 seconds. So this is the last time you're going to see our beautiful faces before we jump down to top 16. But in the meantime, let's head over to our feature pod right now and see a little bit of what they're cooking with. So our player that we are excited specifically to highlight right now is Andy Beach, who, if you don't know who Andy Beach is, what a resume that this player has. Andy has been one of the top players for quite some time, an Ohio local. Took a bit of a mini hiatus in the midpoint of last year, but he's been playing for a pretty decent amount of time. Started out as an Atraxa main, right? Someone who literally played that deck over and over and over again. Then started branching out, became a farm player, jumped into Rogzai, has even played Hullin and decks like that. So Andy's really cool and definitely someone playing a really interesting deck here in this Yoshimaru Silas list. Now, the only other time I've seen Yoshimaru Silas was as a turbo deck, funny enough, but this Yoshimaru Silas is effectively like Rog Ishai, but an Esper. It does have the ability to play things like Necro and stuff like that, but it is very much, as Andy described it to me, yeah, it's like Rog Ishai, but with good tutors.
What's wrong with the idyllic tutor?
Yeah, idyllic tutor. Come on, guys, it's so good. But I also kind of like put a bug in Andy's ear. I was like, hey, dog, how do you win without Thassa's Oracle in this deck? And he was like, well, I have like Mean Bet and Praetor's Grasp. And I was like, all right, Andy, like, cook, brother. But clearly it's doing enough to get him to a solid position because he's coming into this round 2, 1, and 3 on this Yoshimaru and Silas list. Obviously, Yoshimaru is sort of functionally replacing what you need Rog Rep for in the Rog Ishai variants. Not able to be Red Flare, not able to be Deflecting Swat. And so those are actual losses you see in the composition of the deck list. But as I said, you make those sacrifices, you lose Breach, you lose Flare, you lose Deflecting Swat, but what you gain is a lot more consistency with Black Tutors, with Thassa's Oracle, Demonic Consultation, Taint Impact, all those kinds of things. And then who do we have here in seat 1?
In seat 1, we have Seth. It looks like when it came to brewing, they did not attempt to bend it like Beecham. Instead, this would be, I would consider like a relatively stock blue farm list. But something that we've seen before is that you can get an advantage by going for like brewmaster stuff and trying to like really wow and dazzle your opponents with a card they've never seen before. And everyone reaches out and grabs like, oh, what does this artifact do? But also just in this last game, we saw that equally impressive is when a player takes a time-tested deck like Blue Farm, just plays it consistently, does a good job, and then doesn't make any mistakes. Then we have a potato in the bottom right-hand side. In addition to being able to power a light bulb in a 4th grade class, they also are going to have to use a lot of brain power to know when to interact with other players on the stack. It looks very similar to Max P's list with a couple different changes.
Very similar to the list we featured yesterday. It has, copy enchantment, flash photography. Like it is, if other decks are slot maxing, this is definitely a slot maxing deck here, right? It has Hazel Brewmaster win condition, has Oracle win condition, but at the end of the day, it is a deck that is attempting to say, hey, listen, we got 4 colors. I can tutor up essentially what Andy's doing, but a little bit of a green kiss, a little bit of an infinite mana outlet in the zone. A little smooch there of green with this deck. So very, very grindy deck here. And then in our 4th seat position
our 4th seat is a pretty traditional ROG side as well. The most notable thing about this player is that they're one of the few monkeys to survive the .com burst with their name intact, which hopefully indicates that either if it's a early Necro or Adnaz, that they've got the kind of like stickiness that you need to fight through a pod that's going to have a lot of interaction. You were talking about how one of the things you lose with Rogrek is that early access to Fierce and Deflecting Swat as well as Flare. So I would not be surprised at all if they're not able to get out early. They begin to kind of adopt this like crouching, like waiting position to try and flare like a meme bet or something like that.
Absolutely. You could say that Dot Monkey is in fact that funky monkey.
Oh yeah.
It's also a little bit tough here because one of the more awkward parts of this pod composition, I don't know if you can see up here, but Seth's record is a bit disconcerting here. Let me circle it in a way that doesn't actually cut off the result. Seth's at 2-3-1.
Yeah.
And we don't know if 16 points is going to make this.
We do not know if 16 makes it.
So it's very awkward because of the way the pairing software currently works. We currently have a player who's 2-1-3, very much going to get in. We have, if they win this game, to be clear, 2-2-2, absolutely getting in if they win this game. 2-1-3, absolutely going to get in if they win this game. And we have a player in for a seat on farm. We don't even know if they walk away with a dub here, that they make top cut, which can be very awkward in these conversations. Like, how do you navigate that position here? Now, I'm personally of the camp of whoever wins the game of Magic that you see in front of you wins the game of Magic. And that's it. And I don't think there should be any question at that point. Because anytime that there's any sort of alternative conversations, first of all, you get in a very dangerous collusion conversation.
Very dangerous.
But I've seen this happen where a player goes, well, one person should walk away with the win in this pod, right? And they scoop someone into top 16. And then all of a sudden, the person who earned their wins, who got 17th points, but has worse breakers because they weren't scooped in, all of a sudden, they're out of money. They're in a bad situation.
Oh, yeah.
And I've seen, the worst case scenario I saw was last year at a tournament that I will politely not name, where 2 of the top 4 were people who did not get Swiss records that earned them a top 16 spot. They were scooped into top 16. And so for me, that would be a situation I fear in these situations. I actually had someone came up to me at the last event we were at who was asking, hey, what should I do here? I won our pod, but I have worse breakers. I literally looked at them and I said, who won the pod? Great. That's the person that won the pod.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any more conversation about it. Because, oh, well, I feel bad for someone in this pod. Well, they should have won the game. Because I guarantee you are messing around with someone's breakers who did win a game.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think keeping the sanctity of the match, keeping good sportsmanship, keeping the cleanliness of, it might be good sportsmanship if you think for the person sitting in front of me.
Yeah.
But I'm also tanking the tournament standings of someone else. That being said, we still don't know if 16 points is enough to get into this pod, right?
We don't know.
This is all just hypotheticals I want to throw out before a pod because, part of the stream, as we've mentioned several times here, like, we want to educate players on what to do in these tough and intense situations in these pods, right? So if you are Seth here, I'm still playing to win this game. I'm still playing with the understanding that 16 points is enough because we've had tournaments like the Boil where everyone said, It's always been 17. It's always been
Always
17. It's
been
not even
17.
close. It's always been 17. And then 15 points made it in.
Yeah.
So if I'm Seth, I am kicking and screaming and bleeding before they kick me out of this pot without a win. You know?
Yeah. The two types of math that Magic players are
Yeah.
usually the worst at are Dargo math and tournament math.
Yeah, fair,
It's
fair,
really, really difficult to tell just exactly what's going to make it. So in the same
Yeah,
way that
yeah.
if you're playing against, you know, like a Mardu list,
Yeah.
it's going to be difficult for opponents to know just how quickly that big old 7/5 pirate's going to come out. No one here is like Seth is not guaranteed, and that has got to be something that's on their mind right now.
Absolutely, absolutely, and I gotta say, like, oh yeah, we also have opening hand numbers that I'm gonna put on screen here in a second. But I really think there's just so many situations where like you don't ever know. You know, you never know who's gonna win this pod. You never know who's gonna walk away with what points. You never know what points are gonna qualify you for top cut. So play your best Magic. Walk out with your head held high. In the same way that, like, if I'm in one of these pods and we come to a natural draw because of time, my morals are sticking, right? If someone's like, "Hey, I have a win on the stack. Like, why aren't you letting me win right now?" It's like, "Did you win this game?"
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
You
If we
know?
want to think about it like in terms of like pictures, there is this sense where like cEDH players were like standing on the prow of the ship where there's all the experience and wisdom of like other players or post-game conversations where players have helped to get to the top and where your opponents have helped to improve in like small ways.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about to top cut, we expect to see players atop like a mountain of bodies. Especially you talk about this idea of people like scooping or drawing in, and they'll say like, well, because of the way the pot is composed, none of us are able to win. But I think we need to kind of zoom out and take a broader perspective of like, I without a doubt can confirm that every single one of those players at least once during the tournament thought I could go for one attempt, but if I get a draw, I'll just have to double win, you know, day two.
And you know, further exacerbating our established issue here, right? First of all, Seth in seat 1, only player not to mulligan to 5. Everyone else mulled to 5. They kept to 7, and very understandable here why you would keep this 7. Turn 1 Esper Sentinel and Mystic Remora off a Chrome Mox.
That's so
like,
good.
If I'm the other 3 players in this pod, much like last round, are going, "Hey, Arch Enemy game already.
Yeah.
You really need to get through this." But these are all decks that feed the ever-living heck out of these cards,
Absolutely.
right? If I'm Rogsai and I got a push hand, I'm essentially going, "Hey man, make him have it."
Yeah.
You know, because it's not getting better from here.
No,
realistically
no,
speaking.
no.
If he's only relying on fish, and you know the fish tax is going to get him, sure. But there's also the Esper. And now, you know, Andy's coming out here with a Mockingbird.
Yeah.
Hey, there's another Esper here, right? So,
yeah, this is definitely a huge confidence check for like turbo players. It can be really, really scary to push into board states where you know your opponents are going to be drawing cards. But also, just like you said, when you have things that like these kind of like really, really bursty things like fish, which are able to draw you a lot of cards all at once, as well as the more kind of longer drawing engines like Esper Sentinel that are always going to be around unless Ian's favorite card in Oak Ridge Warmaster comes out.
No, jeez. No, please don't.
Yeah, if you're Dot Monkey, the amount of cards in my opponent's hands is only going up.
Yeah. Also, you know, the super casual turn 1 voice of victory.
Voice of victory. Oh, it's a
TNT.
Timna attacker.
Yeah, it's a Timna attacker, guys. Ooh.
What did they pitch underneath the Chrome Mox?
They pitched a Valley Flood Collar, which is a real cost.
Okay, so
right?
that means that they can, theoretically, there is a world where they play fast as Decon.
Yeah.
They rip a land off the top. I don't know if that's what's going to happen. It's very unlikely, but man, we were talking about this earlier. I think few decks are better at surprising opponents with like early wins out of nowhere than like a TNT.
Not even respecting them enough to pay for the fish, dog. That's crazy.
Whoa. Holy cow. What did you draw, Seth?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think you did. No, I just went a minute.
So, very notably, you may have seen that the player went to go put their land for turn on the battlefield and then took it back up. First of all, that is a very legal game action. They also recognize that they did not draw their card for turn, so that's obviously a very reasonable time for you to not have played land drop, because that is impossible.
Yeah, we see some people in chat asking about Yoshimaru Silas. Yeah, and Disturbed is very correct. It's philosophically oriented around the same ideals and values that like Rog Ishai is.
Exactly.
Just in like a little bit of a different show.
Yeah, exactly. As I said a little bit pregame, it's Andy's interpretation was, hey, what if I am Ragushai with better tutors? Now, we did mention the sacrifices that you lose, things like Breach, Flare, all that kind of stuff, Firestorm, but what it does gain is, good tutors.
Yeah.
I'll go grab the volcanic island. Okay.
Andy with his new hand tattoo. Oh, no, the joke lasted for maybe 2 seconds.
Man,
Bro,
like,
exactly,
not paying for fish is
in the same turn.
wild. But also, I less am like disturbed over like how they could make such a big mistake, and instead I'm like, what are they about to cast?
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible they just immediately convert into a Ristic Study and they don't have another land drop.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah, just absolutely, just make them have it. I mean, that's 3 mana, baby. Oh,
Whoa!
geez.
How did we know? Oh my word!
Yeah. Wow. Just yikes! What a start from Seth.
Yeah,
That
what a
is
start!
like-
This is exactly what you want to see. From
What
Seth.
is it like being God's favorite child?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy when the turn 1 Esper Sentinel, turn 1 Voice of Victory doesn't even look that scary.
Yeah.
Out
Yeah.
of your opponents.
I will also say, like,
I'm presented with a horrifying option of feeding
Oh, sorry, were you here?
5 cards or sitting here with an Esper Sentinel.
just listening to player conversation right now.
Yeah, Andy's saying I am presented with a horrifying choice between feeding him like 5 cards or sitting here with an Esper Sentinel. And to be honest, if I'm Andy, 5 cards it is.
Yeah.
You know, like realistically speaking, there's a certain point where you can just sit here and be coy underneath the Ristic Study for as long as you want, but there's a Roxai at the table.
Absolutely.
There's a Voice of Victory at the table. Like,
Absolutely.
what sort of timeline are you trying to give yourself other than, hey, I need to be able to win this game? Like, this is their win in. This is Dark Ridden to Necro, I think, for Andy here. Yeah. Wow. Andy also missing a land drop, it might seem. Oh, P-Grass. Oh, that's even more clunky. That's really, really tough here. Yeah, I mean, maybe, well, I was going to say you might want to at least target Seth, but I think a lot of the cards you would Praetor's Grasp out of Seth's deck
we've already seen.
Yeah, unfortunately, you want those engines, but I don't think Andy can afford to snipe a win con out of his deck. He's just giving him
Ironically, it has to be.
boatloads of cards, right?
I'm getting a Chrome Mox and they both have theirs on the battlefield.
Andy's saying I was going to get a Chromox and you both have those in the battlefield.
Okay.
I don't know why you would get a Chromox here instead of like a land drop if he's missing one. I'm a little bit confused about that. Does Praetor's Grasp only say play? Does it say play or cast? I thought it was play. I might be wrong though. Looking at his deck real quick.
So you know what? I don't care enough to look through here to figure out what's in your hand. I'm just gonna.
Andy's saying he doesn't care enough to look through and see what is in his hand.
I'll look for explicitly necropotence and then.
Saying he's specifically looking for necropotence.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is something that I'm trying to figure out as I continue to play cEDH. It's play. Is this min-maxing of every single game action? For instance, like while you're Praetor's Grasping, looking to see if you can just like essentially like reverse engineer what like Roxai's hand is.
Yeah.
And like, is that something that you want to spend a lot of time thinking about, or do you want to like devote more processing power to like sequencing and figuring out how you're going to get under?
I'm so confused about this Chromox acquisition. Does he just like not think about the land for turn? Like,
potentially, are they on dramatic reversal?
Maybe. I associate Andy with a really tight play, so this seems a little bit strange for me. Oh, maybe it's
Mox
just for the Mox
Opal. There we go.
guess. That's so greedy.
Man, yeah, I was.
And Ristic Study. There it is.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, this is. Never mind. This is very Andy Beach.
Okay, there we go.
we're back. It's Andy time.
Good
Yep.
work, Andy.
That is fantastic.
So, I mentioned that we might be afraid of Ristic's lock. I think we are seeing that in this game.
Yeah.
What I will say that is really notable here, if this is Ragushai, Andy's in a position where he can hold up way more free interaction.
Oh, yeah.
Right? The fact that this is one of the real downsides of the Yoshi variant is that you are essentially seeing... Andy
realizing the Mockingbird is an artifact.
Oh my god, it is an artifact, Andy.
Looks like you're right. Should have been a land. You're totally right. Should have been a land. Oh, could have been a fetch too. Hashtag deck thinning.
Yeah. Andy might have overcooked a little bit.
Overcooked a little bit.
But at least he saw the line afterwards, I guess.
Yeah.
That's rough. That was
If Watsy
like
got
4 or 5 cards.
everybody would run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, that is a big punt at this part in the tournament, right?
You talking about the difference that Rograg adds to pods like this, and the amount of free interaction that it turns on, also indicates what's going to be the next hurdle for these players. Is while they are quickly acquiring a lot of cards, there's only so many ways that they can quickly acquire a lot of mana. One of the most traditional ones that we're going to see is Smothering Tithe, but the huge challenge when you're in a pod like this is that it's almost immediately going to get copied, right? Or commandeered or something about it. And so I would expect that to be, Brain Freeze targeting himself from Rockside. I don't know, that's good. That's something I'm keeping an eye out for, is who's the first one who tries to get it out.
Dude, is he going full runner right now? If this man has a breach in hand, I am going to freak out in the best possible way.
Yeah.
Listen, I know we just dodged the All-Turbo Pod, but when you see all of your opponents slot maxing so hard and their response is, Andy cast 16,000 spells, so I'm just going to mill myself with this Brain Freeze. And now the thing is, if he doesn't have breach in hand, this is a very questionable play. Now, if he does,
if he
this
does,
is pretty cool.
If he does,
or
and
Yogs
Andy
will
put an
also,
extra 6 cards in their library.
This is
there's a breach.
That's a breach.
Okay, though it's probably Yogswill then, right?
So I think I like this play a bit less.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like Dark Rate Yogswill.
Yogswill is in the list. Okay, yeah. I figured it would be.
Oh,
Yogswill's also in the graveyard?
No, I want to.
Okay.
So this is one of those mini games I like to play as a commentator called Cooked or Cooking. Unfortunately, I believe Dot Monkey is cooked and not cooking.
Asking themselves the question, just how unlucky can I get, and answering it with very.
I super don't go for that line if I don't have access to those spells, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, especially because there's only so many ways that Grixis is able to recur spells without breach.
And I understand being in a multi-5, but like that is a El Dorado miracle run more than anything.
I will say, if they milled Yogswill, they are on flashback. So it's not impossible for them to get it back, but they are on a razor's edge right now, and there's only so many outs that they can have. And so as the window continues to like slowly close in the light of Ristic Study number 4.
Yeah, but like the thing with Roxai is, right, you could very easily stick a card advantage engine in this pod, right, and then just sit.
Yeah, just
and
wait.
then anytime someone brings up how threatening you are, you go, LOL in this pod.
Yeah.
Like, guys, for real.
Yeah.
And then you wait until they eventually need to push and you go over the top, right? But like, it just seems, like for Roxai's credit, it is a deck that has really harsh mulligans, and he did multi-5, right? Now, so did 3 of the other players in this pod, and, notably, like, Andy rewarded insanely for a multi-5.
Oh, yeah.
Potato, multi-5, very crazy, right? Voice of Victory, uncounterable Mystic Remark,
Absolutely,
right? Like,
yeah.
There are many situations that this does not go as black and white as it kind of looks. Like the fact that Potato once again already has the Abolisher effect down, right?
Yeah, that's
before
huge.
Everybody drew the Force of Wills, the Mind Break Traps, all that kind of stuff, right? There's very much a world in which they could sort of, and we've kind of seen this where 2 players essentially go like, I read you as a threat. I read you as a threat. Yeah, we're not going to interact with Potato's board, and Potato just untaps on turn 3 and goes, okay, I'm going to win, guys.
Yeah.
Like we saw yesterday with Kidden, right?
Yeah. And like Andy Beach's like Praetor's Grasp, I think is a great example of like tournament fatigue and like decision making. Like there's only so many like correct decisions you can make before you're so far down a decision tree that it begins, the numbers get fuzzy and it's hard to remember, was it this game or last game that they tutored for such and such? And one of the things that we see happens is that, crazy as it is, like it's not uncommon for players to just forget that there's a Grand Abolisher on board. Because especially with this amount of Ristic Studies, like we can see an insane stack come out of nowhere. And so like little details like the fact that
Well,
no one can do anything on Potato's turn. Like,
I'm definitely down for the
unforgettable.
little details conversation, but a grand abolisher effect in play, I don't think falls into the category of little details. But you're right, people do forget this stuff. I can't tell you how many times I've kept the table in check with the Ranger Captain only to untap with it, and I'm like, okay, I get to my main phase, guys.
Yeah.
Can I crack this? And they're like, right.
But in our last game, we did see the danger of just getting a stray like high value piece or part of your combo out early, because there are tons of clones effects like Imposter Mech or other things like that. That means that while this Voice of Victory is really, really good for Potato, it's not impossible by any means to imagine Seth or Andy being able to get a clever impersonator or anything like that out.
I think the players currently are talking about the possibility of getting a wheel for Dot Monkey. And I think everyone who does not have 15 to 20 cards in hand, Seth, is kind of into this. So I think there's definitely some interesting dialogue happening right now. So we are seeing just a demonic tutor out of Roxai. Everybody and their mother draws a card. And yeah, go from there. Although, is Potato not drawing? They do have Mystic Moro.
They do.
Potato, draw your card. Why aren't you drawing? Is there some sort of political deal happening, or is this just a...
Yeah.
They might also just not be drawing in case it is a wheel, I guess, question mark, exclamation point, but also... Nope, because they're just passing. Yeah, I guess it maybe is just a missed trigger. Oh, yep, Potato was saying I missed mine.
Oh, okay, yeah. Andy putting it on the stack.
Okay, Andy putting it on the stack.
Yeah. If you're Andy, you 100%.
Yes, you need whatever you can to survive.
Yeah,
Seth's
it's
turn.
crazy to want a Voice of Victory player to
Yeah,
have access to more cards.
I know, it's so funny. But Andy has to get an untap, and Potato is one of the only way that's going to happen. Right?
Yeah.
Roxai's not exactly helping either. I wonder what Roxai ended up tutoring for there, because there's a reality in which, like, you're Roxai and you go get a piece of interaction with the understanding that one of these other players doesn't tend to wheel as well. I don't think that's what's happening here, but I think that could be a plausible reality. With all the talk of wheels, I wonder if that was ever brought up.
I also wouldn't be against them. Kind of referring back to that game plan you were talking about earlier. It's not impossible for them to get a fish and then just like sit on a flare of duplication for an hour and a half.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a bad game plan at all in this spot.
Like you're being 100% genuine there. Like that is exactly no cap. Like that is a really good idea of just like sitting back and if you have to play Silas, but like just get people to forget about you.
I think like Roxai, if you're not the first person to make one attempt, oftentimes you have to be the last person.
Vexing Bauble coming down. Hey, if you're trying to win the game, that's a really good way to narrow your opponent's options.
Absolutely.
Which is also really interesting as the proactive player, because you get to get your free counterspells out of the way to protect the Vexing Bauble, and then from there you get to just, push them in attempt. The one thing Seth has to be really careful of, and I've seen players do this, is they go for a breach line and they forget about their own Vexing Bauble and they try to play an LED and it gets countered. So you got to be really smart about your resources here going into this exact situation. Andy giving Potato the full hand reveal.
The amount of cards that Andy in seat 2 is showing the complex carbohydrate in seat 3 indicates that there is not much that we can expect to come out in terms of stopping this Vexing Bauble.
What I really appreciate there is
the whole thing to Roxai.
Listen, as someone who's played many years with Andy, he is not a hand shower, so you know how screwed they are because he is showing hands here. There is a real crazy situation going on here. Also, you can tell how long he's been playing mid-range decks because he was able to hold that hand of 15 cards perfectly splayed out like that. Like that does take a level of balance and skill that you don't get
from stem to
unless you're
turn,
used to
tip to
Ristic
tip.
slot
That was a
maxing.
massive. That was very impressive. Yeah, there was an actual like curvature in those cards to like convince any flat earther to reconsider their position.
Oh, I'm so sad you didn't get caster camera to see me actual spit take there.
I mean, you changed my mind.
This just in. Eric has been enlightened as to the spherical nature of the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say? There's nothing to fear but the sphere itself. Oh, and the vexing bobble plus the.
Oh yeah, and the vexing bobble and the dark ritual currently.
Yeah. There's only 2 mana on board to interact with this.
I do like what a level of irony that we spend this whole pregame conversation talking about, oh, what happens if Seth wins, what happens if Seth wins, what happens if Seth wins, and now Seth is sitting here with Charlie's golden ticket, just going like, oh, peasants, I only have 20 cards in hand, please. Draw your measly Mystic Ramona cards.
Yeah, we're like, well, point-wise, they kind of have their back against the wall. Yeah. That's like, actually, in fact, I am the wall. These players are not getting past me.
Look at me, I am the wall now. Yeah. The only thing being beached in this pod is the other players' opportunities to win the game. Crazy that really turn 1 Voice of Victory into turn 2 Mystic Remora is but a mere morsel in this pod.
Yeah. But a fraction of their power.
Yes, that's over there. Like, look what they need to do to mimic a fraction of my power. I mean, that's like what 0 tutor in the opening hand going turn 1 Esper Fish, turn 2 Rhystic Study is like vomit level inducing value here. And this is one of those things in cEDH. We'll take a time while this demonstration is resolved, and there is high roll, right? Like part of playing a format like this that has a vintage power level and 100 card variables is like sometimes your opponents get the nuts, and that is absolutely okay, right? Now when people clamor and go, oh my god, unbanned Mana Crypt and Dockside, that made it so much better, it's like, you guys remember what it looked like? Because it was like this but just 10 times worse, right? Like realistically speaking, it was like this but nightmare fuel.
Now, I was talking to someone, and I think the biggest thing that like Dockside changed is that like everyone was so Dockside pilled. All you had to do for a commander to be viable was for it to be an infinite mana outlet, in a color that either could clone something or copy clones. Oh, Floodmaw. Ooh.
Oh, Floodmaw targeting the Vexing Bubble in response to the silence out of Seth. Well sequenced there, Andy. Turn on those free counter spells. Let's see what happens. Also, worst case scenario. Yes, thank you, Dot Monkey, for using the stack indicator that we have here for stack battles like this that are about to get real nasty.
Absolutely.
Well, only when it resolves. Yeah. But I'll give him.
Hell yeah. Giving a fish to Rogsai. If you teach a Rogsai to fish, they will kill you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, because as you cast the spell. Yeah, sure.
Players deciding whether it's an additional cost to give a mana fish.
Oh, okay. Is it?
I'm 99% sure that's how that works.
Fun fact, actually, and
the
I
fish
learned
only
this.
does happen as the spell resolves.
I was actually talking with a judge between rounds,
Yeah.
And they say that if you teach them to fish,
Uh-huh.
it's actually not an additional cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they actually taught Seth to fish, but he actually only did so for about a turn until he played the Rhystic Study,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're back to the silence being on top of the stack.
Here's a flare. I'm going to sack my rock.
Well, there's a flare.
Oh, nice, nice. Good flare timing. I mean, I hate that Rogsai is the one who has to interact here if I'm Rogsai, because, you can't really ask for an ID after blowing yourself out like this, huh?
Absolutely.
The other players would have to be so transparent with me that they have nothing else for me to be the one to interact if I'm Rogsai, which I'm assuming, given the desperate hand reveals, that that is the case. Or Thought Monkey has made a fatal error.
Yeah.
But being 2-1 and 3 in this tournament, I'm skeptical that that's where it is.
Skeptical it's fatal error.
Yeah.
Potentially this is like a playstyle thing, but especially with the Voice of Victor on board, I would start busting out the you can't win on your turn, no Final Fortune, no unbeatable board state, no infinite mana.
Back massage between turns. Give me part of your 401k. 2 turns, you can't interact with my board state.
Each time you cast a spell, I do require that you say, "In honor of our Lord and Savior, Dot Monkey." I would like to fetch.
Hypothetically speaking. All right, so we got a force on a force on a flare here. We are building a stack, ladies and gentlemen.
Who could have seen this?
Wow, what sort of dark magic?
Yeah, I mean, it does beg the question, when the stack continues to go, do they build it over the phone or under it?
Yeah, over the stack and under the hill. It's off to grandmother's house or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the real over/under actually is if it goes up towards Seth and Andy or down towards Dot and Poe.
Yeah, the real over/under was the friends we made along the way.
That's so true.
All right, so we have an offer
He's gonna hit the silence.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he's going to force his own or hit his own force, or if he's going to counter Potato's force here. Yeah. I feel like there's a world where you hit your own force, but I don't think that's maybe the world we're currently living in. I feel like the correct target is the flare, because Rogsai has 2 cards in hand, right? So yeah,
okay,
good
targeting
good,
flare.
good job, Seth.
Yeah,
good job.
meow.
Oh, I get it, because there's a cat.
Yeah, because it's a cat. Yeah.
Players doing a heads-up job of essentially saying, hey, listen, we got some nonsense going on here. Just to clarify, you are still attending to win, given the current board state and how much mana you've tapped down. And the answer being, yup.
Yeah, that's something that I think a lot of players sometimes tunnel vision on, or forget to like re-update the context of the pod. Like what happens?
Hey guys, it's been a minute since we checked in.
Yeah.
So once again, silence is on top of the stack, and it sticks.
Oh heck yeah, Potato getting in with the spread too.
I can't cast anything.
Bunch of cool guys.
Heck yeah.
I could cast things just if you do cards, but
The dot monkey.
So the players currently are in the classic paradigm of like, listen, I'm at the point where I will put a spell in the stack just to give you cards in your hand, but that's not. It's not looking pretty. It seems like the players don't even have things they could hypothetically throw out to be bad spells here.
Yeah.
Which is always a bit of a nightmare. Sometimes that's exactly where you need to go, though. You need to push your agenda as hard as you can. It's kind of wild that Seth is like, yeah, dog, I only got 1 blue mana up from this Chromox, and I'm still going to be cooking you guys.
Yeah.
Silence resolves. Wow. Okay. Let's see
Sculpt the
if
perfect
Seth
7
can
pass.
do it.
This is my hand.
oh, I know, but they are lands. I noticed separated them. I usually do that too.
I'm
down the noise.
I'm looking at the cards that are actually relevant.
Yeah.
The 5 cards that are relevant in my hand.
For sure. Sounds good.
Wow, this could be round 7 right now.
Yeah.
As long as Seth did his math right. Mox
There we
Opal.
go.
Yep. Player's gonna be drawing. The problem is that I believe Potato does even have Aurora. Unfortunately, I think the only thing they are able to literally play for at the current moment is that Potato can draw an Elvish Spirit Guide and a Beseju. I believe that is literally their only out to not lose this turn.
That's his Oracle.
Well, Thassa's Oracle makes that harder.
I also really like the sequencing here because Seth didn't Praetor's Grasp before casting the Mox Opal.
Am I crazy? Where's his mana for Demonic Constellation?
Oh, he had a floating one.
Oh, he had a floating mana from the Demonic Tutor earlier.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh wow, just the
Holy
old
cow.
the old 1-2.
The old 1-2.
That's tough. That's so tough.
Man, Blue Farm in seat 1. How did he do it? I just love an underdog story. Like this is inspirational.
Blue Farm in seat 1.
Yeah.
Potentially snubbing the life out of the only players who have guaranteed win in this spot is maybe. I adore Seth. This might be one of the deepest villain stories I've heard in cEDH.
You know, I gotta say, I am interested to see if Cruella DeVille is able to make a top cut.
Oh man, no. Genuinely speaking, for all of those players involved, I genuinely hope that 16 points is the bubble and Seth is able to make it, because I would feel absolutely awful if I was any of the players involved otherwise. Now, don't get me wrong. As I said at the start, Seth earned his win.
Absolutely.
He played good Magic.
Absolutely.
He had the craziest hand in the entire world.
Oh yeah.
He made a pact with the demon to give him the hand that good. And you know what? Sometimes the pact will come back in 10 years. When the demons,
for sure.
Clauses have been
but by
sacrificed.
then he'll be able to flare the pact, and then he's still somehow going to come out on top.
Yeah. We've all read Demonic Bargain. No, but for real, congrats to Seth on you know, we talked about this multiple times during this tournament and the last tournament we covered. Like, yes, you can absolutely have situations where like your deck says, hello, here's a gift. I'm
Yeah.
giving it to you. But it
Here I
also
am.
takes skill not to mess it all
Yeah,
up.
yeah. As silly as it sounds, better players have thrown harder.
Yeah, exactly. And you got to give credit to Andy. You got to give credit to Potato. You got to give credit to Top Monkey. They played the game that they had available to them, right? Like the odds were stacked against them, and they still were able to push through. You know, I do think that there is a critical point there. Like if I can provide any form of criticism, it's Andy missing the Esper Sentinel line, right? That was 3 more cards.
Yep.
In Seth's hands, I believe, that did not need to be there.
Yep.
Like, or, you know, either getting a land drop or just not going for that line whatsoever and accepting that not feeding him multiple cards is not worth that 1 piece of mana there,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So missing that you have Esper Sentinel on the battlefield for that Mox Opal ends up being kind of one of the only plays where you can say they had agency, right? Everyone else developed their engines when they needed to. They progressed their own game plan when they needed to. But sometimes the overwhelming power of 2 of the best card draw engines in the format curving into the other best card draw engine in the format and then just hammer over the head at the top of the game. It's like there's only so much you can do there. And very heads up play by Seth, I will say.
Super
like
heads up.
in his defense, like not his defense, but like to support his play there. With an Esper Sentinel on the battlefield, one of the scariest things you can do is go for Oracle Console. Right? But recognizing I need to hit this silence beforehand, and that's the thing that is going to actually get me through. Because for anyone missing my point here, Esper Sentinel is a forced draw. So any of those players could have literally waited to the last possible minute and gone, I'm going to cast a spell that doesn't do anything. Oh, that's weird. Your library is empty. Can you draw a card from it? And then all of a sudden you're grasping defeat from the jaws of victory. Right? So very, very heads up play to launch the silence first, have that stack war when it needed to happen. They did a good job by bouncing the Vexing Bauble, opening up the fight, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, just enough resources to absolutely crush the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, they had just enough mana for the Thassa's combo. Because it was Decon instead of Tainted Pact, they don't have the security of being able to stop it like 2 or 3 cards. And I don't believe we'd seen a spell out of Potato yet.
Potato was spellless at the time.
Okay,
Exactly.
So, there is not an impossible world. In fact, it very likely could have happened in any number of different ways, where Seth is just instantly like taken out.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
And Andy is then tapping with an Esper Sentinel and the title of Who's the Baddie just pops one seat over, right? Exactly. So congrats, Seth, on taking that victory and saying, hey, just to be clear, the nails are going in the coffin and we are locking this up. That's round 7, baby. I'm really excited. We'll probably start the top 16 even a little bit before the actual pod gets in, just because we are going to talk about who made top 16, the decks that they're playing. We have to follow up if Seth is either the hero of our story or the villain of our story, taking this whole pod out. No, but honestly, at the end of the day, once again, like I cannot stress enough, we're being a little glib about it, but if I am Seth, I am fighting for my win there. I am going for the win. Even if you bubble out, you are still making the correct choice, because the players who are winning games, who are pushing their agenda, who are pushing for their space, like advocate for yourself. Seth was professional the whole game.
Absolutely. He
was polite to the other players.
Absolutely.
They all left laughing. They all left smiling. No one left that pod with bad feeling, except for obviously, you know, if you're going into that pod, if you know you're 1 win away from top cut, feeling a little disappointed. But that's how you learn. That's how you grow.
Absolutely.
We all walk it off. We go to the next tournament. We feel so good for getting so close, right? At the end of the day, these players are walking away with like, 2, 2, and 3. Oh yeah, what an awful record. No, not at all. Like these are players who are absolutely killing it. If it was a top 40 cut, guess what? They'd be in the conversation to go fight in the quarterfinals.
100%.
But it's just one of those situations here where this is the format of the event. Fantastic. They played their hearts out. They put all their all into that game, and a player had a really good hand, and they managed not to fumble the bag. That's all you can ask for. Right?
Absolutely. They had, each one of these players has a tournament run that I think they should walk away proud of and standing tall.
Absolutely.
As well as to see high-level Magic like this, where it's so competitive, but they're able to still celebrate their opponents for playing well. You know, it doesn't, I mean, we could hear them in the in-ears. Like, I think for everyone, there was some degree of it where it was a great game or a story that they're going to walk away with, never forgetting. And so to be able to see that kind of like good old-fashioned like Magic, and we start to see like the beginnings of like a Ristic study, you know, 10 Smothering Tides, this kind of like nightmare situation that we see a lot. But once again, that we see that we're seeing victories go to players who, at the same time that they're just trying to draw as many cards as possible, they always have, I need to win before it gets like completely taken off the table.
Exactly. No, honestly, I think we've seen great Swiss play all weekend. I think we're very lucky to have seen so. And you know, this kind of goes back to, you know, we've mentioned like, that was an insane hand out of Seth. But at the same time, it is very well documented. And you and I have said this before, not on this specific stream, but like, to win a tournament, you need to be good and you need to get a little bit lucky. It is for every tournament winner ever, for every great player, they also have to not draw 7 lands in a row. You know what I mean? Like, it's still possible. So yes, Seth had a really good high roll there, but also he got the wins to put him in this spot. He played a good game, as I mentioned, didn't fumble the bag. Let's see what happens next. I'm so excited to see our top 16. We're gonna go break them all down right before we get into those games. But Eric, thank you so much for joining me for this. We'll see you all in a little bit.
Yeah, nice.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back to Steel City.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So we are about to show you the top 16 from Lango's 10K cEDH Open here in Nashville.
It's so good.
It's gonna be a spicy configuration of decks here. While not everybody's rocking the absolute jalapenos as far as deck lists are concerned, we've got players with a ton of notoriety, players who are much more hometown heroes here. We've got players with a little bit of fame, a little bit of infamy. We've got a good selection for everyone here. So do you wanna I think we'll maybe save our feature pod for last but not least, but I think let's start things off by talking about some of the decks that have maybe sort of jumped on in here. So do you want to talk about at least pod 1 and some of the decks that have jumped in on there?
Yeah, I mean, if anyone was wondering if partner commanders were at risk of no longer making top cut, Landgo is here to make sure that your concerns are taken care of. We see a seat 1, Tim to Crom, which is something
in first place.
Yeah. In first seat. How do they do it? We did just see that in the last game, and for that was a surprisingly fast. I didn't expect to see a game that quick, but I was chatting with Seth between rounds. And they themselves were like, "That's the luckiest I've ever been in my entire life." They had like the Thassos in their starting hand along with the Fish and the Esper Sentinel. So it'll be interesting to see in a deck that also have an Ezio, which is like a very like turbo kind of like soup pile, along with a Vivi and a Rograg Ishai.
Now, very notably, our farm player that we were just referring to, Zach Neese, is different from Seth, who as we did mention, did actually make it. He is exactly in 4th seat of pod 4, but he did make it. So Seth right in there with the buzzer beater. I believe if we look at the tournament standings, the 16th place player did actually. So we have a couple players in with 15 points, which is really, really interesting. That was not the expectation. So last player to make top 16, it was a 15-point. It was a 15-point qualifier. So
I did not expect that.
Yeah, the bubble was a bit lower than a lot of people had considered. So very, very interesting stuff here. Seth being our bottom of the 16s, but hey, they made it in. Now, very notably, this is what we talked about last round, right? Play to your odds, right? In other tournaments, that would not have been a record good enough to get there, but they're in top 16, so bam, let's do it, right? So we talked about the pods in the decks in pod 1, Timna Crom, Ezio, Vivi, Rog, Ishai. Heading down to pod number 2, we have Jimmy on Kinnan, who I believe was featured on stream. That was the player who jammed the into the double consecrated Sphinx. We have Sky on that Timna Crom control list that we featured a few times. Joe Holland, winner of Frenzy at the Falls, on Thrasio's Vile Smasher.
Oh, that list is so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. It was it's so funny. Like last time I saw Joe at a tournament, he was playing Rogish Eye, so you could not have polarized more. Ironically, too, that same round, I believe Joe watched a Thrasio's Vile Smasher kill themselves with a Necrodominance, and he was like, you know what, next time, that's my deck.
That's what I want.
And we have some LPW representation with Zach Hood on Sisei Weatherlight Captain, so cool to see him out here doing that. We have our feature pod, which I said we'll sandbag towards the end here. Pod 4, as we mentioned, coming up the rear, we have Seth on Timna and Crom. We also have Maddie in C1 on Timna and Crom. This version is almost identical to Sky's variant, the control blue farm list, right? So no Adnos, no Necro, although Maddie has tried a few of those from time to time. I'm curious to see if Maddie's on Intuition here, or if Sky and Maddie are sort of card for card with one another. And it does look like Maddie is also not on Intuition. So the two of them may be very much cut from the same cloth. I know they brew together, they practice together. Very much makes a lot of sense there that the list would be functionally identical. Then going down to second seat is Schmantru Schmackland, also known as Grant, on Thrasios and Timna. We saw their list able to win with EE off a Devoted Druid into that Hazel's combo on stream, and that turn 3 push.
It was so cool.
Yep, we have Ty Ohio on Rog Ishai in C3. Ty, historically a wrong side player, historically a Rog side player, and he said, you know what? I've been playing wrong side all this time. I might as well have played Rog Ishai.
I totally respect. He's like, if Rogrek's in the command zone, it's good enough.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, listen, man, I got one speed. It's called Rog.
Yeah, it's fun. I think they're really good at balancing like the turbo mid-range aspect,
Yeah.
bringing and it's interesting to see, or it will be interesting to see how it will play out in that pod.
Yeah.
If they're which side of the Jeskai color pile they're able to pull from. But yeah. So from what we've seen so far, a lot of blue farm. A couple different like. Maybe if we want to put them in the category of like A plus, maybe not quite S tier, but extremely viable, time tested like decks. We just don't see like blue farm numbers out of them like Thresher's Vile Smasher, but still an incredibly viable list.
We got so many stories in our feature pod here, though.
Yeah.
Like it's really. I mean, everyone's got a narrative, right? So first of all, we have in seat 1. Jared Adder here on Sisei Weatherlight Captain. Now, you may recognize Jared as our player who walked away with the draw because we caught a deck registration error here on stream. So this is Jared's kind of stream redemption chance, right? This is their chance to, which I think is like so cool to have had this thing happen that was a tough clerical error to then go, this is my redemption arc. I'm going to show up on stream in top 16 in seat 1, show everybody that I earned my salt and push my win, push my agenda, see what happens, right?
Yeah, we saw Grand take them out of the game with the Abhorrent Breeze Caller, and I'm interested to see if Grand going to get him back in top 4.
Yeah, this is the Grand we've always wanted
Grand redemption arc.
Yeah, absolutely. So then in C2, we have LJ, Vanguard of Trest. Once again, our Edric specialists. We didn't see them get to cook a little bit before when we had them on stream because, as we mentioned, that was the same pod where Grant was able to really push that Devoted Druid win super early, and LJ said, hey, anybody got backup for me at all? And no, it was not the case. I talked with LJ afterwards, and he was like, dude, I had a Hidden Strings follow-up for that one ring. I would have cooked everybody. And I was like, no. Yeah. So LJ is here with his Edric list. And also, I remember yesterday I also was trying to explain the history of LJ and Edric, and he said, oh, no. I've been playing this card since it was printed. And I'm like, holy. So LJ and Edric are a tale as old as time. This is his
That's
deck.
awesome.
It is a pet project. It is something that he's worked on. But like, I don't know any other Edric pilots that cook as hard as LJ, and he performs. Like, he's never had a season where he shows up and competes and doesn't make top cut. He is someone who pushes really hard for his wins. He's a good player. He's a good political player. He rocks it. Then we have Boomer from the cEDH squad. Boomer is one of the most decorated Marnius pilots in the country. Does a lot of really unique, innovative stuff. I don't know if I'm going to pull up his list here real quick. What's really interesting about Boomer's list is like he does play a lot of spice. So historically, he's played things like Hoarding Broodlord in the deck as a way to essentially finish the game rather quickly. Although it looks like he's finally off of those lines. That was something that, I mean, for basically the latter half of last year, he was rocking those Hoarding Broodlord lines to essentially add a speed plan to the deck. But there's like Yawgmoth and stuff in the 99. There's a lot of really interesting, unique stuff here.
It looks like there is some holdover from some of those bigger ones. Because I'm seeing a Lively Dirge in here. And I love it. Looks like from their battle-tested experience with Marnius, they seems like they've picked some of the best of the spice that they've played to try and make it to the top.
Absolutely. It literally looks like, oh, I've been cooking this dish for quite some time, and these are the herbs and spices that I would like to put in. It's funny, I also talked to Boomer at the end of yesterday, and they walked out and they were like, I only have 9 points. I got 1 win and 4 draws at the end of the day. And I was like, well, hey, jokingly, I was like, try winning some games. And you know what? Here they are. They also got another draw, but you know what? It's fine. We'll let them have it. And then we have Robert Brown, also known as the infamous Cowboy Bob here. If you know Robert, you know Cowboy Bob is a name that comes with a lot of history in cEDH. But here playing Ral, which is I'm used to Bob being a bit of a farm pilot, but given Bob's style, this checks out. I'm not too surprised to see him rocking this Ral list here and just telling everybody, hey man, I'm gonna put some spells in the stack and see what happens.
What I love about pods like this is it reminds me that sometimes, and we were chatting about this earlier, especially as casters, the way that we talk about cEDH is very important to us, which means you also pay a lot of attention to the way that other people talk about cEDH. And seeing a pod like this reminds me that like I need to remember that like cEDH is incredibly far from being like a solved format. It's not like it's just blue farm and Kinnan and nothing else is even viable. Like if you had asked me at the beginning of this tournament to predict what like top 16 pod we'd be covering,
Yeah.
I would have been nowhere close to this.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I love to see that we have
Yeah.
so much going into this pod,
Absolutely.
not just with the list, but
Yeah.
also with the players as well. Like
Yeah.
all of these players have been around the block at
Yeah.
least once or twice. So they're
Exactly.
bringing more than just their commanders into the pod. And I just can't wait to see what ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think there's a really solid situation here where, yeah, we could obviously see Ral do the thing where they untap and they're like, hey, I got the nuts, blah. Like, you know, but knowing the players in this pod, knowing their level of responsibility, knowing their personalities, like, I don't think I've ever seen Boomer let a turbo deck get away with an early win with Marnius. So, like, I'd be quite surprised to see if that's how the game ends. And I think that there's going to be some pretty sweet stuff. So instead of looking at our beautiful faces, as much as I know you all want to be doing that, why don't we look at the pod in question and see some of that pregame starting to go down.
Already. Yeah, and that's like looking at these commanders, I'd be curious what you think. I don't feel like there's any like silver bullet that any of these decks could land early to completely hose the rest of the pod.
Yeah, I think that there's not necessarily that. Yeah, I think like Marnius has its fair share of random tricks that the deck can pull out at the end of the day. I actually don't know. I want to double check to see if he's on Draenith Magistrate. I think that could maybe be the one card in the format that I could see, and he's not on it. So that is one of those cards that I think if you land it early enough, it will silver bullet the entire table. I gotta say, before we start, what do you think of the fact that we have a second land go tournament where we are sort of breaking the record here of lowest points for top 16 when it comes to specifically number of participants, like 213 players, ending with 15 points making top cut. When it happened at the Boil, we were like, wow, this has never been happened before. This is kind of wild. What, like, why? Right? And we're having it again here. So I'm wondering, is it part of the land go meta that we're just seeing folks get locked into draws more, right? It's kind of a fascinating sort of exploration of why is this happening specifically in this tournament circuit when you compare it to every other tournament circuit where like 17 points is the breakers and then like 216 squeak in, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm reminded of Charlie's Wide's words when he was talking to Bella after her depressive episode when Edward broke up with her. It's just not normal. like 15 points. It's crazy that in like a 7-round tournament. And obviously, you can look at the records under people's names, and especially like seeing the games that we've seen on the scene. Like each one of those wins, none of them came easy.
Absolutely.
And even like 5 draws, I'm sure that like Boomer's a great player, and I'm sure that even those were bloodbaths in their own way. But it does have me like curious, like. Is it something that the larger the tournament gets, the more likely it is this kind of like group think or like inertia where like the larger the tournament, the larger the bubble is going to be.
But we've also seen that point be contradicted, right? We see Fishbowl, we saw Misplay in the Lake, we saw, literally like kind of every other tournament within the past calendar year, this hasn't happened. So I just think like the coincidence of this happening twice in a row, specifically with this tournament, it's the odds are just, incredibly random. It's not like, there's a pregame conversation where Wayne's on the microphone going, hey, everybody draw these games, please. Please. Yeah, no, but it's very fascinating to see. Now, going into this pod, do you have a favorite to win this game? Not just, emotionally speaking, but more so like I think this deck is capable of squeaking things out.
I think LJ is the standout for me right now in the sense that all these pods are all these decks are ones that can go very, very wide and very, very tall. So they're able to get a lot of permanents out. They're able to cast a lot of spells. All these decks are somewhat comfortable playing at instant speed, but I do think LJ is the one based off the nature of their commander who is going to, I think, probably need to spend as much of the game as possible on their turn. But also, it's not uncommon at all to see pods like this come down to like life totals. And so their ability to apply pressure, I think, is going to like put some of these players in positions where Sisse may have to, jump block the Ragavan. Or like, Rao may get to a point where they have to decide between losing, 10 life or getting rid of their Stormfield artist. And I'm interested to see the way that they're able to use Edric and the Simic Wedge to apply pressure and to force their opponents to make suboptimal decisions.
Yeah, and I find it really fascinating too that like, what I'm really enjoying right now is if you can hear any of the pregame conversation between these 3 players, several of them are local to one another, right? So
Oh, that's
LJ
fun.
is talking about his mutually shared experiences with Boomer. Bob was going, Boomer, have we played before? So there's a level of camaraderie happening here. This level of conversation where everyone's going, hey, yeah, this is cool. We've done this song and dance before. LJ waxing poetic about how every time he plays a normal game with Boomer, and then by the end of it, someone's resolving an omniscience. So I'm hoping this prediction is correct and things turn into a lovely little roller coaster as time goes on.
Absolutely.
A pretty non-Sisay start here from Jared. Not that obviously you can't always start with the card advantage engine, but very much a traditional mid-range start of, hey, let's get this Esper down turn 1. Let's not develop into the Sisay plan. Just get the value online.
Whose turn it is?
Yeah, we don't have hand sizes quite yet, but I do believe that Sisay also had the mulligan a bit lower. I may be incorrect there, but yeah, it's the. This is. I would have expected this a lot more out of the Marnius player, but this could be our, our glimpse into the mind of Jared, where they also potentially are thinking this is going to be a game that gets quite long in the tooth.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a Delighted Halfling and Mox Opal here out of LJ. So yeah, 5, 7, 5, 6. So we'll throw that on screen real quick. 5, 7, 5, and 6. One thing that I really enjoy about watching LJ play, as someone who is like, I'm a extremely aggressive mulliganer, right? Like I hunt a game plan if my life depended on it.
Oh yeah.
What I always notice is that LJ will keep like pretty passive hands, like they're hands that still do a ton of things, but because of the consistency that a deck like Edric gives you, there really is this level of like, yeah, I got dorks, I got some counter spells, figure it out, right? Like honestly, I found that like jumping into dumping my entire hand full of One Ring and all that kind of stuff, I found that to be pretty atypical for LJ last time we featured him on stream, right? So it's kind of cool to see what I would consider one of these starts that like looks passive, but then really starts to snowball pretty aggressively, which is like the story of Edric, of course, right?
Yeah. It's one of the things I just love about like Simic, because you know, for instance, like I know you're a big Kinnan player. Like Birds of Paradise is a dork, but also once you get like a like Flood Caller or something else, it then becomes like a combo piece.
Well, especially with Kinnan, right? Like sometimes someone goes like turn 1 Birds of Paradise pass, like that doesn't mean they're not going to try and win on turn 2.
Oh yeah.
It's such a smoke screen when it comes to Kinnan.
Yeah, absolutely. Thing, right? Because then they can just like play a land, cast Kinnan, tap the bird for 2, cast Soul Ring Basalt with like Swansong backup.
Exactly. It's anything guaranteed is that it isn't guaranteed, you know?
And I like the idea that like, you know, that this Delighted Halfling is going to turn into a cantrip here very soon.
Okay, that's the arcane signet. I was not familiar with that art. I believe it's the dog art. And then a goblin welder out of Sisay. That was a card I did not see in the list. That's pretty cool.
To be fair, there were a lot of cards that weren't seen in the list.
Yep. Fair. Yeah, so it seems like this version's playing. Are they on Grim Monolith too? So this version's like really cooking because we didn't get to see what the actual play patterns of this deck were. One of the reasons that Grand is in this deck specifically is because this is on Sewer Valence camera lines. This is Sisay is on Grim Monolith, Zerda, and Kinnan, and are they on Basalt Monolith too? They're not a Basalt Monolith, but they're on Retraction Helix, Banishing Knack combos. They're on Abora Breeze Collar combos, and like a few more traditional Sisay pieces. But this is by far one of the most cooking like lists I've maybe ever seen out of them. And it does explain the Thrasios in the 99 when you have multiple infinites to be able to pump into Sisay. So this is like, it really feels like Secret Commander 5-color Sisay. Or Thrasios, pardon me. That's kind of wild. This is a very unique Sisay list, and you know, it's one of those things where if people aren't expecting it, this is exactly what a commander like Sisay can do, right? We used to attribute this to Kenrith or Tymna Thrasios. You sit down and it could be 15 decks, and it feels like Sisay between Clam Chowder, between a list like this that's 5-color Thrasios, between you know the variations that are just traditional Sisay. Like there are literally so many Sisay decks out there right now, and it's, how do you call what you're looking against, right? Like sometimes they might start with the Bloom Tender, but then they call into the weekend into their Nas. You know, it's so hard to predict.
It really is. I do know that based off the caliber of players at this spot, they probably picked up just as quickly as you did. Like, Goblin Engineer is not.
Yeah, I don't need to be a Sisei expert to know that's a bit weird.
But all that means is that like they no longer really know what's in Sisei's list. Or at least not confidently, unless they've been able to like if these players have played with them in earlier rounds, or if they were able to be able to like spectate games or something. That's something I would really want in this pod. Is like I want to get information on Sisei as quickly as possible, so that I know what I'm dealing with.
I don't know if you can see, I'm indicating what's going to happen on Bob's turn. Whenever you see Ral Mull low, play Ral, turn 3. It's one of the cool parts about Ral, honestly, as a deck. It's like, yes, you sometimes give up the hands where you try to win with Ral on turn 2, but as soon as you give that up, guess what? Turn 3 is right around the corner, baby. All right, so we have an Enlightened Tutor coming out of Boomer start here. Definitely a slower start for Boomer, but also when has Marnius Calgar been the fastest deck in the
pod? Yeah, that's you're only able to be so aggressive when you're a commander-centric deck. That has a really expensive commander in Esper.
Absolutely. And I was just about to ask what legend hit LJ's board, but we are finding out it is Shigeki.
Whoa!
I believe Jukai Naturalist is the full text on Shigeki. What a interesting card that one is. I've seen it in a lot of different lists, and honestly, Shigeki cooks a little bit more than people think it does.
Absolutely.
Is it what I want to be doing on turn 2 in this cEDH semifinals with all these other decks in the pod? I don't quite know, but you know. We shall see if Shigeki ends up just providing enough value. What's really cool about Shigeki is like it's a ramp spell. It's also a regrowth effect in the later part of the game. So I think it provides a lot of value here. And then to the surprise of nobody, end step Enlightened Tutor from an Esper deck, and they grab Mystic Gamora. I know we're all surprised, shocked. Please, everyone,
hang on. Please don't go anywhere. I know. Feel free to unclutch your pearls.
Exactly.
Talking about Shigeki, it reminds me of we saw Kitsa in an earlier game, and one of the things that we're talking about it is that like I think Kitsa is a great example of like a jack of all trades, master of none. And I feel like Shigeki is very similar. Where I'm sure that like for every individual aspect of like its recursion or its ramp, you may be able to think of a more like efficacious or like at a better rate or you know instant speed. But the fact that you're able to do so many things on a creature in a deck that needs to lean on some more versatility because you're trapped in 2 colors, but you're also trying to just draw as many cards as you can.
I do really find it interesting. So like I want to highlight Boomer's pattern here, right? Because like it is such a classic cEDH pattern. You go, okay, cool, end step, top deck tutor, then go Talisman into that fish payoff, right? I'm advancing my mana plan, I'm advancing my card plan, and yet while that is completely appropriate for him to do in 4th seat, there's also a very clear permutation of reality there where what's actually the most important is instead investing in fish and holding up the command tower for interaction, right? So there could easily be a world there where Boomer just dies because he does not have the appropriate pieces. Now, once again, multi-5 in 4th seat, there's only so much responsibility you should be having. But also looking at LJ, looking at Jared's lists there, like, and even with as minimal context as they have, historically speaking, like, and I also gotta say, I love LJ. He is such a sandbagger. So like, if he's got a counter spell, he will wait until literally the knife is above his forehead, and he's like, "All right, if I have to, guys,
I'm gonna make you do it." I very much agree. It's a consistent play pattern, and I think it's oftentimes extremely appropriate for seed 4 to play very, very greedy. But also it's important to really think through just how much of their deck they turned offline by tapping out. Right, there's no Fierce Guardianship that they're going to have access to. You know, Swan Song, Flusterstorm. You know, they're not going to be able to tutor to put anything on top. So, like, if like a, I don't know, like a silence effect or something, like they are going to be pretty kneecapped here until they get to untap.
I'm really curious as to what Sisay vamped for here. I think that there's a lot of interesting cards that could come out of this space, but yeah, it's really, this is such a unique Sisay list that like I would be lying if I said, oh yes, the play patterns are obvious here. You know, it's a list that comes with a lot of unique pieces, a lot of interesting lines, and like clearly this pilot's been absolutely cooking with this deck, but you got to wonder like what are the things that are sort of pushing it ahead, and you know, playing the Goblin Welder kind of gives up the Ghost to a certain degree as far as like, oh, I recognize that you are an atypical Sisay list, so I'm not looking for the typical patterns here, right? Now that being said, Goblin Welder's absolutely busted, and so I'm fine with it, you know, but definitely some interesting stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much time you can spend in the kitchen before you end up getting burned.
Honestly, it's probably just a surveillance camera, because if I'm the Sisay list, I'm just waiting to win at instant speed, crack that emergence zone, flashing the surveillance line. As long as they put one artifact in their
yeah. I think they're bleeding it to the camera. Yeah. I think it's how they get
like the surveillance camera to me.
And especially like with the Ral at the table. If I'm the Sisay player, I used to be like, honestly, I'm terrified. I'm never gonna see the dawn of another untap. I want to make sure that I'm tutoring for something that keeps me in this game.
Exactly.
And so it's like not a hard thing to politic, I think.
Yeah, but what is concerning here is that like the Goblin Welder specifically does not have an artifact for the graveyard. However, if you neoform this,
An Esper Sentinel.
Neoform the
Okay,
Esper
are they
to
able
put it
to?
into
Do
the
they just get a Grand
graveyard.
Abolisher effect here?
Well, the problem is they no longer have any mana for the surveillance camera. Right?
Oh yeah.
So I feel like actually there was no other way that they could tap it in this situation here. So I'm wondering if they are just going to, if they're just going to start like whatever they're getting off the neoform is going to be able to win here.
Yeah.
Because that's what you did last time we played. So I'm expecting that.
Okay, so Bob being very clear, like, hey, this is exactly what happened last time we played. So despite LJ being like, I don't really think this is a win, is it? And Bob being like, no, it is, trust me.
Is it resolved? I love those about Yeah. I will pass. Did you pass? I pass. I'm getting a little.
Okay.
Lotho.
Jared just getting Lotho. I think this is a super pragmatic decision because what it's essentially going to do is it's going to put him in a position where he is going to, through the passive play of this turn, get the mana to hold up the surveillance camera combo and the instant speed crack of this emergence zone. So what is looking like him being chilled here is actually, pardon me, what looks like this player being really cool and really coy about this play pattern and being like, no, I see Ral's going to win. I'm not going to push. Essentially, he's loading the gun and being like, hey, dude, Ral's so scary. Anyways, who's gonna win SSB? No, not me.
Yeah, that's so funny. If you look a little closer, you'll see that like Lotho is 100% wearing like a ghillie suit here. like this is exactly what we saw in earlier pods. They're taking what we traditionally see as like an incredibly passive. I don't plan on doing anything anytime soon card like Lotho, and they are using it because this pod. They may have sniffed it out a little bit, but I don't think they're quite aware that like as soon as someone casts 2 spells,
they're dead.
They're dead at any place and time of Jared's choosing.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have turn 3 push here on Bob's board, and we have instant. Oh my God, instant. We'll abbreviate it. Instant win. And once a little winky face here. So we, now that anyone tuning in knows exactly what's happening because my penmanship is so decipherable.
Absolutely.
And that's really cool.
Yeah. I think Ancient Encryptions would completely agree. I mean, as someone who doesn't read hieroglyphics, I unfortunately can't help much, but like,
you know, it's been long enough in this pod that I had to catch the stray eventually. All right, so we see a tapped Mistrise Village come in as Shigeki gets returned to the LJ's hand with the activated ability of Shigeki. Now, very notably, Aboro and Talon Gates hitting the graveyard is probably not what LJ wanted.
Yeah.
Shigeki can bring things out of the yard, but those two in particular are probably not want to be entombed at the same time, despite the potential for LJ to make a lot of mana and be able to take advantage of it during the course of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, this reminds me of the brain freeze we saw from the Rock side, where they hit Yog's Will and Underworld Breach simultaneously. You know, hitting one of those is actually pretty good for them. Hitting both is terrible.
Okay, so we are going into LJ's turn and the Goblin Welder activation to initiate the swap that we know is not really that effective. But
Yeah.
like here we have Esper Sentinel. Yeah, absolutely. You definitely want the Esper Sentinel to be the card that is on the battlefield.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter anyways because Supervillains will just untap the Goblin Welder, so it's not like we have any fear in the current moment of having the welder tapped, right?
Yeah.
Yes, there's some cute stuff that you can threaten to have the welder activation up, but I'd much rather be getting a bunch of cards while other people are trying to win also, you know?
I think we see a Stormcalm Artist coming down.
Stormkiln Artist out of Cowboy Bob. Oh no, is my turn 3 push gonna be proven wrong? Oh, Bob, you're killing me here.
Well, then poker moves.
We'll have to see.
Also, did LJ activate Shigeki at sorcery speed? He must have. Oh no, that's tough. Okay. Yeah, and that would explain why the Esper Sentinel came in. It was actually on LJ's end step, not his own end step. Jared being him in this scenario here. That does make sense. I believe the players are thinking about the resolution of Stormkill Artist and whether they need to answer it at this time. We are seeing a forcible out of LJ, which I can't fault him for. Stormkill Artist on Ral is pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
That being said, unless I can get a confirmation that they're not pushing this turn, I kind of have to agree with his choice there. You know? You see the Esper draw, you see the Mystic Remora draw. Players doing a really good job of representing who active, non-active, who actually draws the cards first. So you love to see high-level play from those high-level players. Bob, I'm sorry to have miscategorized you as pushing on turn 3. On the other hand, you never know if he had a Gataxian Probe in hand.
Absolutely,
If it was going to just actually go cook there. Ironically, Lotho yet to proc. Yeah, this is a really fascinating board state, and to be honest, I kind of didn't expect things to get this far.
Yeah.
Really wild scenario here from this top 16 pod. For anyone just tuning in, we are watching as Jared, if our skills of perception are as correct as we think them to be, effectively as soon as this Lotho procs a single time, Jared will be able to threaten an instant speed win. And given the specific win conditions available in the pod going into this turn cycle, there was almost no reality in which that Lotho was not going to proc before a win was put on the stack. It's really fascinating to see Jared's board position and the fact that he will then be able to go into his own turn, get some mana back, and then also be able to look like he's developing a different plan.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane, right? Although from the sort of conversation from the pod, it does seem like they are at least vaguely aware that Jared is presenting a threat. Now, whether they're aware that they could just die if they give him a treasure, that's a real question.
Yeah, I mean that's the difficulty that like Goblin Engineer and Goblin Welder both like you only put them in if there is something that they do that wins you the game. But also, what is it? You know, because they're like, is this like a Bolus Citadel? Like,
Extremely responsible play, Boomer here. Playing Mox Opal, paying for the Esper from the player who is threatening the win, and then just passing it up, holding up a bunch of mana. A very prudent decision here, even if they did have mana for Jared, not to probably push at this moment. Just play the passive game. Your Lotho's giving you passive value, your Esper's giving you passive value. There's no need to overcommit to any particular plan here. But also, it's one of those things where this is why when you play a deck like this, you play Sisay in the command zone. Because Sisay gives you the ability to punish your opponents for inaction as much as you can punish them for taking actions, right? If they took actions, win on the top. If they didn't take actions, Sisay gets to get played, gets to start activating, gets to threaten Teferi going onto the battlefield. Things get real messy real quick, you know?
Yeah.
I would like to
See what they do.
put this surveillance camp on.
Oh, they're just going for it.
There it goes.
That is not a creature, correct? It's not a creature. It's an artifact. I will have a Mystic from Archer.
Yeah, sure.
This is an infinite combo.
The words, this is an infinite combo.
That might be one of my funniest player reactions of all time. Spell goes in the stack. This is an infinite combo. And LJ just responds with, huh?
What?
Actual pure comedy here.
That's so funny.
The spell has resolved. Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Cam and Arcane. I will hold priority.
Okay, so we do see Boomer waiting for the target removal as opposed to trying to fight this on the stack. There's a single target Cyclonic Rift. he needs to target the Goblin Welder here.
Whoa.
That needs to be the target. If he targets anything else, he is not looking good. I don't know why Jared does this at sorcery speed, to be frank. Like, I understand you think people are low on resource, but like, you're pushing into Boomer, holding up 3 mana with the Mystic Remora on the battlefield. So, like, did that really feel like that much of a window as opposed to like pretending to go for the Sisay plan, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know if it feels super, super great, right?
Based off of the sequencing of everything so far, it makes me think that there's like, it makes me think there's something in hand, but I would have expected the thing in hand to just be like a counterspell.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's just gonna replay the Goblin Welder and pass, throw it in the same combo next turn. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe I'm missing something here, but to me, playing Sisay and still holding up the combo feels way cleaner.
It feels way better, especially because you have a Esper and a Lotho.
Yeah, but maybe Jared just got the read wrong, and based on the fact that LJ just used a Force of Will, based on the fact that Bob is literally doing nothing, he essentially goes, I just have to dodge Boomer, and maybe he doesn't have it yet because Mr. Remora hasn't been fed that much.
Yeah.
Which is fair, but also, as we can see, not the way to go, you know?
Yeah.
And we see,
I think it also reveals how like truly unfortunate it was for Jared that nobody procced the Lotho.
Yeah. Mockingbird X equals 0. Is he going to play a second Goblin Welder to ensure that he wins when his next turn comes around? That is really funny.
Uncounterable Oswald.
Curious to hear if they have confirmed what it will be. Yeah, if we can, we'll see if we can get a judge to go confirm what that Mockingbird was, because unfortunately we weren't able to pick that up on player audio. Hopefully they can get us that information in a moment here, but yeah, until then we'll just we'll keep going with that info. As of right now, we're heading into LJ's turn. The proverbial bullet has been dodged. Yeah, it's just tough. Like with the lines where you can go at instant speed, I totally get the onus to want to like jam them when you think you have a window, but at the same time, I just really feel like you have the ability to threaten an instant speed win over the top. Like, it's one of those things that made Flash so broken, right?
Yeah.
When you can have the opportunity to jam or to hold up over the top of everyone else, feels safer to go and just wait.
Yeah.
We're going to get confirmation real quick. Okay, it is a delighted halfling.
Okay, that makes the uncounterable Oswald comment make more sense.
Yes, okay. Uncounterable Oswald makes a lot more sense. I have to say, Jared's list, now that we can see it in full and know exactly what he's actually playing during this tournament, is really cool.
It's incredible.
I'm a really huge fan of this
This is
deck.
so much fun.
I think it's incredibly spicy. It's really clever. The composition is atypical in the most complimentary way.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, I think it's really, really clever to have this full, quasi side attack to the standard expectation of what Sisay is and what Sisay should be. It's one of those commanders that, once again, the commanders effectively pocket sand in the command zone. You never know what's going to come out of it.
Pocket sand. Yeah, it's also like, and you brought this up several times, like the inevitability of like, once this is on the field, you just can't let them have like 5 lands. As well as the fact that like the Goblin Engineer lines are traditionally very low to the ground mana wise. So it seems like Jared has set themselves up with a list where they usually are able to have a game plan that's not directly connected to Sisay, should they so choose. Which I like that flexibility.
Yep, so we see a runaway steam cannon out of Ral. There was a small conversation that happened essentially where I believe Boomer essentially dissuaded Ral from thinking about pushing during that turn by showing them a piece of interaction and also vaguely gesturing at LJ's open mana and Jared's board state. And so I think we're seeing some spells cast here potentially at Bob's end step. Oh, it's just a one-shoot tongue. Oh, in response to the fetch land. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, LJ needs to get some card advantage going in this pod, so it makes a lot of sense to get his card advantage down here. He's also still got 2 mana available. I gotta say, Wanchiton, I don't know how much experience you have playing this card. Such an overperformer for me on a weekly basis.
Oh yeah. I'm never like I'm never unhappy to see it.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah, I agree. It really is one of those cards that like, if it's an Archivist of Agma, awesome.
Yeah.
If it's I'm flooding out super bad and then I pump 10 mana into it, even better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've seen it be a really good defensive tool, either to
Absolutely.
avoid people swinging at you or
Yeah.
you being able to pressure other people's life
Dude,
totals.
Vigilance plus a scaling power
Yeah,
slaps.
that's pretty good. Also, as a huge Relic of Legends enjoyer, I
Mhm.
think I really, really like it in Rogshai a lot as well.
Agreed.
It kind of goes back to that like Birds of Paradise and Kitten
Yeah.
situation,
Yeah.
where like you'll play it on turn 1 and people really aren't that worried about it. They're like, okay,
Yeah.
they have like an advantage, but it's not like a fish or a Ristic.
Mhm.
But then you cut to like 3 or 4 turns later, and
Yeah.
then suddenly it's like the piece you need to remove.
Agreed. I'm a huge fan of a 2 or 1 mana evasive body with upside. Like, you would catch me in standard playing Mausoleum Wanderer, right? Like,
Yeah. Oh,
Archivist
Mausoleum
of
Wanderer is so
Agma,
good.
Wan Shi Tong, like all these
Delver
pieces that are
Secrets.
just like, yeah, it's just a little bear. But it's got upside and flash and also can do a bunch of other stuff. um, Bob is now describing the odds evens mechanic for his dice rolls as he's starting to cast spells with Ral. Now, I would be vaguely concerned if I'm one of his opponents because it seems like chilling is maybe not in his lexicon for the current board state.
Yeah.
I kind of understand in Ral's position here why a threatening spell would maybe not be the most problematic thing, but like there's very much a world where like Bob just recognizes that he needs to push the envelope right
Absolutely.
now.
Yeah, especially with the fact that like his hat isn't the only thing casting a shadow over this pod. Like Sisse still has 2 Goblin Engineers.
Yeah.
And we already saw like Cycler. There's only so many more pieces that can deal with it.
Yeah.
It's not impossible to get rid of. You have Floodmaw, you have Swords.
Also, for context, for anyone who was confused by Eric's comments there, Cowboy Bob is wearing exactly the kind of hat you would think a guy who goes by Cowboy Bob is wearing.
Yeah, but also I agree with you that like I think it's right to push here because you're running out of opportunities, and depending on like what Boomer does, it's possible that like Cowboy Bob may have yeeted his last hawk. Why are you guys shaking your heads?
there's sometimes where I'm so ready to riff, and then I just get broken for like a solid minute. We see another looting effect here on this board. This new looting effect from Avatar has been really popular in these RAL lists. It's Reckless something or other.
Reckless Impulse?
Well, that's the other red cantrip spell. Whatever it is, it's an Avatar card. It says you discard draw too.
Yeah, it's something Earthbend.
Yeah. something Earthbend. Honestly, they do be like that sometimes. But yeah, I definitely think that wow, discarding Gamble. That's kind of wild given the situation you're in. Like, there's a world where you don't get to push this turn, and then just throwing away your one card that allows you to actually put some heat on the table is not something I expected here, to be honest.
That is one of the ways that Rao can actually be kind of stealthy.
Yeah.
Is with the combination of like Past in Flames and flashback effects. You can like say like, look, I'm discarding Gamble. I could go for it like right now, but instead I'm just gonna like try to cast some spells to see what I can find. But then all of a sudden, what they've done is filled their graveyard up, and they're able to do whatever they want.
Yeah, no, it's honestly a really great call. I think that makes a lot of sense. There's as we've been jokingly referring to it a lot over the weekend, there's a lot of opportunities for pocket sand.
Yeah, pocket sand.
Yeah, there's a Chrome Mox here coming down. Boomer's hand is not going to be small by the end of this turn, to say the least. But no one ever thinks that about a post-Ral turn.
Yeah. 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 Oh man. Okay. Yeah.
Here. I think Bob is essentially just setting up to put foot on gas next turn.
Yeah. As well as like by specifically the fact that Boomer and Esper Deck Concede 4 is the one with the fish. Cowboy Bob is essentially setting up the situation where he is causing a problem in 2 turns in order to solve a problem in 1 turn. Which I think you're willing to do if you're a Rao.
Honestly, truly iconic for Cowboy Bob to be the person causing the problem in the pod.
Yeah.
You know, some people have a brand.
I passed it to you on purpose.
Yep, a lot of cross pod talk between Boomer and LJ. I think both of them recognize, hey, we are actively the cops of this pod. And Boomer, his deck, obviously Marnies is not known for the proactivity. They're playing a very defensive role going into this game, and so it does. It makes sense that they're in a situation where like they are leaning on each other. But we're making a comment effectively like, I'm very aware of who I'm showing this card to and why I'm showing it, right?
Yeah. It's you guys may have heard the way their tournament was untap, upkeep, whoop, whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop. It's the sound of the police. Yep. For anyone confused about that, I think I brought this up before on stream. Fun fact, because playing a land is a special action and does not use the stack, and there's no priority passed, you actually always have the right, even in the most competitive of rules enforcement levels, to play a land, realize that that did not do anything, recognize that that was not something that was possible at the time, and then pick it up and play another land. So it is, whoa.
Ooh.
We're doing the twist.
That's so fascinating. It refills your hand, and it gets rid of the surveillance
camera in the graveyard. Yeah. This is a really heads-up play from Boomer.
Yeah.
I really like this choice. Very fantastic choice here. I think it's, essentially somebody entombs a breach LED effectively, right? Like you go, hey, yeah, actually this is a good time to not have things in graveyard for sure.
So
No, it's not. It's just a regular
Yeah, I do. While you are getting rid of like the gamble and a lot of like the impulse draw effects, after Ral dumps this much mana, I would be kind of scared of giving them a fresh 7.
3,000,000%.
Yeah, especially because if there's any deck at this table that is not going to draw 7 lands, it's going to be down in the corner there, Mr. C3.
Well-timed snap here from LJ. I think depending on what you're trying to hit will depend on what's going to get taken out here. I think there is a world where this snap hits something on Sisei's board, but very equally, like, tucking a Ral back into the command zone with how many resources Bob has available to him. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't think you can leave Sisei alone here. They are absolutely pushing so hard with this, especially recognizing that copy of Delighted Halfling, not insignificant.
Not insignificant at all. Like, especially with the way Boomer's board has developed, like, they're a Sisei, they could just have an uncounterable Derevi swing out with all those creatures, and then they just have it.
Yeah, exactly. I did really like the conversation that just happened between Boomer and LJ. LJ just being like, "Hey, before I go crazy on assuming this wheel is going to resolve what's happening here," Boomer going, "Dog, I'm trying to get a new hand because I can't stop Sisei," and LJ going, "Yeah, that's fair. I also would like to stop Sisei."
So fair.
So true, bestie. So true.
Yeah.
It unfortunately is still the welder.
You think it's so welder?
Yeah, players are saying even though we are about to lose, air quote, the surveillance camera, well, there still is the smarter option to get rid of here, which I don't hate as far as threat analysis. It's for me, it's Ral, it's Welder, or like maybe Esper, Mockingbird. Like I think there's a lot of permutations of reality here where like he just picks the wrong one here and it costs the game. But I don't necessarily think that is explicitly like the case here.
No, I think the only way to like interpret a correct it looks like it's Lotho.
Yeah, he did switch over to
Like,
Lotho, I guess.
man, I respect that. I think the only way to truly know if you're making the right decision in this pod is for it to come to its conclusion, talk to all the players, and then rewind.
Back to Twister on the step. I will pass on Twister. All right, we are Twister.
What lands did LJ untap? I only see one untapped.
I believe they untapped one of Boomer's lands.
Yeah, he was like,
untap the Tundra for interaction. Interesting.
Yeah, because they tapped the Talisman and Underground Sea. but they would need an extra mana.
No, that makes a lot of sense
yeah,
there. Actually, I'm actually really impressed by these players' communications here, right? Like they're both communicating well and being receptive to their opponent's communication in the sense that like LJ realizes he's not the problem right now, and he realizes I need this other player who is literally a deck full of resources. One of the things that we're very clearly opening up the door for is opposition agent out of Boomer's deck here because going against Sisay, what a card to have, right? Access to. I think so. So Boomer's probably exactly holding up that specific possibility here.
I also like it a lot because they're faced with like creature decks or like creature combos primarily, and they're not always going to be able to handle them the best. And if you are in a potentially shields down situation, that is not when you want to have the walls up when it comes to collaborating with opponents.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And like you see this all the time in cEDH where like someone's trying to min-max their sandbagging so hard, right? I mentioned LJ is someone who I have considered a bit of a sandbagger in the past, but like as you can see, he's adapting to this pod because he recognizes that transparency is important. Now, when you're playing against a lot of players who are sandbagging, who are playing a aggressive mid-range game, it's a different way to approach the game. But I think adaptivity, the ability to reflect who I'm playing against, their play styles, what I need from those players actively as we are progressing as allies through this game, it's such an important skill, and it's why a player like LJ, who, is playing this hyper fringe deck that has been at times awful in the metagame, really shows the ability to say, like, hey, I am able to adapt to what's happening here.
Yeah, like, so Boomer was the one with the fish. Jared's the one with the Esper Sentinel. LJ hasn't been able to get Edric out. So they've drawn some cards off the librarian, but not a ton. But they're the ones who have committed the Force of Will and the Snap. I think I really like how they've adapted there.
You bargain for the untap.
Yeah, so this is very interesting here. Boomer is fully tapping out from Arnius, which I was not expecting, given the political conversation that just happened about going into Sisay's turn with a full fresh hand and Raul's turn with a full fresh hand. I really was not expecting this to be where that turn ends up.
I mean, I know that they're an Esper player, but this is the second gamble we've seen from them this game. We saw them tap out early for the fish.
Yeah.
And then now we're seeing them once again complete tap out. We go into Sisay's turn, so it's not like they're playing a Lotus Petal or anything.
I do really appreciate the player audio in this part of the game too, because you just hear the most ADHD card flicking of all time. Like truly, we love to see it. But it makes sense. A lot of players, they just got a fresh hand, let them flick.
Yeah.
I also am a prime card flicker myself, so I completely understand.
I think, and chat, you'll be able to sympathize with this. One of my favorite privileges of being a caster that you don't get when you're in games is that you can see when people's like legs start like start like jackhammering basically, and it's so funny to see how like as they're shuffling through cards, it's like their pick is basically jumping up and down in the seat. So much fun. But body language gives away so much.
I agree completely. Yeah, I've had so many conversations about body language in cEDH and how it's one of the main differences between like playing webcam versus playing in person. Like you can read people's body language way different. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, is this a bright glass gear Hulk that's about to come down?
Bright glass gear.
Yeah, baby.
Man. Ian shoots. Jared scores.
He said white, green. I gotta say, as much as I would love to call the dub on that call, there's only so many cards that fit that demographic. Are they?
I want to be able to cast Hunting Grounds twice.
They've got to be on Candelabra of Tanos, right? In their Turbo Cradle deck, I'm assuming.
Right? They did previously, but that was 22 cards ago.
Previously on this deck list. Yeah, they're not registered to be on Candelabra of Tanos.
Okay, they took it out.
Oh, but you know what one-drop spell they do have in their deck? I don't know if you remember it. It's been a minute since we played this card. What was it called? Surveillance Camera, was it? Yeah, I think it was something like that.
Yeah.
So hypothetically speaking, if I'm in Jared's spot here and I think I have a window, I'm grabbing Lotus Petal, I'm grabbing Surveillance Camera. Because Lotus Petal allows me to play the petal, crack it, throw it in the graveyard, right? So that I do have, there's a Surveillance Camera. Yep. Checks out.
It's like, I know this is not your primary win condition, but it's so tilting.
Yeah.
LJ going, I know this is not your primary win condition, but this is so tilting.
Oh, that's so fun.
I mean, if
that's
Jared,
so fun.
Jared might have just found a window here, to be honest, because like Boomer completely going shields down was really surprising to me.
I mean, okay, in Boomer's defense, if you're threat assessing, I don't think Bright Glass Gearhulk necessarily should be the first thing on your mind, but you were just talking about the need to like improvise and kind of play on the fly. And by the time that you've seen like a Goblin Welder, you know, you've seen like this artifact synergy. I do think that potentially this indicates that Jared may have found a corner of a cEDH that Boomer wasn't prepared to go.
Well, yeah, and even if you're not expecting Bright Glass into Sewer Valence, rip it back, right? Like, I think you should be expecting, hey, I just gave this player with kind of a frankly ridiculous amount of mana, a fresh 7, and I also gave the Ral Storm player a fresh 7. How am I going to survive this turn cycle? I'm actually really interested to see him get the Mox Opal here because he does not have an artifact in graveyard, right? Which is so important because this combo does not work if Welder can't swap. So we see the Opal come down. Yeah. We're going to be a little quiet here for a second just because we're really listening to the players sequencing here and how that they're
like shouldn't they have gotten like a couldn't they have gotten like a Lotus Petal at the first class?
There was a Want You Tong trigger that LJ is recognizing in because of the break class search.
Oh yeah, trigger recognizes triggered.
Really fascinated to see how he's getting an artifact in the graveyard. I felt like getting Lotus Petal was the only way to make this super clean, you know?
What was the other thing they got off it?
Mox Opal, the one they just played.
I'll go to 3. I'm gonna cast this
Vexing Bauble. Okay, that is the one. That's how you put a card in graveyard, eh?
That's so cool.
So the heads up play here is you're supposed to cast the Sewer Valence Camera. As soon as the ETB hits, then you target the Goblin Welder. That's when you sacrifice the Vexing Bauble so that you can make sure that the free spells of your opponents are turned off. Oh, but I don't think Bob realizes that this is the same as killing them. Yeah, Mental Misstep is putting the Vexing Bauble in the graveyard, and he then just gets to cast the camera. Now, notably, if anyone else has a free spell, Bob has saved them.
Sorry. I believe that priority was passed in that way, but it's fine.
Yeah, but I don't think there was enough discussion on the Mental Misstep.
Yeah.
I don't particularly want to be using those on you when we're going to a fresh route.
Okay. Boomer is showing Jared cards here.
I will show you again.
No, I'm going to keep that. Okay. Thank you, though.
Are you going to continue to push?
Yeah, I'm going to continue.
Well, also, I think something that they might be missing is the fact that Bob just countered the Bauble, and Jared can just activate the Welder. To put it back.
There was discussion of that.
Yeah. The Gearhulk and the Vexing Bubble's kind of hot, I'm not going to lie.
Whoa. Jared, I didn't realize you were cool like that.
Yeah. Vexing Bauble here, I think, is legitimately the card that is going to win this game.
That's so cool. Vexing Bauble, what you doing later? You
there
free?
Was almost... I don't think there was many other pieces that very specifically will save you. I got a major shout out to Jared here, who is sequencing like a pro. Like his sequencing in this moment, his understanding of I have these resources, my opponents have these resources, this is how I play around the most amount of interaction possible. Their only hope right now is that LJ, with that 1 mana, has something here. But now, very specifically, because they countered the Vexing Bauble, they're actually in a situation where they can no longer interact because Vexing Bauble would have had to have been sacrificed. We are now in a situation here where the Vexing Bauble is online as they repeat through this process.
So it pretty much has to be like exactly what Strict Serenade?
Yeah, I believe, okay, so now we see the switch with Sewer Valence Camera and Bright Glass Gearhulk. What's going to be happening here is that Jared is going to be able to present a loop in which he will be able to tutor out every single Bright Glass Gearhulk target in his entire deck. He also will be able to switch at some point to start looping the Mox Opal over to just generate infinite mana. I think they're in a lot of
I
trouble.
think
here.
and you're right. This is Vexing Bobble's putting in so much work. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not zero cost, but Vexing Bobble, I'm free for you, baby. This is so good.
I gotta say, as someone who's a really big fan of these surveillance camera combos, I'm genuinely pretty ecstatic that this is the win condition we are seeing in the top 16 of this tournament. I would not have guessed that this is the case. What I will say is, I do think Jared is flying a little bit close to the sun by using Bright Glass Gear Hulk right now because of LJ's Wanchitong. Now, to be clear, he can, with the Wanchitong trigger at the stack, start doing the Moxel loop that we were just talking about, generate infinite mana, crack the E-zone, and then play Sisay and just finish the game off.
Absolutely.
But as I said, there is a certain level of invoking variables that he might have to play around that he maybe did not necessarily need to play around in this moment, you know?
Yeah, like they're close enough to the finish line that potentially they are like giving a little bit more room for other people to catch up than necessary.
Exactly.
This does remind me of, and we've seen this happen on stream a couple times, it looks like for the most part, this game is relatively wrapped up, but I think especially given the nature of the fact that like these players have been playing like essentially 2 full days of Magic, why not spend the extra like 10, 15 minutes?
And he did let him resolve the draw trigger.
Whoa.
But I don't know why you wouldn't make infinite mana in response. Especially once again, LJ has mana. Like, that is the only thing that can stop him here.
Yeah. What? And because that's what's that lane? Is that a Saber?
What's your win?
Oh, they're just asking what the win con is.
Bowmaster. Just pull them out of that period. Sure.
Okay. They're allowing a shortcut of just showing
the win.
There we go.
Here.
Okay.
Congratulations,
Holy cow.
Jared Adder, on what, you know, hey, we called it, right? I said, hey, Jared's going to come on stream and get redemption for the clerical error that cost them one of their rounds.
Fun. They didn't even need a 4-0.
Yeah.
Good for Jared.
Very interesting stuff
so
here.
Cool. I have heard about these like Goblin Water lines, but this is my first time seeing it in play.
Same.
I've heard people talk about how good of a combo it is, and I've been saying I need to see it before I believe it. And I'll tell you what, I'm a believer.
Yeah, I honestly am really, really impressed. That was a really clean win out of Jared. As I said, you know, I understand Boomer's position of wanting to tap out from Arnius there, but it's pretty easy to argue that that was what cost him the game in that situation, you know? And obviously he showed him 3 cards, right? So Vexing Bobble is the MVP here. I think realistically at the end of the day, Bob's spell didn't end up mattering because of Bobble. All the other things that happened didn't matter because of Bobble. And I gotta, once again, shout out Jared's sequencing during that last turn. Made it look clinical, honestly. Yeah, he gave LJ one draw that he didn't need to do, but at the end of the day, like, the rest of that turn was sequenced so intelligently, so cleanly, that you can't help but go, yeah, that's someone who deserved the win that he just got. He just played a clinical game with Brewer's advantage, doing something insanely cool, playing a Goblin Welder and Sisay that should have had gone alarm bells, and everyone kind of had those, but they were like, there's only so much they can stop in those situations, right? So it was really a fascinating game. The only thing I'm bummed about is that we've seen LJ twice on stream, and we never got to see him resolve his commander. It just never was a possibility, apparently. So I don't know. I feel really satisfied watching that game of cEDH, though. It was clean game. Multiple players put their wins in the stack. Players walking away, talking about collaborating well together, working to position, you know, showing different levels of, yeah, there could have been tension between you should push, you should not push, here's my interaction, all that kind of stuff. And we also see the faults of a control deck when the proactive deck has exactly the right access to hit them on. And you know, that's one of the benefits of also playing proactive decks with Sisay in the command zone specifically. It allows you to go, oh, that's cute, I was going to cast a bunch of spells to try to win the game, but instead, how about I start activating these abilities?
I am challenged in this moment and reminded of how like curious I need to be as a cEDH player, because sometimes when I'm in games and I see cards that like you don't traditionally see in a list, it's hard not to be like, oh,
that's
you know,
weird.
They're playing a suboptimal list, or I no longer have to like worry about them. As opposed to this is a great indication of me of like a blind spot in my knowledge. Like if I were in this pod, I probably would have made very similar decisions to Boomer.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those situations here too where it's like it's kind of hard to not feel comfortable being a Marnius player, investing in yourself. Because once again, we have to recognize the fact that he had to pay for a time twister, right? It's not like he just got a bunch of stuff for free, right? He was the one who had to pay into it. He's advancing his own game plan, and as you can see, he showed 3 cards. So clearly feeling very confident with 3 answers, being like, hey dog, chill. And instead Goblin Welder specifically being a card that said, no, no, no. Now I am curious, did Boomer have Mind Break Jab? Did he have Force of Negation? Because if so, then it is a mistake to let Bob hit that Vexing Bobble with the mental misstep there, right?
Yeah.
Because it going to the graveyard is the death knell of that
Absolutely.
game. Absolutely. So it's really fascinating stuff here, and I feel we are quite lucky to have been able to watch such a cool game of cEDH.
Absolutely. Yeah, some things that stick out to me, like questions that I would have that I'd be curious to talk to the pod about are, especially with the mental misstep on the Vexing Bobble, I don't think it generated any triggers that were impossible to like roll back. So that, but also like why tap out from Marnius unless they're free spells?
Yes, exactly.
So those are some questions I have, as well as like we've talked about this a couple times, but for those who are just now joining at the end of the game, this is the second time that we've seen this Sissay on stream.
Yes.
The first time they were knocked out of the pod by like a deck registration error. And you know, we were talking about it, like the word that was really kind of like on our tongues was like unfortunate, because it's sad to see, like it seemed like it was unintentional, it's just happenstance. And so I have to imagine that was quite the emotional low for them. And then with the tournament math of like not knowing how much you need to get in, the fact that they were able to get in still, seat 1.
And now they're going to the finals.
Yeah, like how crazy is that?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. A cEDH 10K, absolutely featuring a lot of spicy decks, a lot of innovative games. Let me check in real quick before we log off too, just to see if any of our other games have concluded. As of right now, let me do a little refresh on my tab here. Now, as of now, I believe this is the only game I had heard of, but as I said, let me double check in with these pods and see what is happening with these top 16 pods. We have, yes, so Grant Eklund has won his pod 4, beating out Maddie, Ty Ohio, and Seth, our player from pod round 7. And we have Jared winning pod 3. We have 2 unresolved pods. Those are the pods with Zach, Hunter, Mecca, and Bennett in pod 1, and Jimmy, Sky, Joe Holland, and Zach Hood in pod 2. So we have 2 pods still yet to be played. Unfortunately speaking, on a professional level, there's no way to go, hey, pause the middle of your cEDH game, pick up all your permanents, pick up your hand, jump onto camera. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. However, we do have currently the invitational finals for the Black Lotus Invitational happening right now. So by the time the finals come around for us, we better see those butts back in those seats for us.
Absolutely.
However, we'll pass you off to our fellow compatriots over there showing the finals of the Black Lotus Invitational, but then come back for the finals of the cEDH Land Go 10K. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
We'll see you there.
That was so wholesome.
Yeah. Well, hello. Welcome to the neighborhood.
we are back here. We're ready for the finals of the cEDH LandGo 10K Open here in Nashville. Now, we had a little bit of a break as our players were getting some fans in the recording room because it is, despite being very cold in this room, it is sweltering in that room. So
absolutely.
Luckily, the staff here were able to get them nice and cooled off, and we're about to play some high-stakes cEDH gaming. Now, the players have already agreed to split the prizing for this event, meaning money-wise, everything's sort of split up, play nice and even, which is always very interesting. I always find it to be really fascinating how that affects the finals.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether the people are doing an all-or-nothing type game, or if they split the pricing. Now, to be clear, there's still a lot on the line. There are championship points. There are titles. There are, I'm pretty sure, a really cool ring is what I heard.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's the one in the
It's the one
display
that's,
case.
woo!
Yeah, there's been one in the front desk on the display case just going back and forth. I'm now just putting together that is going to our 10K cEDH champion. So I'm super excited. And, you know, despite having high numbers of some meta decks in our top 16. Right now, this finals pod is fascinating. I'm really, really excited.
Like,
about
what's
it.
going on with it? So for you guys, like what we're looking at, the people who have fought all the way through this tournament, 2 full days of Magic, they stepped into a hot and steamy room and they were like, no, not today,
and
not
they
us.
came to the tournament.
Like we have a Sisay pilot in seat 1 who is one of the coolest Sisay decks. Lists. Another way I could refer to it is 99s.
One of the coolest 99s we've seen for a Sisay deck, for sure.
We saw them win with like a Goblin Welder loop using like Bright Glass Gearhulk and stuff. It was so cool. But then we also have it was like, I mean, you guys saw it. You were probably there.
You were all there. Yeah, no, I think it's super fascinating that we have this super non-traditional Sisay list kicking things off, and also just what a redemption arc, what a story. We were actually just talking to them, getting prepped before the top 4. They were like, they gave me the background on getting that list.
The DL.
They were like, yeah, my work didn't let me out, so I arrived the day before the tournament at 11 p.m. and then checked in and went to bed. And I was like, that makes sense how you would maybe mix your list up. Also, knowing the pilot in question, they have like 60 Moxfield versions of Sisay, so I can understand where a clerical error may have occurred hypothetically. But absolutely put on a clinic last round, going through some Goblin Welder, Sewer Valence camera lines. Next, we have Schmandrew Schmeckland, also known as Grant Eklund, on their Thrasios and Timna Brew. And, you know, we've kind of talked about it before, a little bit of the flair of NBC, right? A lot of the no bad cards sort of vibe in there, although, as we saw earlier, able to win the game with a relatively quick pace, right?
Yeah, I was talking with them before the rounds, and they were saying with the exception of one game, which was their top 16 game, every single victory they had was at the hands of Devoted Druid.
Interesting.
So,
interesting.
Having,
super cool.
having talked with them, some of their, could it be me? But I feel like TNT has this reputation of always going into like the ultra late game. Of always like maybe playing a little bit like table police potentially.
Absolutely.
But there's definitely some spice in here. I think they're on both Drakes. So they are looking to either land an early science effect of their own or just swipe one from a stray, like a Sisay or a blue farm player.
Sisay and Vivi, they're definitely not decks that care about the commanders more than anything else, right? So they wouldn't be affected by any Drake effects. So what I'm really, really loving to see here too, very wholesome story. Our player in 3rd seat here, Mecca on Vivi, they came up to me literally the day before the tournament. They were like, hey, love all the work you do with Vivi. Would you sign my playmat? All that kind of stuff. And they were super wholesome. It's not, they are not a extremely seasoned player. This is still pretty fresh for them. So the fact that they kind of came in with a very much like, hey, we're going to see where things go attitude, and now they're all the way here at the top 4, able to really run a clean top 16 game. I believe took out 2 players, went into a Final Fortune turn, and took out the last player. So sweet stuff here.
It's so cool.
Really cool. Individual choices here with the Vivi list as well. I don't know if you got to take a chance to parse through it.
It's the I love good Vivi list. I know it's something that you enjoy as well. And it's fun that this player's high energy is also matched by like high potential for some pretty quick plays. We've got like Zenith Festival and some of those other kind of like red or blue spells that get you out to the gate with a super quick like burst of mana, like Twisted Image. I know is also a really, really big one. So I'm very excited to see how this player is able to handle the heat. of a top 4 pod.
Yeah, absolutely. Really cool stuff in the list too. Things like what was the card we were looking at before? Sigil of Sleep.
Sigil of Sleep.
Enchant your BV and then go. Actually, every non-creature I cast is going to be an unsummon for each of your creatures. just so you know.
Yep.
And also not running maybe as many of the curiosity effects as I've seen in other lists. So this like the wheel package is like really reminiscent of what I would expect from like a RAL deck.
Yeah.
So it's like a hybridization of those two strategies, which is really cool for BB space as well.
And then in 4th seat, we have another Sisay.
Yes.
I believe this is the second player in this pod that we haven't seen on stream yet.
Correct. Correct. Yeah.
They've got some really cool lists. For instance, like something that is recently, I think, been starting to add to Sisay list, but it seems like it's quickly becoming a staple, is Abigail from Strixhaven. It enters, and it's kind of got like a Deadpool thing going, but instead of like stealing it, it's just like the text on the card is just gone.
I love your text box. Mind if I delete it real quick? And it's really, really powerful as far as an engine, especially because there's this classic situation that comes up with every, and to be clear, this is definitely a Sisay list that would fall under the category of traditional Sisay. For those who aren't familiar with traditional Sisay, it effectively is a minimalization of the concept that this is a Sisay that wants to tutor and then tutor and then tutor and then tutor, or also known as trad, also known as tutor chain Sisay, right? So you can sort of put the definition together. Whereas like you talked about our Sisay in seat 1 is a artifact combo, like Dawnwaker-esque hybrid list, right? Our Sisay in seat 4 is very much a classic Sisay, and I've had the pleasure of playing with Zach many times over the years, and honestly seeing him grow as a player, right? Like I remember one of his earlier tournaments getting to play against him in Swiss, and this is a different Zach Hood. This is a player who is all the way up here in the top 4, playing really clean Magic, part of the LPW team. Generally really cool to see players from all different parts of the country, different backgrounds, all that kind of stuff. Everyone's here ready to clash in this top 4. And you know, even if you see commanders that you're not unfamiliar with, like TNT, Sisay, VV, if you look at the compositions of these decks, these players aren't resting on their laurels. This is not I'm going to copy and net deck a 99 of, you know, a Jimmy Bob who's copy and pasted the same 16 decks over and over again. These are players who are individually going in there, sculpting their decks to fit their comfort style, which I think you need to do if you are going to innovate in this format. Is just, even if you're not going to full 180, break a new deck, bring a new strategy, whatever it may be, you're still able to bring something unique, bring something new, and sort of mesh ideas together to create something new from it, right?
Yeah, like I think talking about Zach's list is a great example of when we talk about traditional Sisay, we may think of like a bunch of planeswalkers where like only one's allowed to work while the other stays home and watches like the Fabro Elder and the Blue Thunder. But even still, we see them beginning to experiment with like very new cards from Strixhaven. Or also like while still doing this like tutor chainy stuff, all the additions like Deadpool and things like that allow you to mess with the timing or kind of bury the lead on what combo it is you're going for. So you are forcing your opponents oftentimes to interact at times they don't want to or in ways they prefer to pass on. But like Sisay, Timna Thrasios, Vivi, and then another Sisay. Oh, it's so fun.
I also really want to shout out that there is a package that I think is really interesting in the LPW Sisay, or Zach's list in the 4th. They are on the Jolly Balloon Man Village Bellringer combos as well,
I love that.
Which, it's been a Sisay combo that people have experimented with. I know I've personally like messed around with it in variants of Sisay in the past, and I've always thought, you know, it's probably a little slept on, but you know, there's still so much to learn about it. We don't know if it's the best thing to be doing in X, Y, or Z space, or whatever it may be, right? But we're seeing this really clean package in here, and it has some beautiful layering. If you have 4 creatures, pardon me, an Enduring Vitality and a meal with the Village Bellringer, that also goes infinite, and then you have any sort of ability to tap a creature for mana. Balloon Man Bellringer goes infinite. So there's all these sort of layered combos that go on top of each other. Plus, if you've ever seen a Balloon Man copy a Bloom Tender, it is nauseatingly gross. Like, it is absolutely disgusting.
Good.
Yeah, and this is a deck that's full of, I want to make a copy of something with haste. And Balloon Man is literally like, I'm going to do that anyways. And also, sometimes I might just win the game. You know, like, sometimes we'll make it a clinic and clean it up real quick.
I feel like with these iterations of Sisay, we're starting to see the ways that I feel like the rise of Rogthras brought a lot of cards. And the idea of just untapping. Because I feel like that's when we started to see a lot of traditional Sisays moving away from just planeswalkers, and you're able to increase the card quality with things like Emil and Derevi, which means now you're able to do so many more of your combos at instant speed, which is really, really cool to see. And then we're seeing even further iteration with, I mean, like, if you guys haven't seen Jared's Sisse list, you haven't lived. The last game was so cool, and I am desperately hoping that we're able to see each player, each list, just chomping at the bit, racing for the front, and trying to take down this 10K tournament.
Well, Eric, instead of looking at our beautiful mugs and talking about these decks, why don't we look at their beautiful hands and I guess just let's go to the game.
Yeah. Away we go.
Right. Yeah,
Look
I
at
guess
those
you could always
hands.
expect
Look at
that.
those hands.
Bunch of
Man,
hand models over here.
That's so cool. 5 fingers on each one.
Did you double check before saying that?
Hang on.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Carry
Hold chat. Hold
the
chat.
9.
I do really love that the Vivi's mana trackers are the SpongeBob lands.
Yeah.
There's some raw power in that. There's an energy that says, yeah, I know why I'm here, and you know why I'm here.
Yeah. Yeah. My plan is for me to come out on top and for all of you guys to end up at the bikini bottom.
Ooh, Eric, you're on fire today, dude. I gotta say, I do not believe that Vivi has won a tournament of over 200 players ever. I know they've won one over 100.
I want it to happen
And
so bad.
so, in a totally unbiased way that has nothing to do with my own personal preferences or what deck's really, really cool here, it would be super cool to see that, and also unbiased.
No.
I did get Judge Marcos to laugh as I was going on that tirade as he walked in the room, so honestly, it's a free win for me.
Yeah, I would way rather get a judge laugh than a judge call. That's usually my preference.
And honestly, on stream, we can definitely get one much more than the other. Really fascinating to see this pod composition here. I feel like, we had one of our judges come in and be like, hey, do you have an idea who's like your golden horse for this game? Who do you think is, just like from an objective standpoint, not a preferential standpoint, who do you think has the advantage in this pod? And it took us a minute. Like, I genuinely don't think that there's any deck that I think is so explicitly dominant as far as strategy is concerned. The biggest issue I see here is that a lot of these decks are very creature combo focused and very light on interaction. It's not that it is non-existent in these pods, and these decks are capable of obviously grinding with the best of them, right? These decks beat the Roggish Eyes, they beat the other decks that can just have a million counter spells, right? But they have a semi-parasitic quality to them. Honestly, if Vivi gets a good enough hand, they can just untap on turn 2 and go, hey guys, you kept the Force of Will, right? Oh, weird. Did you guys establish all your mid-range engines? Kind of cringe. Ooh, brother.
Anyways, I'm going to Quicksilver, make infinite mana, then pump it into quote-unquote Sisse.
That's the other part of that too. Unironically, knowing that you're a Vivi pilot sitting, and we did confirm that there is Quicksilver Elemental in this deck list, and so hypothetically speaking, this is a perfect time where anyone plays the commander, and that extra layer of risk gets up there.
Absolutely.
Also, notably, there's a Thrasios in the pod where Jared has multiple different ways to essentially build a Rog Thras style game plan. So becoming a copy of or stealing a version of Thrasios is actually an objectively powerful thing that deck can do as well. So definitely some really, really interesting stuff in the composition of this pod here.
Yeah, I think exactly what you're talking about. We just saw in our last pod, we saw it several times throughout the tournament yesterday as well. Like all of these lists, they want to be against Rogshy. They want to be against Blue Farm because their expectation is that they can land an Esper and then they are like helping the pod have more counter spells by casting like a Crop Rock or a Guy's Cradle or something. And then that activates, Blue Farm's like Mindbreak Trap. But the thing is, they beat out all of those like super spell slingery, like grindy lists. And so now they're into a pod where like you have two Sisses like running against each other. And it'll be interesting to see how much they're able to progress their own board states without having to kind of cannibalize their own game plan to stop their opponents. So one of the things you were talking about that I think stands out to me a lot is, especially in these top pods, is not uncommon at all. They just see an absolute dead sprint for a win. Especially when like prizing is split, like we'll see some like really, really fast wins. And so it'll be interesting to see if one is able to kind of take the lead over the other. Or like, if Vivi comes out really, really strong and then Grant just tutors for a Gilded Drake, they could stop any of these lists right in their tracks. So I think mulligans are, going to have a huge huge part to play.
Yeah, also, if there's a list that I do not want to have a VV, it's this TNT deck. Yeah, I would, not only as the VV pilot in the pod would you not want that, but I think everyone else knows, hey, TNT's issue is that sometimes it's a little slow.
Yeah.
You know when it's not a little bit slow? If it has a VV.
Yeah. And plus, like, the best interaction that, like, is on board right now, for if, like, a early Devoted Druid comes out, it, like, is going to be, like, Snapback or Deadpool.
Also, I did see a question in chat about where I got my "You Wouldn't Pay the One" shirt. This is actually merch that Landgo is selling. It's very funny, and based on the ever so classic "You wouldn't get you wouldn't do drugs." Is that it? It's whatever the meme is from 7,000 years ago. But people have been rocking them all weekend, and they're incredibly based.
Yeah. They're really fun. It's also really interesting that they're being sold, because I think most of what we've experienced at this tournament is incredibly responsible Magic play. For instance, we had a Magda player earlier, like sacrificing treasures when they were very strapped for resources, just to ensure that, like, the blue farm player who had access to infinite mana,
just a little
just a little bit,
mana.
just trying to restrict resources as much as possible.
Absolutely.
And so it just seems like there's been a lot of, like, very, very, like, responsible play stacks in the, and it seems like Ristic has formed more as like a stacks effect here.
Yeah, I've actually noticed that as well. There's been a lot of people willing to pay their taxes this time around. Now, inversely, there's also been a lot of people who are very unwilling to pay their taxes, right?
Yeah.
But it really depends on the pod. And we're noticing once again, like, the grindy decks are really performing quite well, right? These decks, what I find very interesting about this composition is a lot of similar thought process to what we found last weekend in Portland, which was effectively this idea that, like, there is a meta that is established with these grindy, control-y style decks, right? But what's essentially finding itself in these open tournaments to outpower these other decks is this idea of, okay, yes, I understand that you are going to try to oppress the pod, but I'm going to play win conditions that don't subscribe to your reality. Like, I am not going to lose to a Flusterstorm. That's cute. Can you deal with an Abora Breeze Collar Goblin Molder combo? Oh, you don't play targeted removal? Probably should be.
Yeah, oopsie.
Oop.
Yeah, time to add Swords of Plowshare back in.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, I mean, like, there's a reason that, like, two of the players who top cut are, the Snuffler in squad, and like the Snuff Out and those types of free targeted removal pieces. Like, they count for a reason. There's a reason that subtlety has been picked up more and more lately, right? Targeted removal is extremely important in this current metagame, and if you look at literally all of these top decks, guess how many of them get blown up by targeted removal? Each and every one. Do they have backup plans? Yeah, absolutely. Does it still hurt a lot? Yeah. Will they yap to get it off the stack? For sure they will. Will it work? Not always.
Does anyone have anything for this Devoted Druid?
Yeah.
Is Deadly Rock good here?
Yeah. Hey, is my Devoted Druid chill? Ooh, 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 ooh.
Ooh. Good to hear the players laughing. It's something that we've also seen a lot of at this tournament. Is I would consider a lot of, like, good sportsmanship has been seen both on stream and off stream as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Jared's pod even, like, forming that ID after the deck communication error, right? Like, that was already starting the weekend off with a very positive vibe, and now, partially because of that situation, we have Jared here in the finals, right? So, like, there is a level of, like, I owe that notion to the people who are around me, right? Okay, so it seems like we have a 4 here from Jared, a 5 here
and then
from
2 6s, I think.
Mr.
Yeah,
Fletch.
double 6s.
2 6s.
2 6s. Hey.
Not
3, just 2.
Putting it all on black or something? Is that how Vegas works?
Yeah. No, I've been very impressed as we continue to see the quality of cEDH players continue to increase as our format and our players along with it mature.
Amen.
I think it's nice to see players involving sportsmanship and, like, a degree of, like, professionalism to it as well. I think it's been really, really nice to see.
I'd like to fetch.
So we just have a City of Brass impasse here from Jared. And we got the Esper here from Grant. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having too much fun with these arrows. I'm curious to see what's gonna happen. I think of all of the early game development, I think Mecha is the most relevant, right?
Yeah.
Because the VV plan can be a turn 2 deck, right? It very easily can be. So, equally it's a deck that can grind, don't get me wrong. But we mentioned earlier that it's a deck that has very particular engines and, like, the RAL sub-strategy that we were sort of alluding to earlier. that really kind of alludes to this ability for this VV deck to, you know, just put foot on gasoline, see what happens, question mark, exclamation point, you know, like.
Yeah. I've got my eye on what they do next.
We're zooming. This is on
No,
top.
no. That part's on top. Yeah, there you go. That way he doesn't have to.
Like I said, we're zooming. So
Oh yeah, Grant confirming
I will
that
take responsibility
Chud's
to
on
make it
bottom.
shuffle again.
Let's see what they do next.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Chrome Mox.
Mecca taking a little time to thinky here. We got a Chrome Mox coming in. Verbally confirmed a Chrome Mox, although I don't physically see one.
And let's pitch.
There you go. So I assume yes.
Oh, there we go. It's Chrome Mox. Yeah.
Oh, we're waiting on another shuffle spell.
Pitching Underworld Breach.
Whoa, whoa.
Wow. That is. Would you have bet me $1 million that would have been the pitch? Nope.
No.
And dropping a Squanch.
Whoa.
Honking Squancher here on
Holy
turn
cow.
2. Oh my goodness.
God, that's. Ooh. I feel like there's two of us here now that are squelching. This is. Whoa. Okay. This is cool. Okay.
If the finals of this tournament is determined by Mr. Honky Squanchums himself, I am gonna lose my mind.
Yeah. Also, like, this is like another instance where you've been talking about like snuff out a lot.
Yeah,
like, this
yeah.
is exactly where you want to be able to have
Yup.
access to. Like, we have already seen like targeted removal needs to be in these players' hands.
Yeah, yeah, literally. Now, there is also a reality here because Zach is very specifically holding up Abigail mana. So if he Abigail's the sexy squelcher right now, I'm going to laugh extremely hard. I don't think it's going to happen, but you know, I can dream.
Abigail.
Woo! I'm going to Vegas after this, baby.
I'm out of breath. That was insane. From the top ropes. Yeah.
You can't make that up.
No.
There's no heckin' way that that just happened, dude.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I mean, and the interesting thing about Abigail is that it leaves the permanent on board, which means there is still a Hexing Squelcher and an Underworld Breach exiled to Chrome Mox.
Vivi just went from, I think he's going to win on turn 2 to.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Oh,
never
man.
mind. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's still a permutation of reality in which you know they just play an actual.
No, a second Abigail has hit the tower.
Okay, this is a second Esper Sentinel, more so.
Oh, come on, Jared.
Listen, the man multi-4, give him a break.
Okay, that's true. That's true. Well, isn't that when you need uncountable spells the most?
You're not wrong.
Okay, but yeah, you also probably do want cards.
I'm just gonna put a little X on the Hexing Squelcher here to represent that it has been it's been honked.
For sure.
It's been honked by the owl. Notorious honkers. I believe this is a beautiful Altar of a Soul Ring that we're seeing here currently, and some Esper Sentinel draws. Now, honestly, if I'm in Jared's seat, I'm feeling really good about. Actually, whatever I was gonna say, ignore that. You know?
Yeah.
We haven't seen a game with an Esper in a Ristic Study go wrong recently.
Yeah.
Have we?
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe in the biz that's what they call a.
I'll swing next time.
Oh no! Stop moving it.
Stop.
Yeah, this is. If you're the TNT mid-range deck, I feel like this is a pretty good place for you to be. Now, once again, Vivi could just say, "Well, Grant's gonna win the long game. Why wouldn't I? You know, why wouldn't I just try to jam right now?" So we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, if you have Hexen Culture, you're feeling a lot more confident about that decision. Yeah, it's one of these awkward situations where it's like, does Zach's tempo play here just, you know, essentially put Grant in a dominant position?
Yeah.
Because you take out the player who's threatening a little bit of a proactive win, but does the person who is oppressing with the early card advantage, are they the person who just gets
like,
to walk away?
unless I
with this,
missed something,
you know?
there like wasn't a lot of like politicking over it. Like I imagine you could have like, you probably could have get broed them.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got 3 mana coming out here from Mecha.
No way.
Great pivot, honestly.
Okay.
Fantastic pivot
that's so
here
good.
to be able to go to a defensive standpoint. Now, we'll see if folks are fighting over this Ristic, but TBH, if we're fighting over this Ristic, it's going to be Grant, and everyone else is going to just probably not care, right?
I will go ahead and
What you doing, Jared?
swing 2 flying lifelink
Oh yeah, Hexing Sculpture is 2 flying lifelink, as our players are pointing out here.
Who does play Necronauts?
Grant doing the Ever Classic. I don't play
Additionally-
Necronauts in a pod where
sure.
no one does.
It's worth noting that if this game does, for whatever reason, go to 3 hours, it will go to the person in first seed. So it is worth killing him and then me in that order. Up to you. I mean,
Grant,
I can take 2.
I'm really yapping about this particular combat right now, going essentially saying that taking out Jared in seed order is more logical because if it goes to time. However,
I got yelled at for
he needs to take out Grant also. So the attack still is a logical choice here.
Yeah,
because if he just takes out Jared, guess what? That lets Grant win.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't he politic about taking a player out of the game here?
Yeah. No, for sure. It's definitely, everyone has the right to do so, but it's like, it's 2 damage. I think it's a little early in the game. Like, if we're talking about the alternative win condition.
Yeah. That is one of the things I like about VV, though. It is really good about applying precious life total. Like, I believe that is how this player got to the top 4.
Yeah, I believe so. It was manual burn on the final fortune turn.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep, and also respectfully, as a longtime PV pilot, the person with the Ristic and the Esper is absolutely the person I'm putting in a tomb.
Yeah. Someone from chat saying, if your life total doesn't matter, then why are you trying to avoid it?
Amen, chat. Honestly, chat is often not one for base takes, but that one's pretty based.
Yeah, the rare chat W.
Yeah, exactly.
But also, I mean, TNT is a deck that thrives on like being 1% ahead of like the rest of the pod, and so I would expect to see a lot more politicking here, especially with like another Ristic to try and keep ahead. Ooh.
This is one of those situations too where like this is where Trat's thrives, right?
Yeah.
If everyone just starts #slopping it up, right? That creates a situation in which, yes, game actions are happening, people are casting spells, Lotha will trigger, and Zach doesn't even necessarily have to be doing anything until he does everything.
Absolutely.
Which is such a classic Sisay diagram, right? Like you had him in a situation where you're like, oh man, I missed my land trap. I can't even play Sisay at this point. I would need so many triggers to go. And I'm not saying Zach is going to win this game right now, but what I am saying is that Zach is putting himself in a favorable spot to be forgotten about.
Yep.
Yeah, and I don't think this is like a bluff on his part, perhaps, but he is playing his game plan, and I think he should be really proud of that.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I think the necessity to take out the Squelcher, and I think you're right. The conversation with Mecha of being like, hey, can you not push for Squelcher next turn so I don't have to take you out while these 2 get ahead, probably could have been a lot more productive, because then Lotha could have come down earlier, and Vivi could have just not pushed if they were obviously going to be someone who kept their word in that situation there, right? That being said, obviously Squelcher is a great card to not have on the battlefield.
Oh, for sure.
So,
I would like to cast a Soul Ring.
3 triggers.
Everybody can trigger.
Oh, it's happening already.
slap.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Don't worry,
think
my deck has a
one
really
of the
hard time
things that I
winning.
see new players make fatal flaws with all the time is overpaying for these Ristics and Mystics and Espers and all that kind of stuff. In situations like this, the players are objectively correct. Well, I shouldn't say objectively, are 99% of the time going to be correct when they are advancing their plan, when everyone else has to fight through the Ristics and Mystics to get through. Now, if a player who has a lot of ways to punch through the mid-range is drawing cards, that's something you do need to be concerned about for sure.
I'm sorry.
Can I see it?
Zach is passing a card to Jared and Mecha, potentially, or no, Mecha passed the card to Jared. I see. Interesting. I'm curious as to sort of what the idea was behind that transaction, but I'm assuming it's their way of being like, hey, Grant needs to chill.
Well, same triggers. Formula speaker.
I have a low trigger first.
Oh, okay.
I'll announce my trigger here.
Yeah, I have 2.
So we got, once again, players doing a really good job of recognizing whose triggers resolve first in seed order. So we have a Lotha trigger, then a Ristic Study trigger, then a Ristic Study trigger. For a little bit of lessons for folks, I can complete this in a second here, but
I wonder if we're going to see them
first in, last out. So the triggers get put on in this order. So trigger on the stack, trigger on the stack, trigger on the stack, but they do revolve.
I knew it. They're discarding Grim Monolith to go get Goblin Water, I bet.
Ooh, discard Grim Monolith is really spicy here.
Oh man, I bet money I intended on keeping that they're going to get a Goblin Water off this, especially because they've already seen the Abigail come down.
Yep. I'm going to just start highlighting the amount of engines already on this pod in the 3rd turn of the game. It is kind of insane here. Where's that Ristic? Get in the circle here.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Oh, hey, is that Joblin Welder.
Yeah.
Is that card good?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you need any more like convincing that like this is a good time to like be in the trades, being a welder is a great way to get you to
the
10K.
welder industry is booming nowadays. Yeah, no, for sure. I can't disagree.
Dang, I could take your artifacts and move them from there to here.
So you're gonna cast it?
I would like to cast it.
That makes sense. You'll have a trigger. I'll have a trigger.
And
You'll
I
lose
have
that.
damage.
Just the flippant nature of that conversation was really funny. I assume you're gonna cast it. Yeah, I'm gonna cast it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Play first. Then draw.
I go, yeah.
Look at my draw.
Yeah, just a few engines
Pass.
here. Oh no, Jared, you moved your. Oh man, now I look like a real goofball.
No, Jared.
My circles.
Jared, now it looks like the Goblin Welder and the Mockingbird are a pair of square balls. Oh. I'm sorry, guys. This is very unprofessional of these players. I don't know what to tell you. I'm ashamed of their words and their deeds. I would stand by everything I've said, though.
Almost like my.
Eric, I can't.
Tragic. I know. I did make the sandwich.
Okay.
Yeah. Esper and
Cast
no
a
have
Mox
text.
Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
Trigger.
Ooh, a Mox Diamond into this many draw engines is always some good comedy, you know? We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's crazy how
I'm good.
something as
Uncast
simple
release?
as a Goblin Welder resolving could be
discards,
the difference in this game.
Yeah.
It's like, it's such a, like, it's a one drop.
Yeah.
It's a one drop.
This doesn't even have haste.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
Guy's Cradle.
Guy's Grill coming down.
Guys, I've heard that card's good.
I have heard that card's good.
Sometimes is worse than Ancient Tomb, sometimes is better than Ancient Tomb.
Yeah. Sometimes when no Ancient Tomb, Guy's Cradle do trick.
Mm-hmm. Have a little bit of thinking here from Grant's board state.
This is a very important turn for them because there are pieces that they need to start like dismantling.
Yep.
Like this Lotho can't be allowed to live for too long. But also like the Goblin Warner's opponent. We see Dark Ritual coming out.
Dark Ritual.
You go first.
Lotho trigger first, then the Ristic Study trigger.
Mhm.
Now, what I will say is they're not really respecting Mecha's draw.
No.
They have been feeding Mecha a lot of
Absolutely.
cards.
Are we about to see a Smothering Tithe come down?
Yeah, that's a really fascinating question. If so, we will have entered Turbo Slop.
Yeah, Turbo Slop. Are you gonna tap the Tundra?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, knowing what we've seen of Grant on stream, I wouldn't be surprised if he just said, "Thanks for feeding me. It's jam time. 2 players are semi-tapped out, right? The Lotho Sisei isn't really performing, like, presenting a lot of interaction here."
Oh, it's your favorite card.
My favorite card. I don't resent this card at all. It's totally good for the format.
Yeah, it's definitely good for Grant. He is about to take out Lotho and Goblin Welder by 2 strokes of the same sword. Although it does come at the cost of Ian potentially having a stroke in the next 30 minutes.
While Grant strokes his sword, I will have a stroke.
Yeah, no, it is so good into this like kind of what we're talking about. Like you've got a ton of creature combos, plus you have like a ton of draw engines.
Yeah, I mean, this is like when you ask the question of what are the optimal times to see a Bowmasters, this is it. Like, if you're asking how Grant's going to break parity on a pod like this is it. Honestly.
For sure. Yeah, and I don't want to say that like he's setting up himself to very efficiently play table police, but based off the fact that we can hear him talking right now, the guy's literally wearing a wire. So
yeah, no, I think the Sisei players are being super explicit about the fact that like none of them are incentivized to let this card hit the battlefield, right? Like it is bad for each and every person who is not Grant, and also Grant has the most engines. Grant's you know, being relatively accepting of the fact he's like, I understand your position, but like let me take this while they're out for the love of goodness.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Lotho
Taking
first.
out the Lotho first is also super aggro, right? Like, not necessarily that it's a bad play, but
Do
it's
they-
just more
I
so
wonder if
like
they've-
One black.
the social equity of being like, hey, listen, I'm trying to take care of this problem.
You risk trigger?
Thank you, sir.
I'll draw.
I have a
Yeah.
Bowmaster's trigger.
If you're Mecha here, it makes sense. You want to be taking out these other.
That guy right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You take your draws. You don't let the fear of one ping of damage do anything, and also the damage seems to be pretty mutually beneficial, at least at this point. You know.
Cast Mox Amber. You have a study trigger on that one. I think I'm going to pay for this one.
Sure.
Okay, Grant choosing to pay for the Ristic Study on this Mox Amber, even though the Bone Masters is out, which is a very prudent decision here because you very often see situations where folks will just go like, oh, well, I'll get a point of damage, but a point of damage is not worth a card, right? Like it is sort of established at this point.
I've been told not to use dice to represent stuff like that in top 4 games, which is why I have these.
Yeah, I mean, good on them for feeding your opponents just enough that you're able to get enough resources to take out your other opponents. But as soon as Grant got what he wants, no more draws for you.
And you know, as soon as someone jams, like the Orc Spill Master triggers will be flowing. Now, what I will say here, that's sort of like a subtle thing, is the fact that Grant has 2 card draw engines, right? And if VV pushes, it's only into Grant's Ristic that's a problem, right? You will only ever get 1 Esper trigger from Jared's board. So if specifically anyone that isn't VV pushes, they're in a lot of trouble. But VV pushing is actually a little bit more safe here specifically.
Also, there was no outlet for Quicksilver until the Thrasios was cast.
What a punt! That being said, I think he's a tad bit away from Quicksilver Elemental, unfortunately.
I mean, VV runs a lot of rituals, but more so, I'm just thinking of the dynamic of how difficult it is to know like what to put on board and what to save for later, especially when we just run so many clones. But you are correct if, especially with a Gaia's Cradle out, if Grant decided not to cast Thrasios because of a Quicksilver Elemental, it would be a questionable play.
Also, especially because Thrasios is insanely good into this pot.
So
right?
good.
The fact that everyone else is being punished for casting spells and he is very much not, right? We're also seeing such a contradictory game here with Goblin Welder, right? Like we saw one game where Goblin Welder was never killed and became the absolute menace of all menaces, and here we have a game where it's been out for 20 seconds and then it hit an arrow to the knee.
Yeah, it was on sight. Yeah. Plus, now that I'm thinking about it, like while Grant is tapping out on some important pips to cast Thrasios, it does turn on a lot of free spells as well, and he is drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah. To be frank, the players need to recognize that this is an archenemy game at this point.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That was really funny. Okay, so the conversation we sort of had here a second ago was Zach asked Mecha if they're thinking about shoving, and Mecha just sighs and goes, I am. We love some pragmatism from these players, you know, like there's a certain cleanliness of folks who are just like, not really trying to gaslight you here. I am trying to win the game, my guy. And you know, we appreciate it. Unfortunately, VV doesn't have any flicker effects, but VV does play bounce spells. So there very much is a world where VV just bounces their own hexing sculpture, plays it again, and says like, let's ball. But one thing very much important in this situation here is that Underworld Breach is exiled, right? So effectively, Mecha's win conditions are all tied to VV at the current moment, which is a very, very different board state to be in, you know?
I'm going to tap 1 Chrome Mox in the Steam Vents and put Vivi out here.
Side trigger.
You have...
I guess that's not the part that would actually be crossed out. It would be the text box, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he's not going to discard on that.
They still look the same even though they're dead
You know
inside.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Amen.
that's fine. But we're
Also, I'm
you-
looking
you
at the
want-
VV list.
yeah.
There is
So if
notably
you want the interaction, you want
no
the interaction.
copy effects that I can see. There's no like
it's not in my,
But I'm gonna
like nothing
have
that they could
I'm gonna
use
have to
to
It's probably one more card
copy
to
the
hold
Bowman and then
right?
punish
That's what you're
Grant
talking
for
about?
all the card draw engines that they have in play.
So, do you want me to
Yeah,
push into the
I-
Ristic to do that? You got some?
Essentially the players are having a conversation about the fact that Mecha will be able to mess with Grant's board a little bit, but effectively he has to give Grant a few cards to be able to. You got to give a little to get a little. Effectively, is what's happening here.
Yeah, I'll scratch your back. You stab mine.
No one said the scratch had to be gentle. Sometimes it's a
I should
very
clarify.
sharp
That's
scratch.
kind of on you. Look at
I've already told you how I felt, so like that's more about the adjustment.
How many cards are in hand over there?
Just 5.
5 in hand. But that would get you guys 10 new ones. And I'm not pushing here. Probably
I
not next
think
turn either. I don't have
what's
anything to get
essentially
rid of.
happening in this conversation is it's sounding more and more like these players are debating how many cards it would take to get a wheel on the stack from Vivi, which essentially, with if you're these other two players, it makes a lot of sense because TNT is choking this game at the
Oh,
moment.
yeah.
But also a wheel into a Bowmasters? Question mark! Exclamation point! Question mark! Question mark! Question mark!
Yeah.
I hope that's not where we're at.
2 triggers, 3 triggers.
Jeweled Amulet comes down here. There is an Esper draw. There's an Esper draw and a Ristic Study draw here. Lotho unfortunately has gone to the sweet afterlife and will no longer be relevant.
Yeah, he's a sheriff of a different town now.
Yeah. Fake Esper has eaten an arrow as well. This Bowmasters is continuing to be one of my least favorite things to see in the world.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Disgusting.
At the bottom, pass on all the triggers.
Okay, so just my study.
I do really like that this game is truly featuring two of my least favorite cards of all time. You know, like Hexing Squelcher and Vivi staring across the board from each other, diametrically opposed, and still bringing just terrible things to the cEDH format. You love to see it, and by that I mean I don't love to see it at all.
Yeah. You see Zach like constantly like, you know, looking through cards, and then Jared doing literally like
yeah. Jared's a very patient player, I've noticed. So like
that's what's gonna be needed to get through this game.
He knows what's in his hand, he knows the resources he has available. He's not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes. He knows exactly what he's doing here, right?
So red, I assume?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm gonna snap Esper to hand.
Snap?
Okay.
Esper to hand.
Aw, snap.
I'm really surprised he's not going for the sculpture line here. I'm really surprised. Like, my instinct in this part is to absolutely snap my own Hexing Squelcher and get that back on my side of the battlefield so I can just jam.
Mecca, are you worried about Flare of Fortitude?
Flare of Fortitude, absolutely. One thing I will say is, like, you know, with the Bowmaster in the field, Hexing Squelcher can only have so many spells beforehand, but we already covered this, the fact that if Mecca jams into Grant's Ristic, it doesn't matter with the Bowmasters because Mecca has to be the one drawing cards for the Hexing Squelcher to actually be threatened, right? I'm a little bit, a little bit surprised by some of this sequencing here. I just feel like if you have an opportunity
you know
to,
that
like,
we don't?
Yeah, I mean, probably at least 1 or 2 things because they have access to whatever is in their hand and that information. So,
man, this is a game I would want to be on Imposter Mech yesterday.
So we have Vivi activating for 3 blue mana here.
Team Vince is for red.
4 mana floating in total.
This guy triggering Vivi.
Ooh.
Yeah, this
Okay, wait, whoa. You're casting an optional wheel into an OBM that you could have bounced. We must have. I wonder if there was like
am I missing something here? Is he not about to just get machine gunned down?
I mean, potentially there was a deal made between Grant and this player of like, if I don't interact with your OBM, you're not going to like point too many of me. I don't know. If that is a deal that was made, that is a very bad deal.
I guess your Vivi trigger. Yeah, you're good.
Chain targeting OBM.
Oh, okay. There's a removal for OBM here. Okay, that makes sense. And very notably, Grant no longer has black mana. He only has a Mox Amber up, which is only able to tap for green and blue, and the Guy's Cradle, which is obviously only able to tap for green. So Zach here making a very heads-up play.
That does not interact with player.
I will say, Grant getting this chain here also can be pretty problematic.
Chain of Vapor on the stack.
Let's see what Grant's responses are to this Chain of Vapor. Notably, there are Ristic Studies and things like that on top of this Chain of Vapor as well. So a little bit of crime going on here from our players.
You can put your Ristic trigger here. I'm going to cast a Mind Break Trap targeting Chain of Vapor and
that's like the worst thing he could have for this exact circumstance. But that being said, if I'm Vivi right now, I'm super excited that his Mind Break Trap is gone because if he can find a way to reset that Squelcher, one of the best answers to Hexing Squelcher is being used immediately.
That's so fascinating.
Grant is also exiling Elvish Spirit Guide right now to pay for the Ristic Study trigger on the MBT.
I bet Snap was the card that Mecca was showing the other players.
Yes, I'm assuming as much as well. Really fascinating.
I would like to clarify that this can change the target of Mind Break Trap to itself.
We are
good job for Mecca. I don't know if you guys heard that, but they are clarifying with the judge the card works the way it does. The only thing I would say is that you are allowed to speak to a judge away from the table, and I might recommend that in this situation.
Yeah, Grant is literally telling him to do that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, good guy Grant.
Only change the tell of a target with a single target.
Yes. Yep. So player being informed, unfortunately, misdirection needs to specifically target a spell with a single target. My Break Trap currently has 2 targets, which, double checking some math here, 2 is in fact not 1.
Yeah. Oof. Delta my mana rocks.
Yeah.
Okay. Players are Mecca is taking the time to move away from the table to have a conversation with the head judge, just to get clarification on potentially a different spell to My Break Trap, apparently, and how those interactions work. The judge also making a very professional note to say, I cannot give you competitive advantage or competitive information here, so we have to be very careful with how we word things, and my essentially information that I can give you has to be very specifically in response to what you are asking from a rules perspective here, right?
Yeah. It's a very different question to say, does this work?
Yes.
Or to say, should I do this?
To be fair, I don't believe Mecca was saying. I believe it's more the clarification, because there are some nuanced judge calls where you have to be like, if I do this, will it have this effect? Has to be really, really clear with some of these judge calls, because otherwise, if you be like, can I misdirection this? That's a question they can't really answer. However, if you say, if I cast misdirection, can it legally target this spell? Yeah, absolutely something they can answer.
Okay,
You know?
that is a really fine point to put on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty sure it only changes the target.
Yeah, it is actually something.
It's a weird ruling on the card.
Like Mecca is, this is, I believe, one of the deeper tournament runs that they've done.
Yep.
And walking past some of their pods, this is not the first time I've seen them double check with the judge before they start going for a line.
And guess what? In top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I respect that.
Yeah, honestly, I think, it's a level of hubris to assume that, like, even in your 100th tournament, you still have nothing to learn, right? One of the things I love doing is talking to judges, and, like, I'll sometimes have, like, judge calls, and I'm like, hey, honestly, I'm super fine with the ruling here, but, like, can you explain why? Because I'm curious. Because, like, I like learning about this game, honestly, and it's something that's suited me pretty well over the years, honestly.
Yeah, like, I don't want to appeal the ruling, I just want to understand it more than I currently do.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems like there's a lot of big thinkies going on with this My Break Trap in the stack.
I'm just worried about you having Wheel and Vivi, because if you can just find a curiosity.
He's gonna nuke Vivi.
Yeah.
Well, if what he's
I need this to be.
What the ruling is possible, then OBM is still going to be there.
Yeah, in case this is unclear, this is going to be targeting only the Vivi, not your guys' things. I need this. If we're going to wheel, I need this not to be here, because he can just win out of nowhere.
Grant being very clear about the fact, he said, hey, if this wheel resolves, I am only targeting VP at this point, to sort of incentivize the other 2 players to effectively kind of let Grant cook here. Now, that being said,
I don't think I can, and I'm not.
If I'm one of these other players, we also have to recognize that Grant is playing good guy until Grant untaps, right? Like, he's got such an aggressively forward board state, right? Now, don't get me wrong, we've seen multiple times over the course of this weekend alone situations where it looks like someone is dominating and then someone else comes back and sneaks through.
Yeah.
But it's also a situation where, like, sometimes you call a spade, and the person winning the game is winning the game.
Yeah.
This is
I think I might.
We've seen it many times.
And save
the misdirection?
Where a player is in, like, a dominating position, and then, especially with BB, where there's a lot of A plus Bs, even though they don't have as many advantage engines as Grant does right now, there's only so many cards that they need to be able to resolve before the game is just theirs. So both cEDH pilots are going to have to walk a very thin line of how much they're not just willing to trust, but, like they're hearing a lot of things from Grant, but they're not seeing a lot from Grant. We haven't seen Grant show anyone any cards. I think they've done a really good job of restricting information as well as resources.
Yeah.
You want to ask?
Well, yeah, and that's really fascinating too, because they've actually had a really interesting conversation that is effectively just happened. So we'll break that whole down. Effectively, what Grant said is, like, I'm actually even tempted to take this wheel part here, because I know that I am ahead, but, like, I don't mind being so. And this is the first time Grant's sort of admitted to having a pretty aggressive board state. So you can definitely tell there's a bit of a tonal shift here, as the sort of, like, no, it's not that bad mentality is kind of washed off in this pod. And you can see an adaptation happening as you recognize, like, like
Can we
the rest
get
of the
the ruling?
table is sort of seeing that I am running away with this game. You know.
He's revealed the card to us.
Okay, you did reveal it.
He did reveal it.
It has to be a single target.
Yes.
So
Okay,
there's
that's how we played it
Yeah,
all this
that's
time.
okay. All right, so
Thank you. That's
Players are once again reconfirming the misdirection conversation. I'm not really sure why it's
Okay, maybe two will
happening
move
again, but I
legendary
think there's
spells
just a
from
little bit of confusion there. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Baldy.
You have a Ristic draw next in line.
Thank
so
you.
yep,
I
this
have a
will
orchestra
adjust guy has been.
That's gonna go at.
Now we're just going through the ristics that were started during that counterspell fight and resolving the triggers one by one. As players, once again, doing a really good job of being meticulous in a positive way about how it's going.
I am more worried about since I have cards on board than I am life this time.
Grant taking out Abigail's board here, or well, I mean Sisay's board of Abigail, specifically because yeah, Sisay plus legendary creatures is a win condition. You know?
Does Sisay care about legendary creatures?
That was the risk.
Yeah. I've heard.
So they say.
It's
because you had one from your.
It's kind of their brand.
Mine result first, which is mine when I was here. I'm pretty
Players
sure
are just kind of rehashing their triggers here to making sure that that everyone is appropriately recognizing what triggers are resolving, which orders they're resolving in, and
I already got the ping from it.
yeah,
Did you not draw the
there's
card
a things sort of flown around, making sure they draw their cards, all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from Grant is a good example of what we saw in some of the other games yesterday. Of he is essentially like he is on top of the stack, both in the sense that most of the triggers and spells are theirs, but also that they're making sure that they understand everything that is coming on and off the stack, because they are in control of more resources and more cards than the rest of the pod. And by making sure that they are like at all times paying attention to what's happening, they're also going to be able to have access to more attention and information than the other players. That's actually pretty impressive.
Mecca says, I am showing the class here, and then points to Grant and goes, not you. There's a, very, very clear conversation that's happening here, and it makes sense, right? Like we talked about this several times today, right? When we recognize there is a 3v1 happening.
Yeah.
We've also talked about when the king gets usurped and who lives in their wake, right? So they do have to be careful to not like over-index into V, which I do think that they were very good to do with the fight over that Mindbreak trap. But that being said, you know, Grant's board state needs to get taken down a peg. Zach's also, you know, I think if I'm Zach, I'm extremely incentivized to just like throw the grenade into the pod because Zach has caught in the strays off of their fight for this entire interaction.
Oh yeah. Like they essentially like the
I think
honestly, there's not much more to add there. Like you're right. That's the. I mean, just look at the number of permanents on the right side of the screen versus the left.
Yeah. Sometimes the board can be divided as such. This is one of those times where Zach and Jared looking at each other, being like, "Hey, man, it's you and me, brother."
Like the most active permanent on the bottom left-hand side is the fact that Zach's tattoo sometimes like feels like it's looking at me.
Here. The sigil of sleep.
Sigil of sleep.
We called it.
Don't sleep on it.
Oh. Although what I gotta say is he needs to have a follow-up here.
Yeah.
Deals damage to a player. I see.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. How much is Grant willing to commit to keeping this off the field?
Okay, so I will draw from Risk Study, correct?
Pass on it.
Yep, draw from Mystic Study. Then there's a VV trigger on the top of the stack in response to the spell. Obviously, if you are going to go fight over the spell, you respond to the triggers. It doesn't really matter here because the VV's been activated already this turn, right? So it's more a matter of like minor advantage, you know,
I
effectively.
just don't want you to bounce on my dudes.
No, my dudes.
Oh, that's great. I honestly just don't want you to bounce on my dudes. I like my dudes.
No, my dudes.
This is the kind of adept cEDH analysis you can tune into for the finals match.
My guy, you're coming after my dudes.
Not my dudes.
Not my dudes.
I believe we are seeing a Thrasios activation.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if you're familiar with this this fun little guy. But
spend 1 green.
Oh, just kidding. It is not a Thrasios activation. We're seeing a green.
Is it Archdruid's Charm? No, I'm kidding.
I don't think they play LQR. Crop rotation.
Additional costs sacrificing by.
I believe VV might be being phased out pretty soon. I don't know if Grant does play Talon Gates. Let me check real quick.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I
They don't.
They don't play Talon Gates.
Are they trying to mana filter?
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
I'm okay with your wrist accept.
Yep, we have the Ristic sitting on top of the crop rotation. They're going to draw. There's going to be a Master trigger.
Although, something that we've talked about is how, in terms of like tournament experience, grants that are on the block a few more times than Mecha.
Yeah.
There also is a world where I wonder if they're potentially trying to bait them into thinking it's like a Talon Gates to try and get extra interaction on hand. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, no, it's a classic play for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I actually had the opposite happen when we played the creator event the other day. I was like, oh, this player plays a super aggressive list. There's no way they play Talon Gates. And they were like, oh, they do play a super aggressive list, but they also happen to play a Boro combo in the list. And I was like, uh-oh.
Heard.
I'm not responding.
Mecha is passing on this crop rotation. Seems like everyone else is doing so. Yep.
Wait, hold on. Have you cast these spells this turn?
I have cast Mindbreak Trap and crop rotation only.
Yep. Mecha kind of bleeding some information there, asking if Grant has cast 3 spells this turn. Not particularly the most obscured way to ask if they can Mindbreak Trap.
Yeah, I tend to prefer to ask players, say, like, what's Storm count currently? Or you can say,
like what spell you do have versus what spell you don't. Absolutely.
Or like, you know, I'm sorry guys, there just has like been a lot of triggers going on. Like, what spells have you cast? Like, what's happened?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can I Mindbreak Trap this or no?
Yeah. Well, that's a good one. Can I play you out?
Yes, no.
Emergent Zone coming in for Grant. Interesting. That would be
that's,
you know, from the person who said, well, I can't even win when it gets around to my turn, I would be a little bit surprised. Zach coming in from the top rope with this silence in response to the Emergent Zone crack. Well, for a person who is absolutely getting raked in this game, it is kind of crazy to see how much Zach has done to preserve this game.
But also for someone who is having an answer for all the scariest stuff, I would expect him to be asking more questions of like, I'm saving everyone's bacon, so what's on the table for me?
Yeah, exactly. And that is the tough part. I do know that Zach tends to be a bit more of a stoic player in general. So that's definitely not particularly his style.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
And as you're like, we do see a lot of the micro advantages of this game do tend to be coming from people who are willing to have a little bit more competition, because Zach's unfortunately putting himself in a situation where no one else is winning, but it's gonna be a long time before he is as well.
Yeah. Also, something that's rough, it's been a running conversation because we've seen Sisse on and off the pod, is one of the things that it's really, really good at introducing to this pod is this kind of inevitability engine where you just get the commander out and then you just consistently make land drops. That's all you need. But like, Zach is super strapped for mana. It's very impressive to me the way that they've been able to kind of like help keep some of the bigger threats in check. Because wasn't the Chain of Vapor also theirs?
Emergent Zone?
Fast. But can cast no spells. The Chain of Vapor is also from Zach. Yes, so currently the stack is resolving. People drew the Risk Study triggers. The Emergent Zone crack was allowed to resolve. However, obviously with a silence, that doesn't do anything. And now the Sigil of Sleep is on the VV, which is really interesting. Fun fact that people often make mistakes on. Mindbreak Trap, very specifically, can have 0 targets. And that could be okay. So yes, you need the players to have cast 3 spells, but you can actually cast Mindbreak Trap without a target on the stack because it says up to that many spells. Yeah. So if anyone plays 3 spells and Mecha doesn't per se want to counter those spells, you can still use Mindbreak Trap as a free proc for my Sigil.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I feel like that's in the territory of like de-swatting and necro triggers so that you can offer it.
Exactly.
That's fascinating. Like, would they need a spell on the stack, or could they just cast it targeting nothing?
No, they did. Yeah, they don't need a stack as long as they have priority. Yeah.
Let's put another target out there for him to shoot his bowmasters at.
Zach dropping the comedy this
Yeah.
pod. He goes to Cassis and says, "Let's put another target out for Bowmasters to shoot down." But I believe he's been talked off the stack. He was on the ledge, and we said, "No, please step off. We like you too much, Zach. Get off there."
Yeah, yeah. He's like,
I think feeding both of y'all is bad.
I will. Okay.
The problem is if they feed you, you can just as easily win on your turn.
Yeah, like I understand.
You're good. You're good.
I would like to play this ancient.
Yeah.
Let's see. So much pain.
man. You know, it's rather prescient being on Jared's turn. Because I were looking at like where permanents are currently, where like a bunch of spells have been on the stack. We actually have not seen a ton out of C1 here.
Before you put on the stack.
Let's talk like. I'm trying to help you. So, I'm not going to change things because my life total I don't want to.
Is there a way if I can cast this? I don't know what we're concerned about as far as his creatures go.
It's grass.
But I would be bouncing that to hand. So I don't know if you'd rather the Formidable Speaker and save a mana.
Okay. Really, really enjoying Mecca's contribution to the conversation here. And we are already seeing like the political impact of Sigil of Sleep.
Yeah, you're good.
So, like now, Rhythm's back on the stack.
Yeah, we're triggers.
Mhm.
Yours is first.
Am I good?
Can we put them all on the stack? Is there 3 of them?
Just one.
Oh, that's
Bounce
you
it.
got bounced. Okay. I'll pay for both with silver. I forgot it so far back.
Alrighty.
No problem.
Judicious move from Jared.
Rhythm on the stack. I imagine.
Yeah, this Nature's Rhythm represents a pretty big question mark for Grant. There's a bunch of different things that it could get.
You're good with it too?
But it looks like it's resolving. Wow. So there are quite a few opportunities for Jared to influence the board right here. I think this is one of the things that Sisay does best. You have a lot of... Oh, there we go.
That's a Bowmaster.
Yeah, I just go for the Bowmaster.
That's a Bowmaster.
That's a Bowmaster.
Yeah, it makes sense. Bowmaster, shoe Bowmaster. Tale as old as time, song as old as rhyme.
Yeah.
Bowmaster, shoe Bowmaster.
Yeah. Part of me is like, oh, I don't know, like you have ways of getting rid of the Bowmaster that don't keep them around, but also there are touristic studies, and you need to wait. You gotta stay in the game somehow.
Also, very notably, now there's a situation where if Grant pushes, it feeds Mecha and feeds Bowmasters. If Mecha pushes, it feeds Grant and feeds Bowmasters, right? There is a explicit motivation here to not mess around and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it pressures Grant's Guy's Cradle. Life totals are always very relevant. And then also, if it does get bounced by the Sigil of Sleep, like it's not like permanently gone, like if it was Abigail or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Although I think, given the pod, I would be lightly flabbergasted if we got to Vivi's turn with the Sigil of Sleep still attached to it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like lightly flabbergasted is a good way of putting it, you know? Yeah.
Not like heavily flabbergasted.
On the flabbergasting scale.
But I do agree with you, like that.
Potty break. Chat. Chat.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, it's that time in every Land Go stream where we have a potty break.
Yeah.
Is there something official we do at this point? No, absolutely not. We're just sort of vamping as if we do.
Yeah,
it's kind of fun.
There are many great reminders in this, whether it comes to the importance of sequencing, knowing what your spells do, as well as knowing that even top-level CDH players both need to pee and poo-poo.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah.
Just in case this text isn't clear enough, this is a potty break. Now, I'm pretty sure the players in the pod aren't aware of the vastly powerful technology that I'm currently displaying here. This is really what modern cEDH tournaments have always needed: the ability for casters to vaguely doodle on the screen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was the search for the Bowmasters.
I do appreciate Zach putting his hand through the potty break sign. So,
man, what a disruptor!
What is that's Zach? Yeah. How are you feeling if you're just as a third party watching this game right now? Who do you think's really like ebbing and flowing here? Because like it really feels like the two players with the Ristic Study, big surprise, are obviously in the best position here. I will say Jared probably just added about an hour to this game, if we're being frank.
Yeah.
That being said, if we get back to BB's turn with the Sigil of Sleep, I kind of have a hard time believing that Vivi does not
He's
win.
already a gigantic target.
I think that like the image that's coming to mind right now is like a tug of war where they're not quite a deadlock. Like there's movement back and forth, but they're trying to jostle each other enough to get Grant or Mecca wants the other player to lose their footing. And I'm waiting to see like what'll kind of like tip the hand in their favor. Honestly, there's been a couple things so far that I would have expected them to kind of like cascade into like some pretty I would have expected to see two Ristic players with a lot of like mana up fight a little bit harder over some spells. But I think a huge part of that is that like Zach has had some pretty definitive answers to like big problems.
I mean, and this is like a classic cEDH tales all this time. Is like sometimes you can have the Ristic Study and not draw the counterspell. Like it is a thing that is possible.
All right. Well, it looks like one Land Go stream has finished, and we have to the other one.
Alrighty, Roo.
Yeah, sorry.
That's just what I always wanted.
I feel really bad for taking the piss out of the conversation. Puns me.
I'm very fascinated by how this turn's gonna go, because I feel like the Grant turn has been the critical nexus of where we've been rocketing to for quite some time. So
absolutely, it's like the if we were like trying to like
volatile Stormdrake.
Oh boy! Oh, there we go.
Oh wow, we've been on it today.
That's so
we've been calling these shots. I'm proud of us.
I'm floating my soul ring. You have priority.
The really fun thing here, especially, is doesn't Volatile Stormdrake have hexproof from triggered abilities?
Oh yeah. It cannot be Bowmaster Tank then.
Or Sigiled, right?
Sigil's not targeted. I don't.
It's not targeted.
Let me check really quick. We are going to look up Sigil of Sleep.
Man, either way.
The function that's totally been super cool, and we've totally had this entire time, and Eric and I have used very often. Whenever I change a creature, just player return. Oh, target! You are absolutely right. I'm very proud of you for being cool and powerful and strong and a big boy.
Oh.
Wow,
go on.
That card honks.
That card. Yeah.
This card. Hashtag. Honks.
Yeah, POV or Sigil of Sleep.
POV.
Alright, I'm passing on the cast and waiting to respond to the
To be target Vivi.
All right.
I'd like to respond.
Oh.
Sure.
Oh, Grant's saying, I don't care about the Bowmasters. I'm just taking the VV TBH, which is, I'm not going to lie, kind of based.
They're also spending, aren't they spending 2 mana to make 5 mana here?
Yeah.
It's a blue ritual.
They, hey, remember when I said at the beginning of the game how the one thing you don't want to see as their opponents is a TNT with a VV?
Yeah. Also, clarifying question. The Sigil of Sleep will stay attached, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, my guy.
Yeah.
So what we saw here is once again a reminder that misdirection only can target a target spell with a single target, and therefore the volatile Stormdrake's ability creates a bit of one of these where you go and he goes and we say
Yeah. I mean there is a world where instead of being in misdirection, this is deflecting SWAT. And Mecha has the volatile Stormdrake steal Zach's Sisei instead.
Yeah, I believe what we are seeing is MBT misdirection, and I do not know what that third spell is. Sadly, what's this bad boy? Anybody know? Hello, who are you? That's their sorcery speed cantrip, which I don't think that helps with the stopping the counter spell thing.
I'd like to exchange 3 of my energy to keep Vivi.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think.
This is like
So what's
is it possible for the doomsday clock to go like past midnight into like 4 o'clock in the morning?
Very, very slowly. My deck is incredibly slow. You guys don't. You have no idea how glacial this deck is.
What's your character service? Oh yeah. So very specifically, what I will say is Sigil Sleep does have to bounce the Hexing Squelcher.
Yeah.
So that's kind of interesting. It doesn't say you may. It says return target creature.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Sir.
That's interesting. We're gonna have to call a judge if they missed that part of the card.
Oh, for sure.
Because if you are forced to target a card, you're forced to target a card. So giving a VV, no, what I will say, you're giving a VV without a VV.
Yeah.
But yeah, they will be forced to bounce something
on
here,
a
which would
clever
be really
person.
interesting if they cast a non-creature force. Clever impersonator coming down.
Oh, please don't be another OBM.
I think it might be a volatile Stormdrake to take the OBM.
My word.
Or just an OBM.
No, knowing how Grant's played so far, I think hitting the volatile Stormdrake.
I think it technically is objectively better to be the Bowmaster, than the Stormdrake.
Oh yeah,
because
because he
Stormdrake
is
is
my creature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm assuming you're fine
Yeah.
with it.
With what?
The Bowmaster trigger.
This is tough.
This would be a wild time for Zach to cast like a Fire Covenant for 20.
Now, Jared is casting Surveillance Camera in response to the Bowmasters, well, the Foemasters, we'll call it. Foemaster ETB.
Are they going to try and kill their own Bowmaster?
They're going to trade Bowmaster for Bowmaster. What's essentially happening is the Surveillance Camera is being cast so that Mecha can draw, so the Bowmasters kill each other.
Yeah.
So he's saying, if you can't have one, or if I can't have one, you can you. Yeah, absolutely.
It makes sense that a creature born from the pits of Mordor would be a big fan of Scorched Earth strategies.
So, very notably, Grant is going to shoot the Hexing Squelcher, which is good because if he has that Sigil of Sleep happen, he has to bounce the Squelcher instead of shooting it down.
Yeah. Definitely preferable.
This will go up by 1.
Yep.
And then I have my risk signature, because my damage to kill your guy is below my 2 risk signatures. Yes. Good draw for mine.
Why is Grant saying he has 2 risk signatures?
Yeah. I draw. You go one more trigger.
I believe Jared is currently declaring his Ristic Study trigger.
Okay.
Marking 1 damage on.
Am I good to resolve mine into ETB?
Oh, I believe.
on
I believe he's saying the token represents the 2 from Mecha and their own.
Yeah, cool. Surveillance is just untapping Forsaken Speaker, which or Formidable Speaker, pardon me, which obviously does nothing, but
okay.
Formidable Speaker, why have you forsaken me?
Why have you formidabled?
Why have you formidabled me? Why are you silent now when I need you the most?
Yeah, exactly. Yep, the ETB is resolved, and we are back to a cleared stack. 4 mana to remove Bowmasters. Still kind of not that bad when your whole plan is draw a bunch of cards. Right?
Yeah.
Also, extremely notably, did that mana come from the VV?
I'll tap Moxamber.
I would expect to see more floating if it was from the VV.
That's kind of what I thought too.
I'll cast a Mystic Remora. I have a VV trigger.
Yeah, very notably.
And the Sigil trigger. Come on, say it, Grant. Say it.
Well, it has to, the damage has to resolve first.
Oh,
but
doesn't?
VV trigger?
Say the words that every man must say.
Number 6 1.
Well, yeah, let's see if Grant
thingy.
recognizes that Sigil Sleep is not a May.
It's not a May. So
Yep. Okay, fantastic. Mecha does recognize this as well.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, because I'm targeting your guy.
Yeah.
I will target your.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, why is Mecha putting it in the graveyard?
It bounces back in, right?
Oh.
Was there a Bowmaster ping that did Mecha draw off the cast
There
of
was
the
no
fish?
Bowmaster.
Uh-oh.
The Bowmasters are all dead.
They are all dead. Right.
I don't know what they're doing right now.
I'm not understanding.
So, just clarifying something here.
Yeah.
So we had the VV that you've taken control of being enchanted by your Sigil of Sleep that
Yeah.
you still control.
Okay, the judge is currently rewinding just to make sure that everyone is resolving their spells and abilities correctly.
Ruling the last time I played this card.
No, you control the creature. You do.
He controls it.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
Mecha
given
gets
an
to choose
alternative
what's
ruling the
bounced.
last time I played,
Oh, how did we
Mecha
miss that?
gets
Yeah,
to
yeah.
choose it 'cause
Yeah,
it's
because it's
his
like
aura.
it's like a
There's no way
slicer
I could
situation
walk
where
back
people
into
control the creature, but then like
There's no way I
you're the
could
one
walk
that
back
gets all
into
the
Daredevil
Voltron effects.
with the information.
Oh, I missed that with everything that was going on.
Correct.
Oh man. Hey,
Casting a spell to do a trigger.
thank you, judges.
Yeah, I don't know what Grant is doing right now because he's like should be aware that what he's attempting to do is completely against the rules. He's literally asking the judge if he's able to rewind the information now that he's been granted the information, which is just not how that works. At all.
No, unfortunately not.
No problem.
So VV
Yeah, I got a
specifically
different ruling
only
in the
did
event that I played
damage
last time.
to
No,
Zach,
100%,
Mecha,
you're good.
and Jared. So
Yeah.
realistically, it can only bounce Jared's creatures here because it's not dealing damage to Grant himself.
And I'll return Vivi to my hand.
Makes sense.
Wait, how? Whoa. Wait,
I thought the Oracle said just when you do damage.
that player controls. He did not deal damage to.
Gotcha.
Did not deal damage to Grant. So.
Oh, also clarifying question: Did they pay Ward when they pinged the Hexing Squelcher?
It's
Oh,
ability
because
list.
V didn't deal damage to
Oh,
me. It's
it
just
is ability.
Yeah,
you guys.
Yeah. It's still owned by the owner. Yeah. We figured that out.
They made decisions based on that. However,
Yeah.
more decisions have happened that we did not feel comfortable letting the player
Yeah.
roll back illegal actions. But we are expected to know how cards work in the format.
We've reflected the same knowledge there. Yep.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I believe there was some confusion when they were attempting to. Okay. We just had head judge come in and
That's
clarify that.
proof from activated trigger abilities.
Oh.
It's
So funny enough,
That's
Vivi did damage to Mecha. Mecha has the ability to recognize that Vivi dealt damage to himself and therefore bounce his own Hexing Squelcher.
Okay, that is unfortunately
Cool.
pretty big,
That's-
pretty big misplay out of Grant there.
That is
In Grant's defense,
huge move here. Yeah.
Sigil of Sleep is not a card I've ever been in a game with.
Yeah. In Grant's defense, this is insanely complicated and crazy.
Yeah.
But it does make sense when you think about how like curiosity works with these types of effects here. I believe this is an Enlightened Tutor being fired off.
Yeah, it reminds me of
response to the
how,
Mystic Aurora.
like thinking, rewinding like earlier in the pod when Mecha checked to double see how like misdirection worked.
Yeah.
And even though they feel like they knew it, they wanted to make sure that before they took a game action, they talked to a judge.
Yep.
And I wonder if that's potentially something that we should have seen out of C2.
Yeah. I think that makes a great point there, right? I think, sometimes having a level of confidence that you know how things work sometimes can come back to bite you, as we're seeing here, right?
What's happening with the fish here? So I
It's on the stack.
I do have a trigger on the fish.
For what?
Do I not have a heuristic trigger?
I already think I said I paid for it, didn't I?
Okay.
Players just getting a little bit of clarification on the Mystic
Yeah.
Aurora, the triggers associated with the Mystic Aurora, and more. There's an Enlightened Tutor coming out of Zach. Zach's probably trying to find literally any way to get back into this game, seeing as he is working with effectively so few resources at this point. He has to scrap back in this game in whatever way he can, and obviously he's trying to do so in a way that's not just going to continue to feed Grant resources.
Yeah.
How much time do I have left?
How much time? 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Players getting clarification on how long they have left in this finals match, and it's 2 hours and 7 minutes. So we still got plenty of time to play some Magic here. Actually, would not have assumed we had that much time, but maybe I'm unaware of how long they actually gave them as a round timer.
Yeah.
I would assume it was 3 hours, but
I guess
it's 3. It's only been 53 minutes.
It's only 53 minutes? Oh.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Interesting. This game has felt much longer than 58 minutes. Yeah, interesting stuff here. Now, the real question is, can Mecha find a way for VV to damage Grant under Grant's control?
Yeah. Yeah, and then now Grant's like, how do I
think if you want it, you go for it, man.
take care of this problem without casting a non-creature spell?
Yeah. Grant saying, believe it or not, I still cannot win in this board state.
This is quite the pickle. Yeah.
Dill, rye, sour, spicy.
Absolutely. Like, you're seeing a classic like cucumber and vinegar situation over there.
I've literally never seen it. Give me $100. Couldn't tell you what a pickle.
I couldn't tell you what.
Yeah. You can draw. Am I good to?
What do you think about the amount of card draw that Grant is letting through with the amount of mana they have access to?
Well, you know, VV without VV is significantly neutered.
Yeah.
And you did just give this player back a Hexing Sculpture.
Yeah.
So.
But also, like,
you know,
Mecha is on so many bounce spells.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed. I think there is an extreme permutation of reality that we need to be aware of, where Mecha is just untapped bounce.
Right? This is an I would consider this to be an incredibly volatile board state right now.
Also, extremely notable, like we talked about earlier, that we want to highlight for anyone who may have just tuned in. Mindberry Trap is already expended. One of the very few answers to be able to actually deal with a Hexing
Sculpture. I think that, like, this is definitely going to be like a test of like Grant's metal, and I'm really interested to see what they do next, because this is like this is a Gordian knot of a board state, and if they're able to navigate it successfully, they've been in a dominant position for much of the game.
Yeah.
And if they're able to thread the needle, I mean, there's also the potential they could close it out right here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't have an OBM anymore?
Nope. They're all gone.
Mecha just clarifying, hey, just to be clear, there's no more Bowmasters, which is like, I would also love to clarify that anytime, just to know for myself, because it's like a little warm safety blanket, you know. They can't hurt me anymore. Is that true?
2, 3, 4,
Seeing
5,
6 mana here.
Echo of Eons.
Casting.
I have no mana available to pay them.
I will draw from S%.
Huh? I'm confused.
I mean, a lot of the bounce spells they have are free, like Snapback and Submerge, but also
you've got a Hexing Sculpture in hand.
I'll pass on Echo.
Like, you do so many cards.
I will respond to Echo Bounce.
A little confused, if I'm being honest here. I'm not really sure why Mecha is going for this line here. Like, Grant shows him one counterspell.
Force of Will.
GG.
Yeah.
Like, paying 6 for a wheel here does not make any sense to me.
All right, Mecha, show us that you know something that we don't. Let's see what you got.
I have a VV trigger.
Yep, VV trigger needs to be recognized here. Absolutely.
I think I might respond to Vivi's trigger here.
Okay.
I mean, it is possible that they just want to force Grant to cast a non-creature spell. I could also see that, but I feel like, I mean, I feel like a Hexing Sculpture would probably do that.
Target of Force of Will to Force of Will.
Yeah.
Yes. Answer shortcut.
And
yes.
hey,
It works the way you think it does.
misdirection is actually able to
on
come
the
down here in this for the first time. Misdirection being asked about, and appropriately the answer is yeah, it works here. I'm still a little perplexed here, if I'm being frank. I don't really like when you have an opportunity to like completely reset the board state and do all this stuff. Like, maybe there's a world where he's saying like, I want Zach, I want Jared in the game, and this is, you know, we've talked about the grenade plays in the past.
I could see that.
I'm just tapping out to do so is wild. I don't know. As I said, I'm a little perplexed here.
You would be walking into a mind break trap.
I've only cast 2 spells. Or I've only cast 1 spell.
If you. Okay.
Yeah,
we'll cast
I
a commandeer, target misdirection, exiling.
commandeer, target misdirection coming out here. Okay, featuring the bird and the gilded drake. Absolutely there to try and fight off this wheel here.
Yeah.
Genuinely like not to be too critical. This feels like we're fighting over just the wrong things right now. Like even with the cantrip that he pitched away to this misdirection, like I would have rather taken 2 of the top 3 if I need to dig more rather than fire off this echo here. And once again, if this is about like, hey Zach, hey Jared, help me out here, like, but they can equally kill you as much as they can help you out. You know?
Yeah. I'm also thinking back to like.
We're sure about that.
I sure about that. I know that the game has changed a lot, but like there's a different universe where Mecha is able to hexing sculpture than Underworld Breach.
Sure.
Yeah.
But this has hexproof from activated and triggered abilities.
But you control the ability.
You control the triggered abilities, therefore it
can
target your own.
So it's a legal target for. So then it has to go to hand. And any other creature goes to hand.
And you guys taking your 1 damage?
Already did.
Cool.
I did not.
Did you get any already?
Oh, I forgot to take my 1 damage. Hang on, let me fix
Yeah.
We'll have.
I'm a little confused as to how that volatile Stormdrake interaction worked there. It feels like it's contradictory to what was
back to
being said, but interesting.
Commandeer still on the stack.
Did they bounce the Stormdrake with the sigil?
I'm sorry. Commandeer still on the stack. Misdirection still resolved.
Correct. We're changing the target to Commandeer.
Yes.
So then
we're resolving that.
Yes.
Commandeer is resolving, which is going to change the misdirection target to Commandeer, which will then fizzle the misdirection. We are going to hit the bottom of the stack, which is Force of Will targeting the Echo of Eons.
Pass on Force of Will.
Okay.
And that's another damage. You have the damage here.
We already did the.
I did take his damage.
Yeah, players are really just taking the time to recognize where the triggers are, what's on the stack, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'm.
The question at the front of my mind right now is like, what did the VV player accomplish?
I don't know that there's a good answer there, if I'm being frank.
I would need to see a pretty like bombastic play following up to justify the commitment to the mana.
Yeah.
I understand like a bait spell. I mean, that's a very reasonable thing to try and use in this situation.
I think a bait spell is a great idea, but tapping out for a bait spell when you have a hexing sculpture in hand, to me, that doesn't feel like the best use of resources. Plus, like, he had the thing to win the counterspell fight, right?
Mockingbird Gilded Drake.
And chose not to do it. So I'm a little confused here because the question would be like, you know, what I will say, Commandeer got used, right? Which would specifically dodge hexing sculpture.
It's a very powerful spell to get out of. Like that is one thing that VV's done a really good job getting some of the biggest problem spells
out of the equation.
Triggers.
But now, Zach's kind of back in the game too.
So you'll draw first?
There's a Ristic being paid for on Grant's board. There's a Ristic. Oh, actually.
You'll draw from your Ristic?
Thanks.
And I'll draw from my Mystic.
Yeah, I suspect it was. Yeah. If I had to guess, it's probably what you were describing earlier of like if it's a play for Mecha to get the Sisei players back in the game. So that they are forcing Grant to interact with like more than just them.
Yeah, and what I will say, interestingly enough, is next turn, because Echo has flashback, there is a reality in which you go, all right, cool, play Squelcher, flashback the Echo, and we sing the same song, you know?
Well, that's an instant. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, do your thing.
I recognize the strength of paying for the Ristic and Esper for Grant in the situation here, but if I'm Zach, there's also a part of me where I just want to play the fish and hold up all the mana in case I actually get something relevant for this game.
Yeah,
you know?
It's a decision matrix that's like very difficult to parse. It reminds me of when we were watching Boomer play in the last pod. I think that in fourth seat, they have to be as greedy as possible, but they also have to extend the run, like keep it going. Like you have so much more you need to develop on your board before you can reasonably put up a win attempt. And so it's a tightrope that they're walking of how much mana they commit to restrict grant from resources.
Yeah. When did he get a snap back? Because if he had the ability to play Hexing Squelcher and then snap back the BB, then would be. I
had
have to assume he's just drawn.
It had to be drawn off the fish.
Yeah, yeah.
I have no further response here.
Move to combat.
Huh.
Second mana phase. Instant.
I have no fix.
In the end step.
Wait, why is VV still on the battlefield?
I think
VV
we're
should be
going
in his hand.
to Tap Mox Diamond.
Oh, I believe that is their hand, and then they just have it face up.
Well, then why would the dice be on it?
To indicate the number of cards in hand.
Making a black.
They had 7 when they passed the turn, and then they put it up to 8 when they cast the fish. It is creating somewhat of like a cloudy board state. Yeah.
Should my opponents lose 2 life?
Like definitely as a player, I would prefer for it to be represented differently.
Yeah.
I have no fix.
Yeah, that's very, very strange representation of the board today.
Yeah,
It's definitely
specifically
wanna
with
get
like
cleared up.
that commander.
Yeah, let's clean up that situation there because we want to definitely have a.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The player very, very willing to clarify that because it's having a commander that has a bunch of counters on it makes things vastly confusing.
Untap. I like to activate VV for 7. Cast
exactly.
VV.
Thank you, Stream Team.
Okay.
Man, go to Stream Team.
Okay.
Formal speaker.
Rigor studies.
Jared said, "Hey, if at first you don't succeed, run your head into the wall until these Ristic players kill each other."
We'll pass.
How did they get through Grant's turn?
Yeah. I think
Trigger's good.
it was the Sigil Sleep.
Yes, sir. I'm going to discard.
Like that was like a little bit of a brain melter there.
Yeah.
Discarding a land.
I truly just don't know how they possibly get through Grant's turn here. Like, to be honest, Hexing Squelcher hold up interaction for Grant's turn, to me, feels like the much safer play than any of the things that have transpired so far, you know?
I really want to see Jared deploy like a Spider Woman or something that can kind of grind these other players down to a halt. Because we've already seen OBM deploy. We've already seen.
Get Oswald Fiddlebender.
Oh, okay.
Can I read him?
Yes.
I'm gonna get an Oswald Fiddlebender. ... Can I read him? Yep.
He's giving gnome.
I'll be casting pretty on whenever you cast it. I mean, you're just revealing it, but that's whenever you decide to cast it.
I just want to make sure you knew what.
Yeah, he's cool.
Oswald's probably in this deck here if I was the gambling man. Because hey, if there's any chance of Jared doing anything in this game, it's with Bend and some fiddles. You and I have seen 2 Oswalds back-to-back 2 final rounds, you know?
Yeah.
One was in the command zone, one's now in the 99.
Yeah.
I gotta say, major shout out once again to Jared for like one of the coolest to say less I've literally ever seen.
Jared is bringing the heat.
Yeah.
You have to bring the fans back in.
I'm going to cast this Neoform.
That's
additional cost, sacrifice formal speaker.
What's
we all have triggers.
It could be a lot of things here. They're on Displacer Kitten. This could be a Deadpool.
Is it
could be
Eldritch Evolution?
Was
the spellcast?
Neoform.
Okay.
Like they could also get a Bright Glass here. Like
I mean, specifically Deadpool to take Thrasios goes a long way here.
Incredible.
I will say though, if he does take Esper Sentinel, the opponents then have to pay 5 or else he gets draws, which is pretty funny.
that is really funny.
Is that the best thing that could be happening in this pod? Yeah.
Cards.
You can draw.
All right. Draw Ristic.
Yeah, it looks like.
Draw Mystic. Transfer.
Is Super Surveillance target permanent? Is Super Surveillance target permanent?
Creature only.
Creature only. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
bet it's gonna be
confused by
Deadpool
the
then.
Formidable. Oh, yeah, I guess it does because Formidable had to be cast because you need to go for 3 to 4. Yeah, I don't really know what's happening, but
Bright Glass Earhole.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
yes, that
we
one.
saw this one before.
Is there a Goblin Welder agnostic line that they're able to do here?
Mana value 1 or less and up to 2 of them.
Cool.
Is that
I'm good on ATB.
Likewise.
Oh, that just.
I
it is
think
a trigger,
Jared
like,
realistically
You're
is
good.
just
You're
setting
good.
up
Sure.
here.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I like that he's asserting some sort of game plan here.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know what game plan he's asserting.
Yeah.
What I will say is he could hypothetically get something like a Chromox that would allow him to still play Oswald after developing some resources, which might be cute.
the next one.
Mystic Remora.
That makes sense. You are trying to play the game.
Yes, I'm trying to creep back into it.
What was the other one? Was some sort of fast mana piece?
I mean, you're cooking over there. I'll tell you that much. You've played a bunch of cards where I'm like, whoa.
Now you see why I was
Players recognizing the chefs in the kitchen for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's fascinating.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. It's
You
fascinating.
You are a chef.
Something has been made in the kitchen. I don't know if I understand.
Also, because of the new form, there is a +1/+1 counter on the Gearhold. It has first strike and trample.
Oh, baby. It's huge.
Recognizing that the Gearhulk does have first strike, trample, and a 1/1 counter on him. So I believe in technical terms they would call that a beefy boy.
Yeah.
I would like to cast my Opal.
Triggers.
Yep. There's the rock we're talking
That was
about.
the rock. This is Mox Opal. Very notably, very cool. Mox Opal.
You draw
Combo
Ultimate two.
piece. And engine here.
a
Now,
lot of lands.
I think a
Doesn't
lot
matter.
of folks might see Jared's board state here and not recognize the fact that they are one card away from dying.
Absolutely.
Because if an Agatha's Soul Cauldron comes out,
They just Goblin
they
Welder.
just take the
Oh
Goblin
my
Welder
God.
ability. They have Sewer Surveillance on board. They have artifacts
No,
on board.
no. They Oswald the Sewer Surveillance into Agatha Soul Cauldron.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, you mastermind.
To fish? Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
I don't know why.
Do they have time to pull it off?
I'll respond.
That was really funny. I would like to pay 2 life. Jared being like, "Are you about to misstep me?" And then the gut shot into the Esper Cent in the long transport. It's crazy.
God.
Oh my goodness, they're building the stack over the gut shot, y'all. Are we really at that point in this game?
Kid to Grant 45 minutes
your
ago.
results first,
My
right?
guys, my dudes.
Okay, Mystic Draw.
May I resolve? I guess these are my triggers. I'm going to respond to these. Sure. I'd like to activate Thrasios.
Thrasios activation.
Okay, there we
response.
go.
Sure.
4 creatures.
Makes sense.
He's
Yeah,
killing
you
them.
want to tap away 4 creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We'll bottom a card. Reveal Misdirection.
Reveal a Misdirection. Hey, that card's been asked about a few times in this
there we
game.
go. Yep.
Yep.
Thrasios scrying Shuds on bottom.
Is good? One at a time. Here's Esper. Here's Mystic. Mystic. Gotcha. The bluey.
How many cards is it worth for a gut shot?
Back to fish.
Oh, this game is kind of cursed. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
So one thing that is
I'm just
kind of sad if you are Jared right now is that he's able to develop all these resources, but he isn't able to invest into Oswald this turn without another piece of fast mana being developed here. So it's kind of ironic. There's also a world in which playing the Mystic Remora is kind of a mistake here.
Have enough cards, I think.
I think Oswald hitting the field, as you mentioned, is an uncounterable win next turn.
Yeah.
So it's pretty tough to see that win potential gets thrown away because there's very easily a world where everyone here just kicks each other in the shins so much that he wins. But I will also highlight the fact that there is a Deathrite Shaman on board.
That is a really good point.
Yeah, Agatha's lines get a little bit messier,
Messier.
Rather just take the option to draw an Abolisher, draw the Agathas naturally, all that kind of stuff.
I mean, we've seen a lot of really cool brewing out of Jared, but they weren't cool enough to put Sigil of Sleep in. So it may be difficult for them to deal with that death rate.
That's, I mean, technically speaking, the words that you are saying are true, for sure.
Oh boy, triggers.
Oh.
Just the one
no, they're going to banish Ignacid if they're going to do anything.
Yeah.
If they get that far, yeah.
Ranger Captain's never locked the game up, right?
Have we seen a Mockingbird out of Grant yet?
That was the comedy out of this pod's great. It's probably it, boys. Grant goes probably.
No, do they have enough mana to get a Bright Clear Hulk in order to get the Swift?
Lamau. I would be very surprised if that was the case. I'm also a little bit surprised that Grant's not just cracking the range captain in response to the ETB. I feel like that's like the safest time to do so, but at the same time, your opponents are passing your triggers like, hey, a noble hierarch, the classic win condition. Eric, your super villain laugh will never not amuse me.
Yeah.
I legit thought.
Oh, presenting. Gotcha.
Yeah, the size of Grant's hand here, I thought was his deck.
I've seen a lot. I'll tap 4 green.
What those hands
I'd
do?
like to activate Range Captain Veos.
There it is.
Give party.
Yep. Checks out. Ranger Captain Crack. And I think this one is looking pretty over.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
Being honest.
It's not looking good.
I cast Devoted Druid.
Hey, remember that Devoted Druid card that we talked about?
I'd like to use Devoted Druid's ability to put 2 negative counters in Devoted Druid.
Oh, we're about to see Hazels.
Wait a minute, why are you killing your Devoted Druid?
Man, why would they do that?
That'd be so weird.
It's summoning sick too.
Did he forget? Did he forget that it's summoning sick? What's
Chat,
happening
who's
here?
gonna tell him?
Chat. I think he goofed up.
Yeah.
What is he gonna do? What is he gonna do in the graveyard?
Lotus Petal.
Okay.
Lotus Petal doesn't give him Devoted Druid. Yeah, even if his opponents had mana up, unfortunately speaking.
Does he have to do the Lotus Petal because? Oh no. The Exotic would be able to hit a current tower.
Unfortunately, I think the sad truth of everything we're seeing exactly right now is they lost the game as soon as the Echo Vions was put on the stack.
This was Brewmaster.
Oh God.
Hey, wait, that works with Devoted Druid.
You have priority. Pass. You have priority. Pass. I will ETB target Devoted Druid.
Yep.
I don't make it food.
Eric, do you hear that in the distance? It sounds like
I will tap the food for a green.
Sounds like a portly woman beginning to sing.
Why is he speaking Italian? Oh, handshakes come out. Oh, hang on. Oh, pause. Oh, just to clarify how misdirection works, probably.
You just pick up I have not even gone to combat yet, so I'm just gonna put all my creatures in play and then finale devastation you guys in the face for 1,000.
Can I see the
Finale? Sure.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pick up my deck. Is that what you're asking for? I'm not allowed to search my deck, so I can't.
You can't draw. We are all in agreement that you have infinite mana. You can go through with Thras.
If I show you finale devastation, will you concede?
I'm conceding prior to.
Shortcut the Thras to the finale.
Okay, I'm gonna start drawing until you finale. This is I'm gonna leave at least 1 card left in my deck, so I don't kill myself. All the lands will come into play. Here's finale.
There we go.
Good game.
There we go.
Yeah, the player is just getting the extra clarification of like, please just show me the finale devastation. GG's, boys.
That was fun, boys.
Wow.
That was for the fans.
Yeah. We all need the last minute grief from the top row.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So I mean, unfortunately, that entire last turn cycle was a lot of, hey guys, I've noticed that we're bleeding. Does this tiny Band-Aid help with the gushing wound on our body? Unfortunately, Vivi tapping out for that Echo of Eons was the death sentence for the entire time. There was nothing really else to be, it's one of those things where we talk about shifting dynamics and pods of cEDH, right? And this has come up like, what, 4 times today?
Yeah, it's come up a lot.
The idea of when you are the bad guy, when do you transition to being the good guy, and etc. The recognition there of like, I need these people on my team does make sense. Yeah, let's refill their hands, all that kind of stuff. But am I ever going to resolve an Echo of Eons through what Grant has, especially with only 2 pieces of backup? Realistically, it doesn't look so, right? And so, hundreds of micro
Eons.
I agree.
I really would have expected Mecca to be like, just to clarify, does this resolve Sisei players?
This moment, like, can you give me the idea to not push and figure it out from there?
Okay, yeah, I would have expected some kind of.
See, it spins.
Yeah.
It spins, chat. Isn't this isn't this gorgeous?
Guys, who am I?
This ring is a perfect imitation of our caster here, Eric People.
Fashioned in my likeness. Sorry, I should have talked about it beforehand. Very Echo of Eons of me.
Ooh, it's so shiny. I'm
Whoa, it's
getting
very
blasted.
Dude, we've been in the hotel too long. If that hit me, I'm gonna like sunburn instantly.
I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be this color in a second. Amen.
Come on. Yeah. We also got to see so many cool lists. You know what? That SSA list was super cool. We got to see Edric on stream twice. Granted, it didn't do much either time, but maybe if we'd gotten in a third time. All right, sit down.
Ugh.
All right.
Do I not get to change my name? Am I still comedian?
It's less of like a name, and it's more of a title that's passed down from person to person. It's like
I
Pharaoh.
am a bit of a joke.
Well, I gotta say, the way you played in that game was nothing to laugh about. There were a bunch of moments where I know as someone who's trying to improve and take little steps here and there to get better at cEDH, I walked away with a lot of like sequencing stuff, as well as some new like cards that I'm adding to my like lexicon that I need to be aware of. One that comes to mind is like Sigil of Sleep. That really was a wrench in that pod.
I genuinely when I saw the sigil come down, I was like, do I want to fight for the Bowmaster? Because in my hand I had like all the pieces of interaction you guys saw later on, but like I was like, if I fight for the sigil, like the VV player already revealed that they're packing all of the counter magic. That's very situational, right? The second goes in the stack, he'll do the thing. And I was like, if I just let this Bowmaster resolve, I can just take the VV and then not have to worry about the sigil of sleep anymore. So I was like, I guess it's fine here. Doesn't really matter. I'm not waiting my turn anyways, so who cares?
Yeah, I know something that me and Ian were talking about on stream is that there's this kind of like OBM mini game where they like almost never, there's never just like one of them, very much like Siths. They almost always come in twos. Do you have like a set of like heuristics or like rules that you follow when deciding when to or to not deploy it? Or was it just kind of more of like an intuitive decision of like it seemed really, really good into a SSA pod?
It was more so like my deck is incredibly bad at winning the game. As I think was obvious.
The ring begs to differ, Grant.
No, in terms of like ending a game of cEDH, it's really bad at that. I kind of had to sit there for multiple turns in a row and go, I have nothing, I'll just wait, draw more cards, wait. Oh, okay, here's Survival of the Fittest. Oh, I can win next turn. Oh, I'll just draw both pieces I was going to play anyways. I guess that's fine.
Oh, thank you, Heuristic Study.
Yeah, so, I mean, honestly, I just played the OBM as a way to like slow the board down, gunk it up. I didn't want anyone trying to sneak something through. But it was just kind of there to also improve cradle count, you know, something to do.
Yeah, something that continues to be a fascinating experience for me as someone who like watches a lot of cEDH is sometimes what does happen in a pod is just as important as what doesn't happen. And so whether it comes between players showing each other spells to take something off the stack or conversations had between players like make deals, what were some big things that when you sat down at the table, you're like, no matter what happens, I can't let X happen?
I don't know. I mean, obviously, the CSA reaches a point where I can start spinning multiple times, or even just spin once. That's not really where I want to be. As you saw, my deck is pretty heavily tuned into beating CSAs because you kind of have this problem where you can have all the counterspells in the world, which my deck does. It's like a third interaction, and you just lose to activated abilities. So I mean, you can obviously tell that my deck is heavily incentivized to get out the Gilded Drakes as much as humanly possible, right?
Yeah.
Like, I played against VV, CSA. All three of those decks fold in half to Gilded Drake. Like that's why I'm playing that card.
Is that something that you've experienced a lot, like in your local meta, or is that something that kind of looking at the field and previous like Lane Go tournaments and stuff, you decided to tech specifically for this event?
I mean, I've been playing the same deck list for the last 2 months now. I genuinely haven't changed a card. Once I figured out where I want it to be. But, I mean, a lot of my locals is people playing, like, commander-centric value. Like, I see a ton of VV, just whatever commander-centric Garbo pile they're playing. I'm like, all right, well, I don't really want you playing the game, so I'm just going to take your guy and move on with my life.
Awesome. Well, something I know, and we've talked about this a little bit, but I have been caught off guard and by surprise many, many times by the way that TNT can have low to the ground win lines with Devoted Druid, but also like the way you've structured your list. It also can go 9 rounds in the ring with like some real heavyweights. So after winning a big event like this, I'm sure that someone who has kind of had TNT at the back of their mind is like, I'm going to pick up the list that Grant guy picked. But I'm looking at some card choices here. I'm not entirely sure like what it would play. Maybe I'm going to cut 5 cards, 10 cards, and before you know it, they've like accidentally ended up just like reverse engineering a blue farm.
Yeah.
What is the the elevator pitch or the way that you'd advocate of like this is the way I think TNT should be played, and these are the ways you need to like philosophically approach the list in order to make sure that you're getting the maximum amount of value out of the 98 cards that you bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it just comes down to the entire game plan is to, by turn 3, have a mana engine, a card draw engine, and you haven't lost the game. So the deck is jam-packed full of all 3 of those things. I'm playing like a bunch of free interaction all the time, everywhere. You saw it. I don't think I cast a single paid counterspell that game. And I think I cast like 8 counterspells. And I mean, you saw all the interaction and all the value engines I was playing. Like, I mean, a lot of people will build decks like this and be like, I need to get Smothering Tithe out turn 2.
Yeah.
I think that's a bad move. I think you want to build your deck to be independent of any one card. I think if you build your deck around a synergy with one card that isn't in your command zone, you're going to have games where people see your Smothering Tithe as a stack and go, I'm going to force negation that. And all of a sudden your deck bricks and you go, well, can't win anymore. So you know, there's a couple guys in my locals. One guy in particular who, you know, you cast his Smothering Tithe, gets commandeered. I'm just gonna concede. So you know,
I told you not to bring that up. I told you that in confidence. That player is me. I'm notoriously a big
don't worry,
tilter.
it wasn't you.
It's kind of you to say that to save my ego. I just want to congratulate you once again. Like, it seems like you did a really, really good job over the course of the tournament. Something that we had talked about was also, it seemed like the energy and the vibe of the pod was really, really good. It seemed like there was very good like sportsmanship, and it was just fantastic to watch. So thanks for giving us quite the show. Here is your spinny ring. And I believe that is going to be it for us. So thank you guys so much for sticking around. Super appreciate everyone who both played in the tournament, people who helped us get the stream together, judges, everyone did so much. Something that we want to shout out before we end the stream, we mentioned this yesterday, but Pittsburgh Steel City is going to be doing some pretty cool stuff. One of the biggest things that we're seeing them experiment with is this kind of like last chance qualifier, but instead of the buy that we would usually see, those are just way too powerful in our format. So we're experimenting with 3 points going into the tournament. So in the same way that it was really fun to keep an eye on your TNT list and see how it navigated its way through the tournament, there's a lot of things in CEDH that I've got my eye on and I want to see how they turn out. But thank you guys for sticking with us, and hopefully we'll see you at the next tournament.
Can we get a shots on bottom?
Oh, yeah. Shots on bottom!
O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O O H I O O H I O O H I O O ha O.
Man, I've been brewing all year. I guess I'm finally ready to go back